to the players, officials and supporters from Glamorgan. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the Incora Members Lounge, including hot food served at lunch. welcome to our umpires for this match, Paul Pollard and Neil Pratt. The Glamorgan team.
Well. Good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground for what appears to be. It's cold, but it's not raining. Why is it not raining? Day 4, Derbyshire Glamorgan County Championship, 2nd Division, Derbyshire, 170 for 2, leading by 151. Wayne Madsen on 58, Brooke Guest on 40. Glamorgan a bowler down. Tim van der Hoogten isn't, I imagine, I haven't been told, but he isn't going to bowl Nick Webb from BBC Wales, is he? He's pulled a slight hamstring discomfort or whatever it was yesterday.
It's not worth risking. No. I don't think. There may be possibly a match or two absent. So, assume he's all right to bat if called upon, but Glamorgan will be very much hoping that he's not called upon
if he's called on to bat with a runner, it would be sensational, wouldn't it? We will be in for a thriller. It would also be about 6:10.
Oh, we had a runner at Nottingham the other week.
Yes, no, we had a runner in the first game when Ryan Sidebottom did his hamstring. So, I always think it's good fun. Here come the batsman.
It's confusing, isn't it? Because you're looking at the wrong person half the time, thinking, oh, there's a runner. Oh, no, there isn't. There's someone safely home at square leg or whatever.
I still think cricketers need reminding that all 3 batsmen need to be behind the crease.
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure that they've grasped that, but anyway. But no, I think it's been intriguing cricket throughout.
It's been a closely fought game, hasn't it? If only there were a 5th day, it would be even more intriguing.
Well, there's an idea.
Bank holiday special. For the spectators who are not particularly numerous given the match position and the temperatures.
Yes.
Unless they're all behind glass.
I don't think they're all there.
In the members' pavilion, there may be thousands jostling at the windows. But it's 100 metres away from us, so we can't tell.
I think that's highly unlikely. I'll let you get us underway, Nick, while I tell people that nothing's happened yet.
So the match position here on BBC Sport Online and on the 2 county websites is that Derbyshire resume on 170 for 2. It's a lead of 151 runs over Glamorgan. The not-out batsman overnight, Wayne Madsen, who's had a fine match. He made 70 in the first innings. He's 58 not out. And Brooke Guest, who's also had a fine match, 109 in the first innings and 40 not out at the moment. Derbyshire scored a further 110 runs in the last session last night after looking in a minor spot of difficulty when Billy Godleman was out at 73 for 2. There have been wickets for Tim van der Hoogten and for James Harris, but Tim van der Hoogten is not expected to bowl or field, and it is Andrew Salter who will bowl the first over of the morning, and Madsen is forward defending, and there is no run. So the bad weather that was threatened stroke promised has not yet materialised, but it is chilly. Salter bowls, Madsen on the sweep, gets the first runs of the morning. Just a single, in fact, because there's a man around the corner from the commentary box down at fine leg. Michael Neeser is there. And that keeps Madsen down to a single. He's under 59, 171 for 2. The lead is 152. Spoke to Marnus Labuschagne last night after his 130. As Andrew Salter is in to bowl, and forward comes Guest and defends. There's no run. Labuschagne with the perpetual optimism, hoping that Glamorgan could maybe bowl Derbyshire out and get themselves a target of 240-ish. As Guest plays that one to Labuschagne at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Well, they could.
They could. It is possible, but they're a bowler down with Van der Hoogten out of action. Salter bowls and Guest is forward, playing it back to the bowler, no run. In terms of Labuschagne's availability, he said 6 or 7 T20 Blast games before he goes off the Australia tour of Sri Lanka. As Salter is in to bowl, and Guest is forward, playing that just past short leg, but all along the ground. There's no run, just the single off the opening over. So Labuschagne said he's excited to play in the first 6 or 7 games of the T20 Blast, but he's not sure about coming back after that Australian tour of Sri Lanka. That's still up in the air, which didn't sound, reading between the lines, hugely promising.
No, that's disappointing. So they're going to make the most of him while he's here because he's going to bowl.
Absolutely. What's he going to bowl as
Well,
that's
always the question. We have to wait and see where the wicketkeeper is. He's currently standing up, but that could change.
Well, Glamorgan's over 8 is just about okay, I'm told. But
Well, it says level on the scoreboard.
it says
now.
level. It's just about level, so they can't afford to waste time, I think is the message.
Veteran fiddlers have... when I say fiddlers, I don't mean fiddler. I mean tinkerers, that's probably a better word. Tinkerers with over 8s.
But Derbyshire, I understand, have some work to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They're just over -1.
That'll be the fact that we've got a leg spinner who's bowled 2 overs and an off spinner who's bowled 5 or something along those lines.
But the outcome of this is that Derbyshire will have to declare and get Glamorgan batting at some point today, even if it's only for the over 8.
Yeah. Labuschagne begins his over, and it's driven the ball out to extra cover by Wayne Madsen. He's on 59. Guest has a 40. The partnership just 2 away from 3 figures. Like Labuschagne's number on his back, which is 1 away from 3 figures, and that one is driven up to mid-off.
James Wheel is your replacement fielder.
He was on yesterday, wasn't
He is wearing 29, James Wheel. Tall, shaven-headed figure, fairly easily distinguished. He's also wearing sunnies on the top of his cap. That is the definition of optimism today. There's 0% blue sky at the moment.
It was a little bit earlier on, actually.
Was there?
Yeah, it soon disappeared.
Didn't notice it.
It was only a very small bit. But I think we're going to be all right. According to the ground staff who have this kind of thing covered, no rain today. I'll be surprised. It's Labuschagne bowls, and back into his crease goes Brooke Guest on this occasion. Just defends it back to the bowler.
I'm told that there is some rain around in South Wales.
Taken a while to get here, I would have thought. Here is Labuschagne again, bowls. That one's off an edge, down into the gully region. Hence the excitement.
I apologise to anyone who's suffering technical difficulties with the BBC website. I'm told the audio is breaking up somewhat.
Well, what I will do at the end of this over, then I shall dial down and redial. That might do the trick. So if you bear with us for this over, and accept Nick and my apologies.
But we're okay on the county stream, I think.
Excellent. Tosses himself a catch, does Labuschagne. Final ball of the over, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. There is no run. One from the over, 172 for 2. Derbyshire's lead is 153, and on the website we will be back very shortly.
Cleared. Dialing 0161868.
So for the benefit of
There
trying
we go. It's
broadcast
redialed,
call
so we should be back up
connected.
and running. If anybody,
Searching
welcome
frame.
back. If anybody could tell us how we're doing now, if it isn't not cutting up, if it hasn't too many negatives, you could let us know. That'd be great.
Salter then from the City Road end bowls to Madsen, who works it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's 1 run.
I enjoyed that. That's the Century Partnership.
Well spotted. There's a very,
Tell by the
very
applause.
faint round of applause from the far distance. Madsen has 61. Guest, who came in before him, has 40. And Glamorgan continue with a slip and a short leg and a short mid-wicket on the drive. Guest does drive, but along the ground up to Hogan at mid-on, and there's no run. So mid-wicket there's a short mid-wicket in a catching position, and another mid-wicket who's just about saving the single. Salter bowls, Guest forwards, playing it to Labuschagne in that catching mid-wicket position. Guest on the charge there, but blocked it when he got there. Hogan is about halfway back to the boundary at mid-on. So it's not a conventional or standard field by any means. Salter to Guest, who drives that to mid-wicket, but Wheel saves the single. Mid-off is quite deep as well, just about conceding the single. Cover and backward point and slip are all conventional. And the man covering fine leg and square leg is sort of halfway between, about 10 metres off the boundary. As Guest drives again up to Hogan at mid-on. And there's no run. 173 for 2. The lead is 154. Salter to Guest again, who gives them the charge and gets an inside edge on that one, down towards fine leg. Nisa charges into field. They've gone through for a single. It wasn't an entirely convincing shot because he's looking to hit it a bit straighter than that. And Guest looking to give Salter the charge on a couple of occasions, and Salter will presumably be encouraged by that because that brings other modes of dismissal, i.e. stumped, into play. 174 for 2. 174 for 2? I thought it was 174 on the board before. That single. Approximately.
Yeah, in that certainly in that region. I would
155 the lead, we're told.
Approximately, again. The rain appears to be down south, but north of Hove, where they're playing, but they're not playing at Bristol or Southampton, which I would imagine is south of Hove. Anyway, it's not at Hove. Here's Labuschagne to bowl his second over of the day from the racecourse end, and he's driven very pleasantly by Brooke Guest up towards mid-off, and they go through for a single. They're going to get overthrows here because it was Wheel's throw. It was a little wild, and poor old Cook diving to his right couldn't stop it. I imagine that's Lloyd who's going to fetch it because he's been fielding at slip for most of this match. David Lloyd. And as a result, Derbyshire get 2 runs and move on to 176 for 2. A lead of 157. Guest up to 43. Got a fascinating fact about Brooke Guest and his potential feats to come later. That's a full toss from Labuschagne that Guest throws his head back because all he can do is push it back to the bowler. Missed out there. Could have pretty much hit that anywhere on the ground. So Labuschagne is in again, and that one's turned into the leg side. There's a no run. Sam Northeast comes around to do the fielding. I've been sleeping on my left side, and occasionally when I do that, I get slightly blurred vision out of my left eye, which I've got at the moment, which isn't ideal. I can just about see this computer screen. I know I can see slightly further than that, but both of the Labuschaignes are into bowl, and that one is pushed out into the offside and fielded very nicely.
2 Labuschaignes.
That would be something, wouldn't it?
A lively experience.
Yeah. The old Monty Python joke about the 2 of everything. The sketch. There is Labuschagne again. In and bowls to Guest, who defends. Out into the onside, Labuschagne fields off his own bowling. What the thought is about having these 2 bowling in tandem at the start of the day's play? They're just given up on the thought of taking wickets with the quicks. I know they're a quick down. Glamorgan. So that one is whipped into the leg side. Northeast will go and trot out to square leg, but he won't get there. Ahead of whoever it was coming in from square leg on the boundary. It's Harris. And they go through. Yeah, no idea then, because I've redialed. I can actually dial the number again. I can switch the entire box off. Should we do that? Let's do that.
We'll try a quick reboot with you again very shortly.
Glen sound. Broadcast call connected.
Leg side, Cook neatly whips off the bails just in case of a stumping. 177 for 2, Derbyshire. Guest 44, Madsen 61. The lead 158. Salter to Guest, who's pushing forward. Defending. There's no run. As Salter whizzing through these overs pretty quickly. Guest drives that one to wheel at mid-wicket. And there's no run. 177 for 2. In comes Salter again, still the slip and the short leg. And clipped away by Guest down towards fine leg. It might be a bit of a chase for Nisa, but he's intercepted it just inside the boundary, and they'll come back for 2 comfortable runs. 179 for 2. Derbyshire lead by 160. Now, you talked to Ajmal Shahzad last night.
Yeah.
He didn't sound
No.
hugely optimistic about the possibility of Derbyshire declaring and setting up a run chase, did he?
The phrase, if we come out of the game with a very good draw, it would be good. It would rather suggest that they believe a draw is a very good result.
14-pointer.
Yeah. So, yeah, I wouldn't say that... yeah.
Commiserations to those of you in South Wales who are being rained upon currently.
Yes, that's not great, is it? Labuschagne begins a new over from the racecourse and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who just taps it into the leg side. And they go through for a single. Tom Cullen does the fielding, coming around from a backward square leg to a more conventional square leg. It's better now, is it? Yes, thank you very much. I thought it was. I had a little listen on my laptop, and thank you for alerting us to it, and hopefully your enjoyment wasn't impaired too much of the opening 17 minutes. We're now back, firing on all cylinders in as much as we can be. 180 for 2. Labuschagne's next delivery is played into the leg side by Brooke Guest. Labuschagne bowls, no one is driven out into the offside towards the cover boundary by Guest, who moves on to 47, 181 for 2. Thank you to Hugh, who's just told me to go and get my detached retina sorted out. He's got a point. I had to go to the opticians, in all fairness. I assume they'd be able to tell me. As in comes Labuschagne again, and back into his crease goes Wayne Madsen. Strokes it to backward point for a single. He's on to 63. They're just starting to get moving now, the Derbyshire batsmen out there. It started at 182 for 2. They've added 12 runs so far in the opening 20 minutes or so of play today. We started a little earlier than potentially 11 o'clock as Guest defends this next one. Back towards Labuschagne, and there's no run. I'm trying to count the people at the far end. I'm going 15 tops. Labuschagne bowls to Brooke Guest. Gets right behind that one. And it's the end of the over. Labuschagne's bowled 5 overs for 11. Derbyshire 182 for 2. Sorry.
It looked sparsely populated when we counted 34 the other day.
Yes.
Which was on day one, where it really was cold and the Balconiers hadn't turned up at that point, I don't think.
23, I think. That's a quick count there. That bloke is moving, though. I'm not sure if I counted him twice or not.
Well, given that you've got double vision, there's actually only 11 and a half people there.
Yes.
11 people and a dog, maybe, or a small child.
The Welsh flag's back up there, isn't it, today? The Wales flag, I don't know which it is. Let's have a interesting discussion about a Wales international or a Welsh international. I think there is a huge difference between the two. Or an England international or an English international, you know.
Yes. Well, in terms of some of the people who play for a country might not be necessarily born there.
Yes, so they are England internationals, but
if they've qualified on residence.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I suppose if they've got a passport, then they count. Here's Andrew Salter to bowl to Wayne Madsen, who drives up the ground to Hogan at long on. They'll amble through for a single, 183 for 2. Madsen on to 64 not out. In cricketing terms, of course, it's even more complicated because Wales national county is guest defence Salter in the offside. You don't actually have to be Welsh to play for them. It's a county competing along with all the other national counties, or due to be competing against Berkshire in Newport this morning, but I suspect that may have been delayed. I'll try and check that for you during the next over. As Salter is in, and Brookcast again gives them the charge, again was late on it, and he's flicked it down to fine leg, and Nisa manages to keep them down to a single on this occasion, but not quite sure why Brookcast is coming at Andrew Salter quite so hard.
No, perhaps he feels that that's his best way of putting him off his stride or putting him off his length. I don't know.
Guest to 48. The short leg has now been removed. Salter bowls to Madsen, who's forward defending, and there's no run. So there's a slip and a shortish mid-wicket still in the attacking positions. As Salter bowls, and Madsen is slightly squared up by that one, looking to play towards mid-on. The ball ended up at cover.
An email from Martin Emerson. It's always something I do with very carefully, just in case. You can never quite tell.
Does it have explosive contents? As Salter bowls, Madsen drives up to long on and will amble through for a single. Hogan with the fielding. As he, the throw from Hogan was rather over-enthusiastic, and Cook couldn't get a hand to it. Lloyd got himself in the way and looked from his reaction as though he might got himself in a rather unfortunate position in the way and been caught amidships.
By the complete lack of sympathy shown by his teammates, I think that's exactly where he was hit. And but it just sort of tapped there.
A hug from Hogan who threw that ball. Oh,
sorry about that, Skip. I'll try not to hit you there again.
And of course, fielding in slip, he wouldn't necessarily be wearing protection in that area.
No, marvellous.
They're inspecting at 12:30 in Newport for Wales against Berkshire, where they hope to play still two T20 matches if it stops raining.
Shane's fifth over. His first delivery is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. It's been I was going to say flurry of singles. It's been a succession of singles, really. There hasn't been much flurrying done anywhere so far this morning. I was just asking about the T20 coverage, which I'm delighted to say from a Radio Derby perspective, we should be doing our own commentaries again, having been given permission by the powers that be. Derbyshire balls, that's over pitched and guided out towards backward point by Brookcast. They're going to come back for 2, a legitimate 2, right, as opposed to a 2 due to an overthrow. And Guest gets a half century. A century in the first innings and a half century in the second from 137 deliveries. Terrific effort from him. Derbyshire move up to 188 for 2.
He'll be delighted with that after a quiet start to the season with the bat. It's really got going in this game.
And the next delivery is played off the back foot, whipped down towards backward square leg, and there were 3 fielders converging on the ball initially. Cullen gave up quite early in the chase, but another 2 runs. He moves to 52. I'm pleased for Brookcast. He's a really good cricketer who's done well since he arrived from Lancashire. This one is pushed up to Labuschagne. I'm going to attempt. Should I? Yeah, well, I can't affect what happens out there, can I? In the same way that we spoke
You would
about
hope not.
the Shan Masood record that ended up not being a record yesterday. Next delivery is played off the back foot, back towards Labuschagne by Brookcast. Only one other Derbyshire wicketkeeper has scored centuries in each innings of a match. That was Bill Storer, the magnificent Bill Storer, way, way back in the day. As Labuschagne bowls, I looked a little quicker. Guest was equal to it, pushes it back to the Australian. And there is no run. David Griffin, very good. I asked him this morning about it because I thought it might happen. Well, was hoping it might happen.
Right.
I know I've got to find the email that he sent to me.
Now, I was left regretting, by the way, last night, due to various computer malfunctions. Well, Wi-Fi wasn't strong enough basically to get the BBC system going properly. That I apologise for leaving out the party stop play from the BBC match report.
Yes.
I should have put that in. So I tweeted about it later, and it got some interest. Party stop play. The batters were distracted by flashing lights from the marquee. There's an event being held, which obviously started before the cricket had ended, or they were warming the lights up. Salter bowls and Madsen is forward defending, and there's no run.
That Storer game was in here in 1896, in June 1896, so it's been a while.
Just before my time.
Yes, I missed that one.
Salter into Madsen, and it's turned on the leg side, no run. Been asked by my better half whether there was cake to go with the party. Well, there probably was cake to go with the party, but our cake was supplied by Edward Bevan.
Yes, it was yesterday. Very nice coffee cake yesterday. Excellent.
Salter bowls and Madsen leg glances and could well get 4 runs. I think this must be a bit too much for Nisa. No, he's made good ground, and they'll come back for a second run. Thought that might be beyond the levels of enthusiasm for a fast bowler running round the boundary, but fair play to Nisa. He got there, and he made the stop just inside the ropes, just as we have to stretch to see out the side of the box. 192 for 2. Madsen advancing to 68, and now to 69 with a straight drive up the ground to Hogan at long off. You do wonder whether Hogan might be better employed cutting off that single and daring Madsen to go over the top.
Yeah. Trying to induce the false shot. Lord Hawke played in that game.
Jolly good. Bet it was on merit. As Guest defends on the leg side, or did he have his own 11?
Well, he was very famously. I'll continue in a moment.
Salter bowls and Guest drives up to Hogan, who is closer in, but it was wide of him this time. Hogan has a throw at the stumps at the non-strikers, and it misses. Salter doesn't risk his fingers, but Carlson, being ever enthusiastic, backs up and looks suspiciously at the ball, the Glamorgan vice-captain.
Lord Hawke was quite the character. His real name was Martin.
Not Lord.
No, indeed.
It wasn't christened
He
Lord.
did succeed his father as the 7th Baron Hawke of Towton in 1867. He was also the chairman of OXO and president of the MCC between 1914 and 1919. But he was famously, because Yorkshire, for years and years and years, maintained that they would only ever have people born in Yorkshire.
Yep.
He was born in Gainsborough, in Lincolnshire. He was the captain of Yorkshire. That was in the 1890s. So that particular myth was a load of old nonsense. Funny that I've worked in Yorkshire. And, they don't like this load of old nonsense. Yeah, the DJ last night, they had been told that they weren't allowed to play any music before play had finished, but he thought it'd be a good idea to do a sound and lighting check.
Well, yes, professional of him, I suppose.
is, bless him, is Manus Labuschagne.
Emir Evans suggests that Edward Bevan brought the glow sticks to the party.
Well, I can tell those interested, I don't know if anybody is, but we will be having burgers today. Traditional last day lunch meal. There's Labuschagne bowls to Brook Guest. They are excellent as well, by the way. Really good. That one's played out to the cover boundary.
Do they have a vegetarian equivalent?
I don't know, and quite frankly, I don't care.
Well, I'm not vegetarian, but I thought I'd opt for the vegetarian option this week.
Really? Oh, okay. Oh, very health conscious of you. I didn't, but...
Well, I only allow myself one go at the old sausages and bacon in the hotel, and that was this morning, so I've had enough
Only
meat for
one?
the day. One in the 4 days, that's my personal
What, in
rule.
4 days?
Yeah.
Well, I'm absolutely appalled. Can you commentate on this now, please?
Labuschagne is in and bowls, and Guest clips it to square leg. Cullen fields, they're through for a single. 195 for 2. I'm not sure if Dave Fletcher's appalled by my flexitarianism. I mean, I do like meat, but don't eat as much as I used to. As Labuschagne bowls, that's driven out into the offside by Guest. They've gone through for a single. Wheel makes a diving stop at wide mid-on, and the single is taken. Dawn chorus day today. BBC bird listening exercise. Wasn't great weather for it. As that's clipped away on the leg side, and through for a single is Madsen, safely enough. Cullen fielding at square leg again. The umpire is at point despite two right-handers being at the crease. Labuschagne bowls, Guest off the back foot, plays it gently to mid-off. There is no run. Apparently some of the party goers were lodged at the hotel next to the ground, which makes sense, which is described by Edward Cooper of the St Helens Balconeers as bad news. I hope they didn't disturb things too much. Flashers stop cricket. So, Glammy podcast, boys. And I had a little difference of opinion with Ponty Prop on Twitter, who didn't like my use of the word batters. It's not an issue I'm prepared to really get worked up about, to be honest. Batters stroke batsman. It is now BBC style for written reports to talk about batters. So I have to write that, because those are my employers. 198 for 2. 179 is the lead. Salter is in to bowl to Madsen, who works it on the leg side. There's no run. 198 for 2. As Dave Fletcher is enthusiastically telling radio listeners about our dietary regime debate. Salter bowls, Madsen drives up towards long on. Hogan fields, single taken. And Hogan will now come in at least halfway for Guest on strike. Cullen wanders round to short leg. Glamorgan are obviously more optimistic about their chances of dismissing Brook Guest compared to Wayne Madsen, who looks well set for 3 figures. Tom Cullen moves from short leg to a silly mid-on, which means that Michael Hogan at a halfway back mid-on has to go one way. No, they've decided otherwise. They're not on the same wavelength here, because Cullen and Hogan are doing a bit of a hokey-cokey there.
Hogan can't stand directly. Well, he can, but it would be pointless.
Salter bowls, and forward comes Guest. Cullen has decided to go to a straightish short mid-on, which means that Hogan, so that he doesn't stand behind Cullen, has gone wider in front of the members' pavilion. Salter bowls, and Guest solves that particular debate by striking it straight back past the bowler, beats a diving Salter and up to the boundary at the City Road end for 4 runs. 199 for 2 becomes 203 for 2, and Guest moves on to 59 not out.
Simon Morrican, who's doing the show that I've just reported into, had been listening just to the brief conversation we had. He said, next time you come up, can you tell him which days you're not having the cooked breakfast, and he'll be around to the hotel.
Okay.
Just to take full advantage.
Salter bowls and Guest drives. I didn't say I wasn't having cooked breakfast. I said I wasn't having the meat element of cooked breakfast.
Oh, you got eggs then?
The first 3 days there was sort of eggs, bacon, eggs, mushrooms and beans, I meant to say.
Okay, fair enough.
Salter bowls, and Guest turns that one square of the wicket. And we'll get a single. 204 for 2 Derbyshire. So, yeah, cooked breakfast each morning, but only the meat on the final morning of the championship match.
I thought you were slightly more aggressive today than normal.
Unless, of course, the match looks likely to end on the 3rd day, in which case I can go meet 3rd day.
Could you not then say, well, it's the 4th day, I might as well go and meet again? You don't do that. You go back to eggs.
Not always. Not always. I'm still 3 stone overweight.
Oh, 3. I dream of being 3 stone overweight. The other thing I ought to have told you earlier is that come 1 o'clock, I think it's 1 o'clock, might be 2. Breakfast show host Andy Twigg is the man I'll be talking to this afternoon, so that could take some considerable time.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing the 60s, 70s and 80s show this afternoon. It's going to be a change of bowling here. It's Michael Neser.
Oh, I thought you meant he was going to come down the cricket, because we were trying to induce him to do so last time I saw you, about 3 years ago.
He's been already this season. He did a little bit of commentary during the Sussex game, which people seem to enjoy, even though he's absolutely hopeless.
Did he know one end of the cue from the racket?
No, he didn't. I mean, he understands sport. Well, I say he understands sport. He's an Everton fan. He's a very concerned Everton fan, in fact,
yes.
When I left him this morning.
If you wish to tweet us on any subject, really,
Yes.
Fletch Sport or Nick Webb 2017.
Help us out. Help us out.
Glamorgan returned to seam for the first time after 36 minutes of spin without a breakthrough, and Michael Neser will be brought into the attack. Strange timing. You'd have thought he'd have bowled first thing to give him a longer rest before the new ball.
I did, yes. Captains do strange things, though, don't they? As the first delivery of the over from Michael Neser was pushed into the offside by Brooke Guest. There's no run. Renan Steenekamp, who's a regular contributor, says, hi Dave, I attended the AGM of the South African Rugby Union on Friday and had another AGM yesterday and missed the Labuschagne innings as a result, even though at our expense. But he has to be admired, a class batsman through and through. Absolutely no question about it. Renan, good to hear from you again, from South Africa, clearly. A regular listener / watcher of the Derbyshire stream or the BBC Sport website. Michael Neser, could say the same about him, is in, and that one is defended by Brooke Guest. He's been doing this, and I think it's something to do with his foot. I'm hoping it's something to do with his foot rather than anything else. But after he's delivered the ball, his follow through is really long, so he doesn't like to pull up quickly, it would appear. And he's just bent down there and just touched his left leg. I don't know which foot it is that's causing him the problems.
Yes, maybe connected to the infection he suffered during the last game, which was treated with antibiotics. Hopefully has cleared things up.
It can't be me. I'm on commentary. Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. Why do the hosts come from these? I was about to desert you then, but it's your turn. Go on.
Yeah, since we've got through cake and breakfasts already in the first 30-odd minutes of play, I hope Edward will steer the conversation back to more cricketing matters.
Dr. Rob.
So we've strayed a little already.
Well, yes. Dr. Rob Boddice. That is a magnificent name if it's the real name. Has tweeted me the perfect lesson in rotating the strike so far this morning by Derbyshire. Easy pickings, no pressure. They're on 204 for 2, leading by 185 as Neser He's right, of course. He's in and balls to Brooke Guest, who just pushes this out into the offside. We can't close the window, Edward, I'm afraid, because yes, I know. We could put the heating on at the start of the next over if you want. Or I could find you a large coat. It is chilly today. It's gone back to day one kind of temperatures, which weren't pleasant, and as a result, well, most people have decided to stay at home and watch or listen, I think. It is cold out there.
So much for the rain.
Right, well, ground staff say none at all, which is
Forecast.
interesting. These balls wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, it's not a particularly nice day for cricket. No doubt you've been debating what's going to happen. 185.
Well, I know
But
what's
they
going.
need
I
another-
know what's going to happen.
What have you been told?
No. Just from the interview that we did last night.
150 more they need minimum. That'll take.
The sentence that leapt out of the conversation I had with Ajmal Shazad last night when I said, where do you see the game going? He says, if we come out of this game with a very good draw, we will take it. I don't think Derbyshire have any intention of setting anything up, certainly. There's Nisa bowls, and it's driven gloriously out towards the cover boundary by Brooke Guest. I don't think he's quite going to get 4 runs because Salter's chasing it. That is a magnificent piece of fielding by Salter. Drag it in front of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side and keep them down to 3. Guest moves to 63, 207 for 2.
The only argument I would have against that is if they do accelerate Derbyshire and get, say, 330 ahead and leave Glamorgan 60, 65 overs, they have the option then of tiring Glamorgan's side. All of a sudden, you're 60 for 3, and you start thinking the batting side will get twitchy. And then it'll be up to Glamorgan to try and defend for the rest of the... And you know what it's like defending when the opposition is on top. And pitch might go... I don't think it will, because there'll be 7 minutes of heavy roller again, the 4th time in the game. Hence the reason, I think, that the ball is doing absolutely nothing. All those factors in, and you give your chance of winning, your side a chance of winning, because his remarks there thinks, well, a very good draw, or do you want a chance of a win?
Well, the thing about a win, it would put Derbyshire level on points at the top of the table with Nottinghamshire. I mean, these are untold heights, untold riches for a Derbyshire side that this time last year, well, you would pay not to watch. This year, completely different.
That's what I'm saying. They're a confident side.
Yeah.
Go on, give you a chance of it.
I think if we were in September, there would definitely be something.
Andrew Salter then to bowl. He's bowled from the start, from the city end, and comes in now and bowls, and Guest just pushes that back down the pitch. Salter is in his 18th over. He'll bowl a lot of overs, I suspect, if Derbyshire decide to bat till 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Here he is again. Round the wicket. Bowls. Guest is forward. Guest on 63. Madsen is on 72.
I guess they'd see where they were at lunch and assess from there, wouldn't they, Edward? Really, I
would have
suppose
thought
that's
so,
that's the way
if
forward.
Shazad said, no, they're just going to get a draw. Going very wide this time of the crease, and it's a clip out towards mid-wicket, and they will pick up another 2 runs. Had they been quicker, they would have easily had a 3rd, but decide not to.
I suppose the other thing is, of course, that's for public consumption, that's for Glamorgan consumption, potentially, and they've said, no, we're going for the draw, so the Glamorgan think, well, we're going for the draw, and then catch them by surprise. I don't know how these things work, if I'm honest.
Glamorgan will be the man short as well, and Van de Gooten. Salter in, bowls, and Guest clips it away in the same direction. He'll only pick up 1 this time, as it's picked up by the 12th man, Wheel. I suppose years ago, in the days of 3-day cricket, and amateur captains would take a chance. Things might be different, but things have changed so much. Andrew Salter from the city end coming in towards us, bowls to Madsen, and Madsen tickles that round the corner. He'll get a single. So runs coming in singles with the odd boundary. $211 for 2 then is the Derbyshire score.
Kevin Hines just asked me if I've got a potato on my right now. It's a thing for going on microphones.
Again, it's tickled down to fine egg. He's concentrating his attack. Andrew Sauter on that leg stump of the batsman, just take advantage of nudging him away for singles.
I have a message for the...
My friend, not Fred, Timmers has just tweeted me and said you can't win games without trying to win games.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure, because if Derbyshire was suddenly bowled out this afternoon when they weren't trying to win the match, they could then bowl Glamorgan out and win the match, even though they weren't trying to win the match in the first place. But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, not Fred. It's, yeah. I think these two will be relatively pleased with the way things have gone so far this morning. What are we, 45 minutes in? And they've added 42 runs. It suggests that they could put 120 on top of the 170 that they got to last night to get up to 290 runs, which would give them a lead of around about 270
At lunch.
at lunch.
Yeah.
Which is a fair lead, with 64, 66 overs left in the day's play. Perhaps back for another half an hour and then pull out, but I'm just not 100% certain. I think we will find out the mindset of the new Mickey Arthur regime as much as anything.
Yes. Yeah.
They certainly wouldn't have done it last year or the year before under Dave Houghton. Mind you, they wouldn't have been in this position. 212 for 2. Michael Neser, 12th over, 11 overs for 35 so far, but they're just... there's lots of pointing going on because he wants the point to go very square of the wicket on the offside, which is where he now is. Just the one slip. He's is in, bowls, and that was driven gloriously for 4 runs by Brookcast. He's in terrific touch this morning. He's moved on to 71
He's
now.
outscored him, Madsen.
Yes, he is this morning. He started the day on 40, 18 behind Wayne Madsen. He's now on 71, just 2 runs behind his more senior teammate out there in Derbyshire at 216 for 2, leading by 197. But he is a very, very fine cricketer, Brookcast. The confidence he'll have got from that first innings century, enormous. I took the liberty of asking David Griffin about wicket-keepers who'd scored centuries in each innings for Derbyshire. It's only happened once before. As Neser goes in again, and he's leaving this one alone outside the off stump. Bill Storer back in 1896. I missed that one.
I missed it too.
Yeah. Against Yorkshire, a Yorkshire side that included Lord Hawke. Here at the County Ground. I'm not sure if that would have been exactly here. I think they might have been across to our right-hand side at that point, but I'm not 100% certain. Certainly would have been in the middle of a very grand racecourse.
Yes.
Back in the late 1890s.
Thriving racecourse then.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And a terrific drawing of the grandstand. Slightly embellished, I'm told, but it's a pretty good drawing. As in goes Neser again, and that one is a wild swing at that one from Brookcast. He wants to avoid that if he possibly can. The second shot that he tried when he got on top of the ball was much more convincing, but the drive wasn't.
Michael Hogan at Minon looks thoroughly disinterested. He's just been practicing his golf swing. His mind perhaps on other things. Waiting for the new ball, but you have to wait a while, 16 overs away.
Yeah. Here's Neser again. In, and Brookcast leaves this one alone outside the off-stump to go through to the keeper.
Oh, yeah. Umpire is having a, I think.
It's not the first time.
Is that a warning? He's just held his. I think that might be the first warning. No. If it does persist, second warning, he's off for the game. And Glamorgan will have lost 2 bowlers.
That wouldn't be great, would it, for Glamorgan?
No.
It wouldn't be great if they're 2 bowlers. You can just about cope 1 bowler like, can't you? Just about. He says in again, and that was turned into the leg side by Guest. He deliberately moved his right leg and the follow through away from the middle of the pitch there. He's never been happy with the foot marks.
It must be, yeah, it must be difficult as you run up to have that at the back of your mind. Didn't see the umpire Pollard, signalling anything to his other umpire.
No.
So perhaps he hasn't had it.
So Nisa never seemed to be completely happy. This one is driven straight into the middle stump, which comes out of the ground spectacularly at the non-striker's end. It was a really nice shot from Brooke Guest, but too straight. He's been penalised for hitting it too straight. End of the over. Guest has 71, Madsen has 73. The partnership, which just 10 minutes ago it seemed got to three figures, is now 143 in Derbyshire. 216 for 2, leading by 197.
Yes, it's a little discussion been going on there with the Brains Trust, David Lloyd, and with Salter, Vice Captain Kieran Carson is having a word. I wouldn't be surprised if Glamorgan start employing the Lackmull tactics, and when runs are flowing, of you just bowling that much outside off stump, as we saw on Guest tried a drive which he missed.
Yeah, just trying to tempt the batsman into an error with the old ball. 15 hours to go to the new one. Over 8 level. Derbyshire, I understand, are in a little bit of a pickle from what Nick was saying. Close to -2, so they'll want to bowl again at some point, I'm sure, to try to rectify that. No point in getting 14 points from a game and losing 2 of them.
Yes, Salter's the start in the over, bowls to Madsen, who drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. James Harris is at mid-off, and he's doing a little practice run, hoping to bowl a little better than he did yesterday, obviously. Next ball is cut away again, and fielded by Northeast. No run. Yeah, I'm saying this morning before play started, I think this going back to the, just break off as Salter prepares to bowl. From that City end bowls to Masden, who drives and doesn't get a run again. This business of bringing the heavy roller for 4 innings, you see, when it was just the first innings, at least gives a chance to the pitch just to deteriorate, make life more interesting. Spinners come in, get a bit of turn, and Salter bowls. I saw you this morning in the hotel, and I said, anything? Nothing. He said, nothing. Turn in an inch. And that goes back. At least, he gives the bowl, brings the bowls, as it should do, I think. I don't know what your view is, into being in the last day. Salter bowls. And, it beats his despairing dive, and they go through for a single.
Well, you want an even contest, don't you? I mean,
yeah.
Looking around the country, look at that game at Hove where Durham were miles behind. There were 300.
Look at Gloucester.
Runs, yeah, Gloucestershire. Yep. Durham at 213 without loss at Hove in their second innings.
2 people in the county championship yesterday got double hundreds. Chris Dent and Pujara as the next ball from Salter is nudged 2 backward square, just the 1 run off it. 217 for 2.
In fairness, in the last match played here against Sussex, 3 players got double centuries in the same match.
I'm sorry, but
just happened too many times in the course of history.
The BCB rattling on. We must get better pitches prepared. Well, have a look now. Are you happy with that?
They've got themselves some better pitches, certainly, no question about it. Gloucestershire 443 for 2 in reply to 603, but there's going to be no play before lunch at the Oval.
They can shake hands. It's a Bristol.
Oh, at Bristol, I beg your pardon. Yes, you're right.
And that can get flat, Bristol.
Yeah, no play yet at Southampton either. Lancashire need 342 runs to win.
Well, that's a dead duck by the looks of it.
They're not going to do anything there. 181 for 4 in their second innings, following on trailing Northamptonshire by 16 runs now. So
They've recovered
got a
from a bad
chance.
start.
Yeah, got a chance there. Michael Nisa to continue from the racecourse and at 217 for 2. He turns that one, Madsen, into the leg side up towards Michael Hogan and the scamper through. A very comfortable single as Madsen moves to 75. And the lead moves up to 199 now. Derbyshire lead. Pretty much in a position where quite in a position where they can't lose the game, but not far off now, Derbyshire. I think it's fair to say.
What I perhaps think, Aniso just adjusting the field, he might think, well, I think if this chap is going to, the umpire is telling him, don't get up, sets his rhythm a bit, ball the other end.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. He's bought all his overs from this end, hasn't he?
Exactly,
So,
yeah.
I'm not sure whether he's been told by both umpires now. That's the only thing.
Pratt in the first innings and now Pollard in the second.
He's in now, balls to guess. That's down the leg side. That's a good half stop by Cook because he was a long way down leg side. They're going to come through for 2 leg byes. 2 byes, in fact, didn't hit anything. So it was just thrown down the leg side, and the 200 lead for Derbyshire is up, if that is a thing. They lead by 201 at 220 for 2. I'm not sure the 200 lead is a thing. But it is a thing, but it's not something to be celebrated or applauded necessarily. You can see the lights at various places. There is a light we can quite often see at the far end, which I can't at the moment. That one's a wide delivery. He has a go at that one, Guest, again. That's twice he's done that. It was another good take by Cook. Took it in front of first slip. But there was no bat involved in that occasion.
Well, if they go on batting long into the afternoon, Cook might as well come out into the field and have a little rest, and Tom Cullen can have some, because he's a very accomplished keeper, second team keeper, and have a bit of practice.
He says in again, and that one is just surprising. Guess a little bit of extra bounce there. It gets him high up on the bat, pushes it out into the offside. There is no run. There's only one other game in the second division. That's the game at Hove, which looks to be going nowhere really. Durham trained by 98, but with all 10 second innings and wickets still intact. Wins yesterday for Middlesex and Notts.
Near neighbours.
This one is pushed out into the offside.
But Alex Ferguson once say noisy neighbour.
Yes, very much.
Oh, he's at it again. His umpire Pollard. Now then,
he's having another look at Nisa's follow through in the what they call the red zone, I think, the danger area. And he's getting plenty of guidance from Marnus Labuschagne.
and some advice.
I'm sure there's plenty of advice. Labuschagne saying, well, it might be just outside off stump to a left-hander. So he's going to go round the wicket. He's going to go round the wicket to a right-hander, which is unusual, but worth trying.
I'm sure it's something to do with the landing area because it's been throughout the match, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we saw Sidebottom get no ball. Harris has got no ball.
Yeah.
I think
Blackmal's been no ball from this end, certainly.
Yeah, there must be.
Yeah, but in both innings it's happened. So since the umpires have swapped ends as well as Nisa around the wicket, balls down the leg side, and the over is complete. I think Michael Nisa's just happy to get out of the over. If I'm entirely honest with you, he doesn't even look at the umpire as he takes his cap off him and marches out towards.
He's got his pencil out there.
In position. Interesting to find out after the game if anything happened to Cook last night or will happen to him tonight after he threw the ball down in disgust after not getting it caught behind.
Should have asked somebody this morning in confidence because he must have been pulled into the umpire's room last night.
I'd have thought so.
It could have been. Well, it was sheer disappointment. I thought he hit it. I apologise profusely. They'll say, they report, yeah, that's probably right, and put it down just in case in your little book.
Yeah.
Or it could be, well, that wasn't at all good behaviour. We'll give you some penalty points.
He won't have any yet, though, will he? I imagine his record is fairly unblemished, so you have to get a fair few, don't you, to
A little bit of time wasting going on here. Brains Trust of was it Labuschagne, holding course, vice captain, Carlson. Who was the other one? Who was having a chat?
Is it Lloyd?
Lloyd, it is, yeah.
Only because he's been filling it slip the entire time. Well, what we'd really need here is a wicket keeper. He was still up the other end.
Yeah.
He was having a chat with Michael Hogan and the bowler, Andrew Salter.
Salter to continue, and that's. Did he drop that? No. He certainly tried to cut it away on the offside at the batsman there, Madston. It didn't get anything on it. Here he is again from the city end, bowls and is played away on the onside, and there's no run. Scoring rate has gone down a little bit in the last 20 minutes.
16 off the last 5 overs for Derbyshire.
How many?
16 runs, 5 overs.
Yeah, so I'm right. It's hard because they started off very positively this morning. In comes the next ball. It's cut away, and that's going to go running away. Is it stopped? Yeah, it is a very good stop there at mid-off. I think his northeast dived away to his left and had a good stop. Just get the single. Andrew Salter bowling his off spin over the wicket now. And he's bowling to Guest, and Guest comes down the pitch and just chips it away backward of square. And fielded there by Tom Cullen, and there's no run.
Nick was telling me earlier he only has 1 cooked breakfast, including sausages, per away trip.
1.
1.
I don't believe it.
I was slightly appalled, if I'm honest.
Because I was up in Durham for 4 days with him last season, and he had 4 cooked breakfasts.
You dub him in.
You tell him when he comes back.
That would be my preferred number, certainly.
I was quite ashamed to say that I had a very, very big evening meal last night. Found a little country pub.
Yeah.
Mr. Hignell and myself. Glamorgan scorer. As in comes Salter, bowls down the pitch. It comes again, chips it away for a single to mid-wicket. No risks taken by these two. They're just accumulating at the moment in singles and twos. As Dave Fletcher prepares to tell his listeners, love to hear his reports. Listening on Radio Derby. Salter having bowled for this morning, an hour. We'll probably keep on. Comes in and bowls, and this is well pitched up but driven and returned by Labuschagne at short mid-wicket. Another good over for Salter. It's 222 for, no, it's the old Richie Barrow. 222 for 2. Guest 72 and Madsen 76. And the partnership is worth 149. And then there will be another little chat in the middle of the wicket. And that's between the two batsmen this time.
Coming on to bowl as the race course ends, James Harris.
Possible that this could end in a positive result one way or the other. I'm not sure if it's in their favour. 222 for 2, leading back to 103.
Well, the unhappy Nisa has been taken off, or I think voluntarily took himself off, and he will be replaced by James Harris. There are 3 men and Harris determining the field placing. And David Lloyd now walks, and now he's into a trot to the far end, and Harris will have to prove on his showing yesterday. He bowled 3 overs and 5 balls, 1 for 34, harshly dealt with by Madsen in his first over after he had dismissed Billy Godalman. And if you're thinking, how is he only bowled 3.5, it's because Van der Gooten walked off after one ball.
The first ball of the over is just guided down to third man by Brooke Guest for a single. Guest moves within 3 of Wayne Madsen. He's on 73, 223 for 2. He hasn't been at his best, I think it's fair to say, James Harris, in this match, having done particularly well in the previous game.
4 wickets.
Yeah, he was a little expensive in the first innings and has been similarly expensive in the second. But we all know the qualities he has. Bowling to Wayne Madsen now on 76 not out. Madsen crashes him away towards the cover boundary. There is a man out there on the sweep, and he gets just a single for him. It's a nice shot.
Here we are speaking behind a window enclosed in the press box. I did speak to you briefly this morning, Dave, of a very, very unfortunate incident to a big colleague and a big friend of mine, Simon Davis of BBC Wales, who was commentating up the road from the Swansea and Nottingham Forest game. And he was verbally abused by Nottingham Forest supporter.
Harris in again. Bowls to Guest, who drives out into the offside. There's a chase on here for Carlson. In fact, the ball raced past him. He's going to get it just inside the rope, is he? Yes, terrific piece of fielding. The batsman will come back for 3. Guest moves to 76, 227 for 2.
And using bad language and other things, and obviously Simon got upset, and credit to the stewards there, they quickly got hold of him, this clown who went up there, and I think he was removed from the ground. And you were telling me that you've worked at the Nottingham Forest ground, and you're commentating, and 2 rows in front of you are the home supporters.
I mean, there's a lot of football grounds that are like that, Ed, to be honest.
It's not right, is it?
We are privileged in cricket to be pretty much enclosed and away from everybody else, if that is a privilege. Harris is in again, and that one is driven out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. He doesn't time it, though.
And this day and age, you hear all sorts of things happening in society. I once went to do a rugby match many years ago. It's the most comfortable and safe. Many people would not have heard of this ground. Tredegar RFC, up in the Welsh Valleys. And you went in, as we are here, and there was a window in front of you, and a fire, because Tredegar's right up in the Monmouthshire Valleys, and you can get cold. But I thought, well, that is protection, and you lock the door. So that was quite disturbing yesterday.
It's the delivery from Harris. He's just popping a little bit on Wayne Madsen, who guides it down to backward point. When I was covering Halifax Town, I went to Clitheroe FC, because they went bust and were demoted, and they had a very nice enclosed press box at Clitheroe, glass fronted and everything. And I went up to somebody and said, you couldn't just open the press box for me? He said, we've lost the key. So no, we weren't allowed. Nobody had been in it for years, apparently, but it was there.
Yeah.
You know, the thought was there. It goes Harris to complete his over. He bowls to Madsen, who has a swing at that one.
First attacking
goes through Cook. And there is no run. 227 for 2. Derbyshire's lead is 208. And I'm going to let Nick come and join you for 25 minutes or so. Well, as if it's no. Anyway, he's going to join you.
Yes, as Dave said, 227 for 2, and the batsman more or less level pegging here, 76 to Guest, 77 to Madsen. And I think that's about 18 runs in the last 7 overs. And then welcome back to Nick. And
thank you.
There are 5 players now discussing what to do, and I think they've been doing this for the last 3 overs. And I suspect the umpires might be saying, "Get on with it, please." And now they're calling for the 12th man or something. I suggested that Tom Cullen keep wicket and Chris Cook can have a rest.
That's a good thought, yeah. But yes, these committee meetings are a little tedious.
Yeah. So it was a game at the moment.
for a game that is not entirely full of obvious and immediate interest at the moment, as Derbyshire lead by 208. If I deafened you, Edward, I do apologise. These headphones are obviously not in the same street. Marnus Labuschagne going to have another bowl. Is he going to bowl a bit of seam? No, he'll stick to spin.
The umpires are having a word. I don't know what about, whether to get the pads out for the short leg fielder, which you're allowed to do. Anyway, I don't know quite what to believe what I've heard about you this morning. Mr. Fletcher was telling me that you told him on this trip you only had one cooked breakfast.
I only had one meat-cooked breakfast. He's reported it inaccurately.
Because I dined with you last year in Durham and you had 4 cooked breakfasts.
No, I have a cooked breakfast. I just don't always indulge in meat.
Right.
On the grounds that if I had sausage and bacon
Which I have.
every morning, yes, but
I'm proud of
you have an ideal BMI and I don't.
So, okay. Just questioning you, that's all.
227 for 2. Unfortunate, my club second 11 game has been called off, so I don't have to worry about writing a report on that. As Marnus Labuschagne from the City Road end bowls and Guest sweeps his first ball. It was over pitch. He'll get 4 runs. Nothing that Wheel can do on the square leg boundary to get round there in time. And
that was nearly a no ball. You see how far round the wicket? He was very close to the return crease then.
231 for 2. Gast moves on to 80, looking to become the first Derbyshire wicketkeeper in more than a century to score 2 centuries in a match.
1832.
So it was 96. It's before my time anyway.
Nothing about it.
Labuschagne bowls. That's another full toss, and it's again, this time it's hit away square. Wheel has a diving attempt to stop it on the boundary, but it's gone for 4 more. And I'm afraid Labuschagne has started this spell with a couple of pies.
In the old days, you'd think, best to feed in them runs now and looking at the declaration.
I think it's just a couple of slipped out.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Labuschagne ever
Jason
giving away runs willingly to anyone. If they did want to feed runs, they'd bring on a complete non-bowler, you would imagine. Harris then is brought round to reinforce the leg side, which already has a short leg, mid-on, mid-wicket, a fine leg, a deep backward square leg, and now a square leg. So 6 on the leg side.
Watch how wide he goes.
Just
now,
3 on the off. Labuschagne then bowling round the wicket here, just inside the crease, and it's swept again, and that will be cut off this time by Wheel, who's been kept dashing hither and thither. Tumbling stop close to the boundary. They've come back for 2 runs, so that's 10 off the first 3 balls from Labuschagne, who's not got his radar right. Just looking at Glamorgan's bowling options, I thought they would have had one burst from Hogan by
I
now.
think they're waiting for the new one. 9 overs away, isn't it?
I thought they might bowl Neeser and Hogan first thing and then have a few overs of fill-in. As Labuschagne bowls a bounce that's a no ball.
Doesn't like it. Didn't think it was a no ball.
Now, whether that's on head height or overstepped, it's difficult to tell from this this distance. Labuschagne likes to bowl a bouncer occasionally off a spinner's run-up, but this is a pretty shoddy over. 239 for 2. Labuschagne manages to pitch one, and Guest defends it to mid-wicket. No run. So, yeah, a bit of rain around in Cardiff. Rain is interrupting the Wales National Counties game in Newport, or held it up anyway from starting, as Guest defends out on the offside.
First Googly's ball.
Wales featuring the Glamorgan players Callum Taylor and Dan Douthwaite, if they do manage to get out into the middle. As that is squeezed away on the offside by Guest. He'll get another couple of runs at least. They may well come back from 3. It's a long chase from Salter, And it's a very comfortable 3 indeed. So that is 13 off the bat, plus a no ball in that over. And Labuschagne's figures slip rather. He's now 8 overs, 0 for 35.
And another discussion takes place. Umpire Pollard had a quick look at his watch then.
Well, I'm not surprised. It's not great, is it? I mean, even they haven't got that much in hand on the over 8. It's still 0. David Lloyd has gone off temporarily. Maybe he's going to have a bowl himself and he wants to get a different pair of boots on. Which
Carlson's
means
in charge.
that Carlson is in charge temporarily, and Sisodia is on the pitch as Glamorgan's second substitute fielder, with Wheel doing the full day for Van der Hoogten.
Here's James Harris, much longer run than Nisa. Comes in over the wicket and bowls, and Guest leaves that go outside the off stump. And now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the offside. I was just mentioning to Dave whether they'll employ the system or that Derbyshire did when Glamorgan were in control with the bat, i.e. bowl a foot or so outside off stump and try and bore the batsman. We did see Mazen in the last over taking a huge flay outside the off stump and just the one slip. So yeah, it's Harris again, comes over the wicket and bowls, and this is met with a push out into the offside defence, fielded by Derbyshire. There's no run.
Do you think it's one of those days when we could see 10 or 11 different people bowling at this rate?
We did see that, didn't we, at the over last year? Chris Cook had an over or two.
Yes, with Hogan keeping wicket too, without pads, which gives you some idea of the degree of threat posed by Cook's bowling.
Guest waits as Harris comes bounding in over the wicket and bowls to him, and his good-looking shot played out towards deep extra cover. They cross for one. They'll probably come. No, they won't come back for a second, as the return comes from. I can't even see.
Wheel it is out in the boundary.
Wheel, yes.
Around the corner from Edward's side of the box.
Fielded well on the boundary.
He's an athletic sort, isn't he? Tall and lean.
A very willing cricketer, I think.
Yeah, may well be called upon next week if Van der Hoogten is ruled out against Leicestershire.
Safe to say that he is ruled out. As, in comes James Harris. Bowls again down the leg side and taken there by Chris Cook. This time, not this time, yesterday, but yesterday was a very irate Chris Cook when he had a catch behind. Would seem around to everybody on the field, and I certainly heard something in my ears.
Doesn't often get irate, Chris Cook, in public, does he? He's a
hurled the ball on the
mild-mannered chap.
At the end of the over, he hurled it at Carlson, who was feeling rather close. So, we shall wait to see what happens there. Harris again is in and bowls, and this is chipped away on the onside. Hogan, who's had his hands in his pockets and been practicing his golf swing here at mid-on, eventually returns.
See much of a golfer, Edward? Have you been on the links with him at all?
I haven't been on the links with him, but I'm told, as you would imagine, he hits a very long ball. Whether it goes in the right direction, I don't know. I used to play quite a lot in the older, but these boys, they're embarrassing, they drive it 300 yards, and there is me, 200 yards and 100 yards behind. End of another over, and it's 244 for 2. Something you haven't tried, Nick, golf? I haven't heard you talk much any golfing prowess.
No, I have no golfing prowess. I did try it briefly when I was younger, but my golfing career, brief as it was ended in a lake in Surrey, where I think the tee was one side of the lake, and the fairway and the green were the other side, and after 6 attempts to clear the lake, I gave up. That was it. Marched off to the 19th hole.
Going back to your cricket club, and Derbyshire listeners might like to hear me pronounce it, Machen, M-A-C-H-E-N. I didn't realise how a picture appeared. What a lovely setting it's in.
Oh, it is beautiful, yes.
Beautiful
On a
setting with the
fine day.
mountain behind you.
On a fine day, it's riverside and trees around 2 sides of the ground. It is a very picturesque place indeed, but
Where exactly is it? Newport, a few miles from Newport?
it's on the road between Machen and Caerphilly. I don't know if you know Bedwas. It's just south of Bedwas.
Certainly do on Caerphilly, done a lot of rugby games there.
Yeah, if you go
Up the mountain.
from Caerphilly
Cardiff,
through Bedwas towards Newport, you will come through Machen.
Right.
Here's Labuschagne to see if he can do better in this over. He starts with another full bunger that's clipped by Madsen out towards square leg. And they go through for a single. Madsen 79. He was a long way ahead of Guest, but Guest has now overtaken him with that flurry of scoring. He's on to 90 not out.
Chance to get 100 in this over if Labuschagne keeps on throwing full tosses at him.
Labuschagne to Guest. That's a better delivery that's watched onto the bat and defended respectfully for once back to the bowler. Madsen practicing a few swishes at the non-striker's end. I'm not sure whether that was a drive off the tee or an on-drive. Labuschagne bowls short and pulled away by Guest, but he's picked out wheel at fine leg, and they just go in through for a single. I interviewed Labuschagne about his batting yesterday. Don't think there's much chance that I'll be interviewing him about his bowling today. Madsen on strike, on 79 not out. 246 for 2 becomes 247 for 2 with another single work by Madsen out towards mid-wicket. Throw comes in. Lead 228. Madsen moves to 80 off 121 balls, so he's had considerably less of the strike than Guest, who is cutting this one into the offside. Well stopped by Harris, diving next to the umpire at point, keeps them down to a single. 248 for 2. Any idea, Edward, why the umpire is at point rather than square leg, given there's no sunshine and no left-hander?
Too lazy probably to walk there.
I'll just stay at square leg. As Madsen works one into the leg side, goes through for a single.
Could have been that he was blinded by a man at a short leg with Salter, and he's probably decided he'd stay where he is now, at the other side.
Yeah, that's the thought. There was a short leg in for a few overs with Salter bowling some respectable but not penetrative spin for a spell at the start from the city end. Harris probably could do with a few overs to try and get some sort of rhythm back into his game, having bowled very well against Middlesex and been Glamorgan's standout performer. He's just got the 1 wicket for 120 or so in this match, so it hasn't been his finest hour.
Labuschagne now is in conversation with the umpire about where Nisa was running on. He likes to get involved, doesn't he, Marnus?
He does. It'd be a nightmare to
Well, he's
umpire,
crossed the pitch to go off the on to the offside, now back to the on, and now back to the offside. And he's putting his second jumper on.
Possibly a third one as well, I
He
think.
is, yeah. Putting another one on, which is very cold out there. Yes, it's, James Harris to start on the over. Balls to Guest. Guest defends with the ball. But didn't really keep low. It was defended. Guest does jump around and exaggerates when he thinks it's a low delivery. But pitch is doing absolutely nothing again, is it? Nothing whatsoever.
Derbyshire lead 230. They're going to really have to
Want
go
another
for it
100, don't they?
if they're going to think of declaring it lunch.
I don't think that'll happen. James Harris is in and bowls, and this is played away on the onside, wide of Hogan, very wide of Hogan at Maidon. They will not risk Salter's arm. Arrow-like right comes into Chris Cook's gloves, and the score advances by 1. And the partnership now is 177 for this third wicket.
Good heavens. Yes, they came together at 73 for 2 when Derbyshire were possibly in a very minor bit of bother, but that danger has long receded.
Here's Harris in, bowls to Guest. Guest goes off the back foot, chops it down to third man. They'll think of a second here and will easily go back because the man down on the third man boundary has some 10-15 yards to his right to gather. 252 for 2.
You would have thought that Derbyshire would give themselves some sort of 50 overs at least to have a crack at Glamorgan, just in case there's a collapse and the wicket starts doing things.
You were probably present last night when the bowling coach was speaking and said we would like to have a very good draw out of this. This is a Harris bowls and that's short and pulled away up. Might bisect mid-wicket and fine leg. And no, it's picked up again by Salter, who returns to Cook. 2 more runs. And said that if we'd be very happy if we get a good draw out of it. Well, they will get 14 points if they draw. There's one person on Twitter came in to Dave Fletcher earlier on and said, well, why don't they attempt to try and get a win? But
yeah, Derbyshire could get to a point where they give themselves an outside chance of victory, but virtually no chance of a Glamorgan win.
yeah. Harris again comes in and bowls, and Guest is playing out of the way into the deep gully position, and there's no run. You're going to do some crossing over after this over?
Yes.
Yeah, we've got
Don't think BBC Radio Derby want to hear from me, so
6 minutes to go, so
we'll swap over at the end of the over.
of which there will be 2 more balls. Getting a bit lighter as we look towards, I don't know where we're looking towards, the west.
We'll rely on Dave to give us a geography lesson.
No idea, says Dave. Harris bowls, Guest plays it up to Hogan, who is rather deep and a bit wide for him there, and he'll go through for a single.
There we are, a last concluding comment from Edward on the state of the nation, and Dave will join me.
Fred Truman used to say, I don't know what's going on out there. And that's the position I'm in at the moment. And as Nick just said, Derbyshire will probably come out after lunch and then get on with it and give Morgan, I would think, about 60, 65. But what do I know, Mr. Fletcher?
You know plenty. You know plenty. I was just slightly concerned. I wasn't really concerned because my ego isn't that big, but that Brooke Guest would get his century.
We would have done our best.
I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would.
Invoked the spirit of 1896 for you.
Quite. Well, he's on strike now. So Labuschagne is in and he turns this into the leg side, straight to the man at short, fine leg, whose wheel tumbles. Of course, what will happen is he'll get his century when I'm on Radio Derby, which wouldn't be necessarily a great thing, in all honesty.
Well, it would bring it to a wider audience.
Next one is cut away by, there it is, he's going to get 4 runs for it, and it's another century for Brooke Guest. He chopped that one away, and that is centuries in each innings for Brooke Guest. The first Derbyshire wicketkeeper to achieve that feat since Bill Storer in 1896 here at Derby against Yorkshire. Storer was batting at 6, Guest is batting at 3, and he's got back-to-back centuries. He's 101 not out. Derbyshire are 259 for 2, leading by 240. Excellent. I'll see you shortly.
Yeah, so run every other ball or thereabouts. And really it's an innings that steered Derbyshire out of any sort of danger and put them in the driving seat in this game as he defends the next ball from Labuschagne to Sam Northeast, who is at cover at the moment. 259 for 2, Derbyshire. 240 ahead. Labuschagne bowls, and Guest again plays that one to Northeast at cover. And again, there is no run. As Labuschagne bowls, Guest drives into the offside. We'll take a single. Glamorgan now have a sweeper. Andrew Salter out on the right-hand side as we look at it towards the scoreboard. Single taken. 260 for 6. Gareth Lewis on Twitter says, since Tim van der Hoogten went off, Glamorgan bowling has been lacklustre. It hasn't been hugely penetrative. As Labuschagne bowls, and Madsen's cutting this one. A diving stop, half stop by Harris, running back to third man. Parried the ball but recovered quickly and keeps them down to a single. 261 for 2. Derbyshire lead by 242.
Yes, 198 balls and included 9 balls.
Graham Smith on Twitter reckons that Glamorgan could be bowling themselves into a tricky afternoon batting. Well, yes, unless they keep a grip on the run rate, there's a danger that Derbyshire will be able to declare earlier rather than later, fairly soon after lunch. There's yet another Glamorgan committee meeting between Cook, Labuschagne and Carlson. Hogan waving at someone in the pavilion with some sort of instructions. So Brooke Guest, the man of the moment. Excellent performance from the Derbyshire number 3. Harris to start a new over. Into bowl to Madsen, and he defends to Hogan at mid-on. And there's no run. Glamorgan fielders spread far and wide. Just the one slip at the moment. Captain David Lloyd, Vice Captain Kieran Carlson is at mid-off. There are 4 saving the single and 4 out in the deep. Harris is in to bowl, and that's played to cover by Madsen, and there's no run this time. 75th over of the innings, and Morgan hoping for some breakthroughs from the new ball from the two Michaels, Nisa and Hogan. You would have thought we've seen Nisa with one spell today. Hogan has not yet bowled today. I thought he might have a quick 3 or 4 overs first up, but they gave Andrew Salter a long twirl as Harris runs away and bowls down leg side, well taken by Cook. Madsen swished at it on the way through, did not make contact. Nick Webb 2017 or at Fletch Sport if you wish to communicate via the means of Twitter, or if you want to drop us an email, fletchcricket@gmail.com.
When Storer got his centuries in each innings, he also took a wicket, 1 for 49, in the first innings.
Right.
Yorkshire were bowled out for 416, and he bowled.
As Harris is in, bowls, and that's bunted back to him on the bounce by Madsen. Does that count as a full wicket-keeping performance, then, if he didn't keep wicket for part of the time?
Ooh. So this is the only complete. Nice, nice. I thought Storer had one up on on guess because he'd taken a wicket, but you're right, he did have a spell without the pad, unless he bowled in his pads. You wouldn't put it past them, would you? I don't think they were quite the pads that they wear these days. And I'm not sure if it would have been exactly here. I think it might have been across to the right at the time, but I'd have to check with David Griffin at lunch as to where the pitch was at the time.
Harris is in to bowl. It's a nice drive from Madsen into the offside, intercepted by Labuschagne, no run. Presumably the pitch would have been pointing the other way at that time.
Well, yeah, but they also
ground, it's different ground,
yes, they also
slightly different
played
ground.
slightly to the right behind where we used to commentate the old scoreboard. There was a
Right.
cricket pitch there
Uh-huh.
because it was sort of hemmed in a bit at one point by the racecourse, and I'm not sure whether 1896 was before that or after that. My full history of Derbyshire isn't quite as comprehensive as David Griffin's.
As Harris is in, bowls to Madsen down leg side and pulled away, but picking out the fielder at fine leg. Madsen collects one more and moves on to 84. Looks almost inevitable that he will get to three figures as well. He's 84 for 131 balls, and Guest has managed to get more of the bowling, although he came in, 3 or 4 overs later. Earlier, rather, he's faced 201 balls for his 102. And if you look back, I suppose there was the caught behind appeal when Guest was on 40, and Lloyd was convinced he'd had him caught at the wicket by Cook. But apart from that, no real chances to note against either batsman.
They were absolutely convinced of that, weren't they? I said to Edward at the time, he said, well, I might ask them in the hotel to that. I said, well, I know what the answer's going to be. Alfred Tippers has suggested that Storer bowled slowly enough to bowl and keep wicket at the same time. which is a great thought.
It needs to be real moon ball lobs for that, wouldn't it?
Well, absolutely. Wayne Madsen, incidentally, yes, century, 16 away from a century, but these two are 11 away from a double century partnership, and Wayne Madsen has involved in double century stands in each of the last 2 matches, I think. 3 in a row for him, potentially. He's on strike now as a new over begins from, well, that isn't Marnus Labuschagne, is it? No, it's Salter. It's turned into the leg side by Madsen, who picks up another single, 85 to him, 263 for 2.
Yes, Labuschagne's bowling was not of his best.
No, it was appalling, wasn't it? Yeah.
There were quite a lot of full tosses involved.
There were 1 or 2, yeah. I didn't know if it was a googly or not because of the fact that it never pitched. Salter again. Bowls to Guest, who dances down the track and turns it into the leg side. For another single, he moves to 103. As we know from the first innings, his high score is 116 against Leicestershire last season. Brooke Guest, and there's another little target for him. Didn't quite manage to get there in the first innings, of course. But he's got an opportunity here. I don't think there's much question about that. He made 109 first time around. Madsen on strike, Salter bowls, turned into the leg side, single taken. It's there by Prem Sisodia. Who's on as a substitute fielder. There's Salter again. This is his 21st over, strikes the pad of Brooke Guest. There's a little inside edge onto that.
Might have been because
the appeal, wasn't it?
they pulled out the appeal.
I think they'd have gone berserk for that one. They decided not to. The next delivery is defended. Back to the bowler by Brooke Guest. Balls did he face in the first innings? Plenty, I imagine. 251 in the first innings, 204 in this, so he's got a bit quicker as he defends this next delivery back down the track. And there is no run.
They're having an early lunch in Newport, where Wales National Counties side is meant to be playing a double header of T20 games against Berkshire. And looking at that Wales squad, out of 13 players, I make it 8 of them have played for Glamorgan at some point. Stephen Reingold last season, Connor Brown the season before, Callum Taylor and Dan Douthwaite currently part of the Glamorgan squad. Sam Pearce played last season, Kieran Bull the year before, Cameron Herring a few years back, the keeper, and Deniran Norman possibly even longer ago. Harris is in to bowl, and that's driven down the ground, and a very good scrambling stop. Makes sure of no run by Tom Cullen. May well have run away for 4 for Wayne Madsen. Had Cullen not got some part of his anatomy on it, he just hurled himself at the ball and got his chest behind it, I think. 265 for 2. Derbyshire 246 ahead. A few of the Glamorgan staff turned out in the South Wales Premier League yesterday. As Harris is in to bowl, and Madsen on the back foot pushes up to mid-off. Carlson fields no run. A few of the Glamorgan staff in South Wales Premier League action. Joe Cook got 140 odd for Bridgend against St Fagans, who won the match. They fielded Andy Gorvin and Rory Smith of the Glamorgan staff. Billy Root got 100 for Ammanford. Dan Douthwaite took 3 wickets in a big Swansea win over Cardiff. Brad Wadland getting 180 odd and 4 wickets for Swansea. As Harris bowls straight down the ground. Oh, that's taken out the stump at the non-striker's end. Guest had turned and made his ground, but Madsen denying himself a boundary by hitting the ball too straight.
Second time today, the middle stump's been uprooted, and now the off stump for the right-hander's gone.
Amir Evans says, pitch still looks good for batting. No reason why Glamorgan shouldn't be able to bat out for the draw. Well, no, there isn't from the pitch. You're right, Amir.
It's got to bat first, though.
You've got to do it. You've got to do it. As Harris in to bowl, Madsen clips one off his legs down to fine leg. Single taken, 266 for 2. There are 70 overs remaining after this one. Left in the day, it doesn't look like Derbyshire are going to be in a position to declare at lunchtime. Therefore, there'll be 2 overs lost out of the day as well.
I never imagined they would declare at lunch, if I'm honest. This is a team that has been very fragile in recent years.
Harris in, bowls, full length, Guest drives. Harris gets a hand to it in the follow through. Carlson completes the fielding at mid-off. So it's the effect of previous years that has put the Derbyshire psyche,
I think so,
in this sort of place.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's make 100% sure we don't lose first.
Yeah. Got to become learn how not to lose before you can learn how to win, I think, is the mantra at the moment. It might be different when we come down to Cardiff in September.
Harris into bowl, driven into the offside by Guest. Labuschagne fields and shies at the wicket and hits the wicket at the non-striker's end. And Madsen was paying attention, possibly seeing that it was Labuschagne and therefore he was 99% likely to throw at the stumps. And it's a dot ball, but at least an eventful one. Good afternoon to Neil Thornycroft, who says there's unlikely to be any play in Newport unless there's a big change in the weather. It's still drizzling in the area, so hopefully they'll get a bit of play at Spitty Park. Anything else happening around the country?
Adam New's been in touch and amusingly says he was talking with a fellow supporter on Thursday morning. Both said Brooke Guest shouldn't be batting at 3. 2 centuries later, it's good to know that we have no idea what we're talking about. Morning of the next game, we'll be discussing Billy Godleman not opening the batting.
Yes, the reverse curse of the commentator, yes, or the curse of the spectator in this case.
Excellent work. Here's Andrew Salter 22nd over for him, bowling from the city end, pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen for a single. Harris does the fielding.
At Hove, Durham's first wicket partnership is still going in their second innings. They're still 50 behind with all 10 standing. They're 265 for naught, with Dixon having 157 of them and Lease approaching his 100.
And the next delivery from Salter dances down the track a little bit. Brooke Guest moves on to 104. He clips it into the leg side, 268 for 2.
It's Grim down south. They're not playing in Bristol or Southampton in Division 1.
Weather clearly isn't going to arrive here at any time soon. As Salter bowls and Madsen flicks it back towards him.
The remaining 2 matches in Division 1 may yet produce positive results.
ECB's fault, they wanted better pitches. Here comes Salter again. He flings that one down. Madsen steps forward a couple of steps down the track, pushes it out into the offside, no run.
At Chelmsford, Essex, 222 for 4 in their second innings, a lead of 25 runs now. Paul Walter, 74 not out.
And he comes again, Salter, that one's on leg stump and whipped up towards long on. And they go through for another single. Madsen moves to 89. The partnership is 196 now, Derbyshire. 269 for 2, leading by exactly 250.
At Headingley, looks like Yorkshire should be able to enforce victory over Kent.
So disappointing. Next delivery is defended out into the offside by Brooke Guest, end of the over, 269 for 2.
Kent are 188 for 5 in their second innings. That's still 92 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat. And that's despite 93 from Ben Compton, who
It's been a good nick, hasn't it?
has been in good nick after moving from the N County.
Yeah, it's been a good nick.
And of course, it was Nick Compton who we were talking about only yesterday in the
Yeah.
context of Shan Massoud's near record.
Well, Ben got centuries in each innings in a game earlier this season, and he almost carried his bat in both.
Yeah, was he last out in the
Yeah, I
second
think
innings?
he was, yeah.
And there was some question over that. Harris at 269 for 2. Into bowl, down leg side. Might have flicked something on the way through, but Chris Cook couldn't take it cleanly anyway as Madsen tried to turn it away. Down towards fine leg or thereabouts. Penultimate over before the new ball is available for Glamorgan. James,
He said, I'll take it.
bite your hand off for it. James Harris has not enjoyed his bowling in this match. 0 for 71, 1 for 49. As he's in balls, that's a decent delivery that has Madsen doubled up, hit him possibly just above the pad. There's no real appeal. Might have been a bit of inside edge involved as well, but had Madsen in some difficulty. 269 for 2. The lead is 250. And absolutely no sign of Derbyshire looking to press on with things, apart from in that rather more eccentric than usual spell from Labuschagne with the ball. Harris to Madsen, drives nicely. Carlson will not stop that as it's beaten him and raced away for 4 runs. Beautifully timed shot from Wayne Madsen to move him up to 93 off 144 balls.
He's already got 1 century this season in addition to the 4 half centuries, and 2 of his half centuries now have been in the 90s.
That's his 8th boundary. Decent enough strike rate. It's round about the 65 runs, 100 balls. 273 for 2. 12 minutes until luncheon. Harris bowls. Madsen drives, wants a quick single to Cullen at mid-on, and he'll get there. As Cullen has a slightly unnecessary throw towards Chris Cook, because Cook was about 20 metres behind the wickets at the time, and it pitched just in front of him, and Cook had to parry it, and Lloyd tidied it up. It's not a very good throw. It's the throw of a wicketkeeper, to be honest.
Yes. Yeah, sort of a loopy effort.
274 for 2.
Bless him. It's all glory.
Guest on 104. On strike. Harris in, and Guest pinches a quick single on the offside, playing it just in front of point. They're just toying with the Glamorgan fielders at the moment, dabbing singles almost at will. 275 for 2 on BBC Sport Online and on the Derbyshire and Glamorgan websites. Derbyshire have the next round off to put their feet up and get a few tired bodies back together. Glamorgan at home to Leicestershire on Thursday morning.
I'll be listening.
Pleasure to have you along.
Potentially.
Harris is into bowl, turned on the leg side by Madsen for a single wide of mid-on. 276 for 2.
I'll be listening to one of them, certainly, with a week off. I'm not a big fan of weeks off, if I'm honest. I think I am freelance.
Any football to detain you next weekend?
No, I'll be up at Blackrod Cricket Club next Saturday afternoon, the first home game of the season. Looking forward to that.
In any active role?
Oh, goodness me, no. Well, I'll just be walking to and from the bar at various points in the afternoon.
Not dragged into scoring or umpiring or anything like that when you turn up?
No, they're very professional.
They have proper umpires?
Yeah, they have 2 umpires. Certainly at first 11 level in the Bolton League, they have a couple of umpires. Some of them are quite old now, so I don't know how long it's going to last, but I should have my first opportunity to get up there and watch a game of cricket this season.
Marnus Labuschagne is bending the ear of umpire Pollard.
I've shown them the ball. It's where on earth are they going to find a ball that's 79 overs old in
it's
the
really
in the
not
box?
worth complaining. really not worth complaining after 79 overs.
I'll get a new one very, very soon.
Yeah.
I think it's all fairly jovial out there, isn't it?
Just sling it down 6 times, Salts, and we can all get on with a new one.
Yeah. And Madsen will be on strike. He's on 95, not out. An opportunity with the facing the old ball, if you can hit it hard enough to actually get it to go anywhere. To get to 3 figures for the second time this season.
106 runs in the morning session so far.
That's not bad, is it? It's all right. So we did have a 401 run day at Grace Road, which was exceptional. Here is Salter then, from the City end, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who turns it into the leg side, rather disappointingly for a single, which means he's off strike.
I shouldn't think he's hugely disappointed with having another run to his
I'm sure he's
name.
very happy. I'd preferred a 2 or a 4. Guessed at 105.
It's all right, I'll let you see him to his century, Dave.
Oh, I know. Balls to... Brooke Guestown. That goes through everything. And I've no idea how. And they go through 4. Well, it's come off an inside edge. That's how it's gone through everything. He hasn't missed everything at all. I thought it might have turned a bit, but he's got an inside edge. And it's missed the stumps and missed the keeper. And gone down a fine leg. Where Hogan did the fielding and Guest moves 206. Madsen on 96 then. 278 for 2, leading by 259 Derbyshire. Salter bowls and Madsen, a little uppishly, turns that into the leg side. I imagine even Wayne Madsen gets nervous these days. I say these days, forever. Taps his bat as Madsen waits and Salter bowls him and he cuts it away, and there it is, another century for Wayne Madsen, out to the extra cover boundary, off the back foot. Brilliant shot, really, from Wayne Madsen. The ball was a little bit short, a little bit wide, but he had the wherewithal to place it perfectly, beating the ring of fielders on the offside. 100 not out from 149 deliveries. His 33rd century for Derbyshire. His 34th in first-class cricket. Wayne Madsen has a second ton of the season.
9 boundaries, only 2 of which came after reaching the half-century.
Well, so the same number of boundaries as Brooke Guest. The partnership is now at 209. So he has featured as he defends this next delivery from Salter. Featured in 3 successive, I've double checked that with David Griffin, 3 successive double century stands. Oh, they'll be going into overdrive. Next delivery from Salter is a full one, and it's whipped by Wayne Madsen. I think the man down at long leg thought that Carlson was going to field it, because he set off very late, but he keeps him down to a single. Madsen moves to 101. Derbyshire to 283 for 2, and their lead is 264. The new ball is now available to Glamorgan. So it's 33rd century for Derbyshire.
Duncan Evans says, with Tim van der Hoogten injured, would you bring in Dan Douthwaite and James Wheel for van der Hoogten and Hogan? I don't think Hogan will be particularly keen to rest. He just doesn't like resting. He wants to play in every... Yeah. So he certainly won't be asking Matthew Maynard to stand down, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Wheel playing instead of van der Hoogten, and Douthwaite might be in with a shout as well. 283 for 2. New ball time then? Or is it?
Don't think they've taken it yet.
Maybe just after lunch.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got to update BBC Radio Wales listeners, so over to you, Dave.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Nick. Nick will be back after lunch as Harris is in and bowls to Madsen, who turns this into the leg side towards Hogan for a single. This could well be the last over before lunch if Glamorgan wants it to be. 284 for 2, lead 265. Harris walking very slowly back to his mark. And goes Harris again, past the umpire now, bowls to Brooke Guest, who carves this away backward of square on the offside. They've got 1. They'll come back for a comfortable second as well. Guest moves to 108. Derbyshire to 286 for 2. Derbyshire's morning by some considerable distance. 116 runs have now been added. As Harris runs away from us, he's in and bowls. That strikes the pad of Brooke Guest. There are stifled appeals for no apparent reason for a leg before wicket, which were optimistic in the extreme, I think it's fair to say, but we'll get another over from the City end. Only halfway through this one, mind, but still another couple of minutes. Unless they have to fetch the ball from the boundary at some point. Harris runs away from us once more. In and bowls to Guest, who covers up, pushing this one out into the offside. And there's no run. Quick whiz around the rest of the scores. One of the game going on in the second division. Durham have moved on to 284 without loss. They're still 31 behind Sussex. Easing towards safety. Kent are now 200 for 5, trailing Yorkshire by 80. And Essex 233 for 5 now. They lead Northamptonshire by 36 following on as Harris is in again. That one is defended once more by Guest out into the offside, and there is no runs, no play before lunch at Bristol, game between Gloucestershire and Surrey, or at Southampton, where Lancashire are playing Hampshire. Centuries for Madsen and Brooke Guest. Completed today for Derbyshire as Harris goes in to complete his over. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who gets onto his toes to defend that one. It's the end of the over. A little glance at the clock from the umpire, and we're going to have one more before lunch. Let's hope it's a quick one. Update for BBC Radio Derby within 2.5, 3 minutes or so. It's going to be Andrew Salter to bowl the final over before lunch, over 8 level. There will be 65 overs left in the day minimum when the players leave the field for lunch. First delivery of the new Salter over is pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run. .286 for 2. Five balls to go in the morning session. He's in again in Salter from the City end, and Madsen just turns it into the leg side for a comfortable single. He moves on to 103. Derbyshire to 287 for 2. Their lead is 268. Plenty of speculation as to if, when they will declare. Salter is in again, bowls. That one is driven up to mid-on. In comes Salter again. That is pushed back towards the bowler. By Brooke Guest. 2 balls left. This one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. He thinks about a single. He's sent back by Wayne Madsen. So the final ball of the morning session about to be bowled here at the county ground. Centuries this morning reached by both Brooke Guest and Wayne Madsen. Guest, the first wicketkeeper to get a century in each innings of a match since Bill Storer in 1896. Wayne Madsen with his 33rd for Derbyshire. And at lunch, Derbyshire are 287 for 2. 108 to Guest, 103 to Madsen. And that is lunch. We will return on the stream and on the website in around about 40 minutes' time. the third wicket. And the fact that they're out there means that Derbyshire haven't declared. And I, for one, am not surprised in the least, because I never imagined that they would.
Not surprised, Dave, but if you look at the records of Glamorgan's most recent match, they were bowled out cheaply twice by Middlesex, which I thought might have given Mr. Godalming a little encouragement to have a token crack at bowling out Glamorgan.
There'll be no token cracks around here.
As David Lloyd bowls the first ball of the afternoon session, it's wide outside off stump and flayed away by Madsen to the point boundary, where it is fielded by substitute fielder James Wheel, and a single is taken.
The person I feel most sorry for is Leicester Ploy, who's been the next man in after 3 successive double-century partnerships. Which can't be good. In fact, he didn't come in at 5 at Leicester because he'd taken his pads off for 20 minutes.
As Lloyd bowls, and that's driven through the offside by Guest. He'll pick up a couple of runs this time as Wheel has some distance to make in front of the pavilion. 3 more added to the Derbyshire total. 2 more added to the Derbyshire total. 3 in all this afternoon. 290 for 2. He didn't bat because he didn't have his pads on.
No, because Mickey Arthur had said to me, look, you were waited with your pads on for 200 runs in the previous match.
As Lloyd is in to bowl, and that's worked on the leg side by Guest, but straight to Harris at mid-wicket.
So take them off for 20 minutes to 40, then you'll have 40 minutes when we don't have to sit here with your pads on. He said, brilliant. So he took his pads off, took everything off, and within a split second, a wicket fell. So the next batsman, who was Matty McKinnon, had to go in his place because he told McKinnon to put his pads on. So I don't know whether he's got his pads on or not, if I'm entirely honest with you.
Lloyd bowls and Guest pushes a single on the offside just wide of point, 291 for 2.
Bit of Barry White. Love a bit of Barry White.
I'm glad that a bit of Barry White is brightening up your Sunday afternoon here on BBC Radio Derby. Dave Fletcher live from the county ground. Not half pop because 291 for 2. The Derbyshire lead is 272 runs as Lloyd bowls. That's driven straight back to him. Lloyd gets a finger to it in his follow-through, takes the pace off the ball, and Carlson fields. Madsen stays where he is. Guest is 111, which is just short of his CB, career best. 116, was
Indeed.
it?
Yeah, 116.
So yeah, do listen to some things you say.
Well, you looked it up in the first
Oh,
innings,
yes.
I think.
291 for 2. Lloyd, his first spell of the day, bowls on leg stump and worked away by Madsen to square leg, single taken, 5 off the over, 292 for 2, and Derbyshire accumulating steadily without particularly looking to accelerate at the moment. They lead by 273.
2 sessions left in the day then, really, 64 overs.
And Derbyshire have got to do a bit of bowling at some point to make up
4 o'clock.
their over rate.
I'll come out at 4 o'clock. Wayne Madsen opening from one end, Leicester Ploy from the other. Wayne Madsen runs back
So
to his mark.
declaration at tea, do you think?
Potentially, yeah, potentially.
Andrew Salter to continue.
Your face. Salter's in, bowls, and Madsen uses his feet to get to the pitch of the ball and drive it down the ground. They think about coming back for a second. There's a slight fumble out there in the far distance, but no further damage done. Just 1 run to Madsen. He moves to 106. Guest on 111. The lead 274.
Yes, Michael Hogan was up there for most of the morning,
Yes,
but he's now at
it
fine
definitely
leg.
wasn't him, was it?
He's
No,
at
I
fine
knew
leg.
it wasn't. Yeah, I knew it wasn't, so I wasn't willing to risk going through the entire Glamorgan side before getting to the correct person. Salter is in again. That's a full toss, and it's hammered away by Brooke Guest. Absolutely hammered away for 6. And he now has his high score in first-class cricket with 1 blow. He moves up to 217. And Derbyshire are on 299 for 2. Wow.
We've seen a fair few full tosses today, most of them delivered by Labuschagne. Salter lobs it back to the umpire, who says, "Get on with it, sunshine."
And again, and this one is driven down the ground for 4 more. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and into the fence. 10 off 2 deliveries for Brooke Guest, who moves into the 120s. He's on 121. And Derbyshire's 300 is up, 303 for 2. The partnership now at 230, and Derbyshire lead by 284. They're motoring towards a declaration. Or not. Next delivery is horribly pulled into the leg side by Brooke Guest, and there is no run.
Salter dropping that one short after being hit for 2 big blows as Labuschagne retreats into the far distance at long on.
A couple of balls left in this Salter over. This one is turned into the legs. I'm not sure if that was a full toss or not. It's picked up by Hogan, who's now fielding at square leg. He's slowly inching his way back round to where he was this morning. Just right down the far end of the ground in front of the permanent temporary stand. Next delivery is it meets where it pitches, does Brooke Guest. Pitches the strike as well. With a single, he's on 122, Madsen 106. The lead is 285, 304 for 2.
Does the permanent temporary stand have any chance of becoming just a permanent stand?
Well, it is fairly permanent, but it used to be here. And it is temporary, but it's always there now. Because that's where the concrete base is, and it has to stand on a concrete base. I don't think there's any chance of it moving anytime soon.
It's a philosophical minefield as to when it just becomes a permanent stand, or the city end stand. Lloyd is in to bowl, and Guest drives into the offside, no run.
I think
Throw
it's
at the stumps from
probably got a name. I would have thought it will have a sponsor's name. So, but I've always known it as the permanent temporary stand.
That's fair enough.
Which I find very pleasing to say.
Yes, there's one of those at Leinster's rugby ground as well. Rather larger than that, actually, but still of similar construction. Lloyd bowls and Guest pulls through mid-wicket. He's going for it now, is Brooke Guest. That one's gone for a maximum as well. It really was well-timed from Brooke Guest, who gets his second maximum in the space of a couple of overs. And Guest races up to 128. Derbyshire 310 for 2. The lead is 291. Well, maybe Mr. Godlin will give himself 60 overs.
I'm looking. I keep looking across there. Yeah, I keep looking across to the pavilion balcony. Presumably the players out there will know. I wonder if Liz Deploy's already removed his pads.
There we are. I may have to remove the word cautious from my evening copy at the end of play. 310 for 2. Guest has 128. Lloyd is in to bowl wide outside off stump. Crashed away by Guest down towards the point boundary. Cullen fields single taken. Lloyd trying to hide the ball there. Wide outside off stump. 311 for 2. Will Madsen be similarly attacking in his approach?
Quite exciting.
As Lloyd bowls and Madsen slams that one out into the offside with a big flourish of the bat. It ends up in the hands of Carlson at mid-off. Single taken.
I would applaud Derbyshire should they declare. I just don't. Yeah, I'm not calling it that, Jimmy. Just tell me what that stand's called at the far end. As much as the money is welcome for the club, I'm not calling it that.
Lloyd bowls and Guest defends, but he'll take a single because the ball rolls back past Lloyd, and Hogan at mid-on is well back. Is it insert sponsor's name here?
Very much, yeah.
Okay.
He does actually say, he understands I may not be able to mention it. I think I'm allowed to, I'm just not going to.
Lloyd bowls, slower delivery, again driven by Madsen, again to Carlson, who doesn't feel cleanly. There's a single there anyway. Great work, Marnus, says Lorraine Cooper, of his performance with the bat yesterday. Neil Thornycroft on Twitter says, at least everyone, well, the bowlers and some of the batsmen have had a good net. Well, they may yet be
Put under
forced
pressure.
to earn their corn, put under pressure. Stephen Hedges from yesterday's Partygate affair suggested Rihanna stopped play.
Very good, yeah,
Very
not
good.
bad,
Thank you,
not
Stephen.
bad, yeah.
But
yeah.
we are unable to confirm the identity of the musical artists
I thought the
involved.
tune they were playing was Purple Rain. So perhaps that could be another one. Salter to continue from the city, and it's swept by Wayne Madsen. Didn't get hold of that one, though. There is a man out there at square leg on the boundary, so he only gets a single, moves to 109. 315 for 2, the lead 296. Still no sight of Billy Godleman or anybody else, indeed, on the Derbyshire balcony away to our left-hand side. It would be something if they declared. Clearly. In comes Salter again, and that one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest for another single.
Well, a declaration now would give a required run rate of 5 or thereabouts for Glamorgan to chase, and I really think that's unlikely to happen.
Yeah, well, yeah, especially with no field restrictions, of course. The field here is spread, and Wayne Madsen sweeps again very hard, and that's going to get to the boundary. That's a terrific shot from Wayne Madsen. They've definitely accelerated. There is definitely a declaration on the cards, as I predicted, I think. You find, Nick.
I must have had cheese in my ears at lunchtime.
That'll be the cheese that was taken off the burger from Ed, because he didn't like his cheese. To 320 for 2. They lead over 300 now. As in comes Salter again. That's clipped back to the bowler. I thought it had gone slightly squarer than it had. It went quite straight, and Salter fields off his own bowling. There's no run.
Ever enthusiastic, Andrew Salter, despite being 0 for 86.
Salter, it turned into the leg side for an agreed single, really, between the batsmen and the fielders and the bowler and everybody else. He moves to 114, 321 for 2. The problem is that they didn't get exactly 300, so it would have made it very easy to count down, although we will know, because it is on the scoreboard. Next delivery is played out into the offside, sort of inside-out shot from Brooke Guest. It lands just short of Kieran Carlson at extra cover. And it's the end of the over. Madsen has 114, Guest has 131, career high. Derbyshire 321 for 2, leading by 302.
And the fact that Glamorgan have not called Michael Hogan into bowling action, suspect he's being not rested, but certainly not overworked ahead of the next match against Leicestershire, which leads to the conclusion that he's likely to continue in the side. Van der Hoogten, of course, will have to be replaced, and I will be replaced very shortly as David Lloyd is in to bowl, and the first delivery is played by Madsen to cover. There's no run. Dave Fletcher and Edward Bevan take up commentary.
Well, Wayne Madsen has now been involved in a partnership here that is the highest for any wicket against Glamorgan here at Derby. He was involved in the previous one as well with Martin Guptill back in 2012. Here comes Lloyd again in and bowls. And that one is slammed down the ground for 4 runs by Wayne Madsen. 118 not out. I told you, Edward, that they did come out and declare.
No, you didn't. I guessed they would.
I'm
cheered me up a little.
I'm surprised. Yeah, well, I thought you were smiling a bit more than you were at lunch.
You know, it's tedious just batting all afternoon. I think it'll be something like 330 or 55 is 6 and over.
Yeah.
Which is
Impossible.
Yeah, that's.
They'd lost the ball for a moment there, Kieran Carlson.
Yeah,
He's
I
found it
reckon the coach would have said, right, just crack on now as well as you can, or as much as you can. And
they found 2 balls. Excellent. He's brought out 2 balls, and Hogan says, "We'll have that one. That looks better." Carlson is thrown the other one away. The umpire's having a look at the ball. He says, "Yeah, that'll do. They're not going to be out here for much longer."
No, couple of overs. At least it's positive and giving the crowd something to look forward to.
Which crowd's that then, Edward?
This sparsely.
Here's Lloyd in again from the racecourse end, and that's whipped into the leg side by Wayne Mountain. I think they're only going to get a single this time. They are, as Harris does the fielding out at mid-wicket. 326 for 2. Mountain up to 119. Derbyshire's lead 307. I'm a little surprised, I have to say, but fair play. I'd have been equally happy had they not
Well, you
declared.
wouldn't be a spectator here if they hadn't. Would you come in and watch somebody bat and they get 500?
A full toss out into the leg side from Broadcast 132, 327 for 2. Sorry. Yeah.
Can you imagine somebody, yeah, I'm just going to watch and get 500 for 3 or something?
Well, we did that in the final day against Sussex. 2 wickets fell, and one of those was a run out. 327 for 2. We've done it all this season. Goes Lloyd, a full delivery that's whipped into the onside off the toe end of Wayne Mountain's bat. He'll have a look at that, make sure he hasn't broken it. I don't think he has. He moves to 120 now, 328 for 2.
The game has been abandoned at Bristol. The
Oh,
aggregate was 1,001 for 12. It's,
Good pitches, you see. That's what the ECB won, Edward. The ECB won. Now then,
but they're not
I've
good
got,
pitches,
I've got news. Here is this next delivery. It's a full toss from Lloyd, and it's bunted down the ground for a single. I can tell you that the Derbyshire bowling coach, Ajmal Shahzad, has now come out of the change room and he's picked up the balls over on the far side, the little box of balls that he's got. And he's got the little elastic bands. They're not far away here. They're not far away, Derbyshire. Telltale sign. He's got the
what
big...
did he say last night? No, we'll bat?
No. Don't misquote him. Don't misquote my mate.
Said I get a good...
He said, if we come out of the game with a very good draw, that would be a result. He didn't say we won't try to win it.
Yeah.
I just read between the lines and got it completely wrong.
Well, don't we all?
Not for the first time, I think it's probably fair to say.
And Dave Griffin just said in the box, this has surprised me.
But surprised me, I have to say. Oh, Salter bowls one as a half tracker. And all that Brooke Guest can do is bunt it up towards long on. Moves on to 134, 330 for 2. The lead 311. There are 59 overs
Too many.
left. They would lose 2, of course, when they declare and the change of innings. This one's on the leg stump and turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen for a single. I do have an update just after the 2 o'clock news, so I'll make way probably during this over. Andy Twig, my landlord for home matches, is doing the show this afternoon, so I might even be away for some time. In comes Salter, is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. He picks up another single. There is a shy at the stumps from Hogan, who now finds himself at mid-wicket. He is edging his way back towards the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. Good to see. The next delivery from Salter. Just keeps a little bit low when Madsen pulls it into the leg side. These 2 batsmen want to make it look as tough as possible out there at the moment as well, to put them doubt in the minds of the Glamorgan batsmen.
And it is the only one that kept low.
I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen another delivery do anything today, if I'm entirely honest with you. The next delivery is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, who used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, but couldn't do anything with it once he got there. Kieran Carlson does the fielding. And the last ball of this over, before I disappear temporarily, who knows, even for half an hour, as this next one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. He'll pick up 1. Are they going to come back for 2? They are. They're going to come back for 2. That's nice running. Guest has to get a bit of a move on. And he gets home. He moves to 137. Madsen has 122. The lead is 316. Derbyshire 335 for 2. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Edward Bevan.
Yes, I think as you rightly say, Dave, the declaration is imminent now. And at least it'll give some sort of interest in the after. Glamorgan shouldn't lose this game. But I was just telling a colleague now that you just don't know. You've been out there all morning, you get fed up and not taking a wicket, lose a bit of concentration. You know, all of a sudden you look, and you're 50 for 3. Then you're going to be crowded with infielders chattering away, and it puts in the back of your mind. But it's David Lloyd, the captain, to continue. Bowls, and Masden has hit that out agriculturally to Cow Corner, and he gets 4 runs. I also think that anything over this total, which there will be now, and Glamorgan will attempt just to play for the draw because it's out of reach and the overs are going down. $3.39 for 2 of the partnership now is, what is this partnership? I'll just have a look. 266. Lloyd bowls short. That's pulled down for 4 more. I think it's really time now, surely, to come in. No, 320 the lead. There was no applause for that shot for 4. Here is Lloyd again. Over the wicket, bowls, and this is hit down to, fielded on the boundary by Hogan. They take for 2 runs. 3:45 for 2. Very cloudy afternoon, the lights on. A lot of rain been around the country, and game just heard has been abandoned. Hampshire and Bristol. Next ball is hit down to long off, and there is another single. No new ball taken. Saved Derbyshire some money. Lloyd around the wicket. Comes in to Guest this time. Guest plays it gently down towards Hogan at long on, and they won't take on Hogan's arm as the return comes in. $328 now is the lead, and 58 overs, 56 remaining, as in comes Lloyd and bowls. This is struck down. Last might go for 4.
Good field.
Oh, it's a magnificent piece of fielding by Hogan. Dived, and this stage of the game, I think, well, if he goes for 4, so what? But it's a wonderful piece of fielding. They lost for a second. End of the over, and the lead is 330.
Nobody on the balcony.
Oh.
I just had a Ken Davis says, any chance of a declaration? That was 4 minutes ago. Well, yeah, it'll be here soon enough. Ken, calm down, calm down. And Graham Smith, describing it as pretty average captaincy from Godalming. Graham Smith is a Cardiff resident. Both teams need to win games to keep in touch with Notts and Middlesex. Middlesex, do me a favour, could put some pressure on a far from secure Glamorgan batting order. Again, I'd refer everybody to the answers we were giving at lunch when Salter begins a new over, and it's caught down the leg side, Brooke Guest, and he has gone. That was a neat bit of work by Cook. And we had the first, yeah, well, you do when somebody's got 138 and 2 centuries in the same match. Well done, Cook. He's had an indifferent game himself from a discipline point of view. Will almost certainly pick up something tomorrow. No, they're carrying on. They've declared. Derbyshire have declared on 349 for 2. That means they lead by 330. Glamorgan will lead 331, therefore, to win this game. Brooke Guest out for 138 from 242 deliveries. It's been a terrific innings from Brooke Guest. Wayne Madsen unbeaten on 135. Derbyshire 349 for 3 at the end of their second innings. They have declared, and we'll be back Yep.
3-3-1.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. 57, so it'll be 55.
6 and over.
6 and over. Bob on. Edward's got it again. We'll be back in
Thanks to them.
10 minutes. Like.
open the game to our umpires for this match. The Derbyshire team, led by their captain Billy Godwin. And the opening batter.
Yeah, and we're back in the room. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground, where, well, who'd have thought? Certainly not me. Derbyshire declared on 349 for 3 when Brooke Guest was out for 138, a new career high. It basically means that Glamorgan's target is 331 in 55 overs, which will be a terrific effort if they got that, to be brutally honest. 6 and over. The other thing is that the last time they were here in 2019 was their record successful run chase when we had the backstop game here at the county ground, which was both undignified and not very good.
No sign of a backstop now, because Derbyshire will have a whole host of slips.
Well, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
Well, 3 anyway. I thought they were thinking about 4, but Sean Masood wanders off from the slip cordon. Onto the leg side. No, the offside. There's a big gap at cover. That's the one. There we are. Edward will complete his stint alongside Dave.
Complete. Here he is. He's back. I'm going to see Saranga Lackmel begin Derbyshire's begin the bowling from the city end. He's in and bowls, and it's driven down the ground. Oh, it's a good stop by Billy Godwin. So it means that David Lloyd only picks up the single. Terrific effort by Billy Godwin, who removes his cap to take the congratulations of Ryan Sidebottom, who's fielding at mid-on. So 3 slips and a point, perhaps a backward point. There's a cover mid-off. There's a mid-wicket. There'll be a third man, will there? Nope. There's a long leg instead. They don't need a third man with this many runs. Too many runs, Edward.
Glamorgan trail, yeah, wouldn't it be easy to say they need some
well, they need one more than what they trail by.
Exactly.
Which always confuses me come the end of a game.
Not easy to say 3-3-1 required.
Yes, quite. But you just heard in the press box, I was just saying there that the highest successful run chase for Glamorgan here at Derby was the one last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago,
4 years ago. 219, 3 years ago, when Tom Cullen got a half century.
Yes, indeed, when Derbyshire had a backstop.
And they had a bowler who couldn't get it in the right place, ever.
I think they've had a few of those over the years. Here comes Saranga Lackmel in bowls. That one is defended by Andrew Salter, who's just got through an entire morning's worth of bowling and is now opening the batting. Perhaps fatigue might kick in. The lights are on. I think it's only fair to point out. It's okay. Graham, no, I don't think Middlesex will be contending.
What for?
Oh, promotion, presumably, I don't know.
Oh, I think they will.
No, I don't. Because Shanafridi will be picked by Pakistan as this next one is edged and caught. And the first wicket is gone. That's a terrific catch by Leas Deploy. Salter goes in the first over. And Derbyshire are on their way. Glamorgan looking for 331 to win this match, a 1 for 1.
Brilliant catch there, third slip of the ball. Well, initially he was leaving, wasn't he? And then he caught the bat and went through. And Derbyshire mighty glad that they've declared, because I think I said you get into it 50 for 3 or whatever, you're on top, and the wicket in the first over. Well, and then you got Labuschagne coming in now to face in the first over with the ball brand new. But it's been not a success at all from Andrew Salter opening the batting. He's been out under 30 every time. I think his highest score was in the first innings when he made 29. So, as you say, it was a terrific catch there, diving away, and, just like a goalkeeper putting it past the corner. So, we will have Labuschagne coming in.
Craig Nibbs has just asked me a question. I think he's a Derbyshire fan. I'm not entirely certain. He says, just reading a 10th anniversary reprint of Mick Rathbone's The Smell of Football. It mentions thanks to a Dave Fletcher of the Halifax Courier for tracking down a photo. Was that me? Yes, it was. Mick was... he was caretaker manager of Halifax Town when they went out of the Football League the first time. I think the photograph was of him sitting in the changing room with a can of beer, looking absolutely shattered. Good to hear from you, Craig. But that's to say that, yes, that was me. So here is Marnus Labuschagne. He'll have 2 deliveries of Saranga Lakmal to face. This is Saranga Lakmal with his tail up, by the way, having got a 5 in the first innings and that terrific spell of bowling yesterday afternoon when he picked up 4 for 24 from 6 overs and 4 balls with the new ball from the City End, and that's where he's bowling from now.
Yeah.
He's just circling like a predator.
International bowler against an international, well, a retired international bowler against a current international batsman.
Very recently retired, of course. So, yeah, absolutely.
It could be a good battle.
Could be. Let's have a look. Here he comes. Lakmal's on his way in. Bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Not the best first delivery, in all honesty, from Saranga Lakmal, but we'll forgive him having got rid of Andrew Salter. Just the 3rd ball that Salter faced. As Edward said, trying to leave alone. Couldn't. Got the bat in the way, and it was a leaping catch to his right by Leicester Ploy at 3rd slip. Here is Lakmal to complete the over. The first over, and that one is left alone as well by Marnus Labuschagne. Successful over for Saranga Lakmal. Picked up a wicket. Glamorgan 1 for 1.
You know, the annoying thing for Salter was that it was wide and he didn't have to play it. He could easily have just let it go. But he let his bat stay there, took the edge and flew to 3rd slip. And that again, I've been emphasising the point that when you've been under pressure and the runs have been flowing, then you have to go out and bat. It does put pressure, and he put even more pressure now on Glamorgan with 1 taken, and still 54 overs left. So Connors to open the bowling from this end. Tom Connors, a bowler of a lot of promise. And he will be bowling to David Lloyd, and got off the mark with a single off the first ball. And again, good attacking field from Derbyshire. They have 3 slips. As, comes in the first ball, and Lloyd gets right behind that and plays it away under the offside. Feeling at cover is Masood. Big man. You think Masood's more of a slip fielder, wouldn't you? But he again is well built. As Tom Connors turns at the racecourse end, runs away from us and bowls to Lloyd. Lloyd leaves again. He's going to get runs, probably 4, I think. As that again caught the edge of the bat. Similar shot to what dismissed Andrew Salter. Score was up to 5.
They've got the advantage here, Derbyshire, of bowling with the lights on. And it always does a bit when the lights
They
are
do,
on.
yeah, it does.
I don't know why, but it always does.
Don't ask me why, because I'm not into that line.
No, I have no idea. I have no idea, Ed, but it always seems to just do a little bit.
Connors turns in past the umpire and bowls, and Lloyd gets right behind that, plays it back down the pitch. And I think that the opening pair will be the main threat, especially Lakmal, because with all the respect in the world, the others didn't really get anywhere near the standard that these two. Side bottom was expensive. The spinners only had a brief bowl.
Dall's the second change.
And Dall was a case of containing, I think, more than anything. Here's Connors, right arm over, bowls, and that goes over second slip. Big dive, but I think it was well over the head of Madsen at second slip, and he goes away for 4.
Yes, step ladders required, I think, for that one. He flashed and flashed hard.
Well, that would be the catch of the, perhaps not the catch of the season, the catch of the century, if
I
you
think
know that.
so. I think so. Lloyd batted it a bit, not quite as with as much abandon as he has done so far, but he batted pretty nicely, didn't he? The first time around for his 80 odd.
Played beautifully and hit 3 fours of Connors in 1 over and got out in the next. And he's facing now. The score is 9 for 1. As Connors comes in and bowls, and Lloyd gets right behind it and plays it down the pitch. 2 boundaries in this over. Lloyd is down Glamorgan a line. We remind you that they have been set a formidable task of scoring 331 from, we say, a minimum of 66. I don't, not 66, it was 55 at 6 runs and over. Whether we'll bowl the 55 remains to be seen. This is the last ball of the over, and bowled to Lloyd. Lloyd gets another boundary, a lifter, played all along the ground, and rather expensive over there for Collins. 12 coming off it. Glamorgan are 13 for 1. Every run to Lloyd. There wasn't a chance. There was an edge that flew past second slip, and one that was played all along the ground, edged, but perfectly safe. 12th man is on. And our number 1 man here will take over. Captain.
I don't think so. Yeah. Harry came with the bits and pieces that somebody was looking for. No, it's a rag.
Who was it?
Harry came.
Oh, I thought you said it was the Tottenham centre forward then.
No.
Everton Leicester just kicked off, 15 minutes, no score.
They're in all sorts of trouble, Everton. It's Ringelakmal bowling from the City end. He's in and bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Labuschagne to go through to the keeper. I may have to jump at the drop of a hat in a moment, Edward Soames. Whatever this song is just about to finish, I'm sure. And then it may be me, it may not, who knows. Alex Thompson's just been sent out to the mid-wicket boundary.
Maybe a bit of bluff.
Hit short delivery.
This one Yorker.
This is going to be a full-length delivery, I think. I'd be surprised if it was anything else. It's wide of the off stump, that's what it is.
That's very interesting because I suppose they're saying runs that don't matter if he hits it out there. I can't understand that.
Try and get him to pull it from outside, a long way outside the off stump, because he knows that's where the gaps are.
But no, he's not going to pull it in the air, is he? That's another class of Labuschagne, but you know, as we keep on saying, they know we don't.
Like Miles back to the top of his mark. He's on his way in. Bowls to Labuschagne, who again doesn't have anything to do with that one.
Yeah, he's rather wasting the new ball at the moment, but the only one that's had anything to play at was the one that got Salter out.
I thought he was going to come to me then, but he's going to Reach Petite first.
Reach Petite.
That's the fella. He keeps saying good morning because he does the breakfast show and he's working in an afternoon. He's not used to it. Twiggy, bless him. 13-4. He's getting on a bit. Here is Lakmal in and bowls. That's left alone. That's a good leave this time. It bounced as well. Got to be careful it doesn't strike any part of the bat. We've seen 2 leaves so far. One ended up in the hands of Leas de Ploy. The other one ended up down at third man. That was Lloyd. Labuschagne did avoid getting anything on that one.
I don't think, apart from the first ball, which was struck for a single, and the one, of course, that Salter got out, has been played with the bat.
No. Lakmal's in again. 3 slips in place, bowls, and that was left alone outside the off stump.
He's apologised, you see him.
Not quite got the right line at the moment as Saranga Lakmal, but he's already got a wicket, 1 for 1 from his 1 over and 5 deliveries. So I'll get to the end of this over and then pop over to FM for a brief chat with Twiggy.
Do you remember that wonderful actor they called Twiggy in Mrs. Merton was the author of a wonderful television series.
It's like well in again. Bowls, that's playing straight back to him by Manus Labuschagne. End of the over 13 for 1-3 gone. Lloyd has all those 13 runs. Labuschagne had to get off the mark. The man out. Salter caught deploy bowled Blackmel for naught in the first over.
It's, light not good at the moment. As Sam Connors will continue this end, having conceded 3 boundaries in his last over. He's bowling away from us, running up now, in past the umpire, very wide of the off stump, and it has nothing at all to do with it. It's not bitterly cold, but it's cold enough today. We had 2 beautiful days of sunshine, but I'm glad to report that next week is, especially the end of the week when cricket starts, it's going to be very, very nice and much hotter. Connors again, in past umpire Pollard, and bowls, and it's played defensively out into the covers, and Masood fields. 6-3 field, the conventional field for an opening bowler. 3 slips in the gully, and cover extra, a mid off, and there is a mid on, and there is a square leg and a fine leg on the boundary. Those are the fielders. Just 3 men out there on the other on side. As in comes Connors, bowls again, and that's played out into the cover. Similar shot. Masood again will field. If you've just come in from lunch, we've been out for lunch, or just settling down for the afternoon, I can tell you that Derbyshire declared at 349 for 3 in their second innings, Guest 138, and Madsen 135 not out. And the wickets taken, one by Harris, one by Van der Gooten, who is injured, likely to miss the next game, and one by Salter. As in comes the next ball from Connors. Connors bowls, and he's pulled away viciously by Lloyd for 4 runs. Short, stepped across just outside off stump and pulled it for 4 runs. And Salter, as he did in the first innings, starting very positively. That is his 4th boundary out of 17. And Glamorgan move on out to 17 for 1. And positive start, as I say, from David Lloyd. Here's Connors then. Tall, broad shoulders, little hop, step and a jump halfway through his run-up, and bowls again. Lovely shot by Lloyd. Again is going to beat mid-off, and that's going to run up towards the boundary. Crick my neck to see if it is stopped. It is just, and they take 3 more runs. Connors proved expensive, and it brings Labuschagne up to face his first ball from him. Lloyd, meanwhile, has moved on to 20, including those 4 boundaries. All 20. There's also the Glamorgan score as they chase that formidable total of 331 from 55 overs. That's an asking rate of 6 runs and over. And they're up with the rate. So mid wicket now has gone back to the boundary, which some may find just a little bit defensive, as Labuschagne has yet to score. As Connors comes in and bowls to him, and Labuschagne is off the mark with a lovely wristy shot down towards long on. There's one, and he's coming back for a leisurely second. And that is the end of the over. The Machin second 11 wicketkeeper comes back inside me. And after the early loss of Andrew Salter, Nick, positive intent from the captain.
Yes, is this a serious attempt to
No.
have a go, or is it just if you play positively, you're more likely to get rid of some of the close fielders?
Yeah. Lloyd to bowl, and he's been bowling Lakmal very wide, a foot outside the off stump, which I know he's not happy with it. So he apologised to the wicketkeeper. He's yet to find his rhythm, but a very dangerous bowler.
Absolutely, that was a fine ball that got rid of Salter, wasn't it? In comes Lackmell then, running towards us to bowl to David Lloyd, who's raced on to 20, and that's miles outside off stump and allowed to go through. Mark Fletton on Twitter says the match has suddenly become more interesting. A lot may rest on Mr. Labuschagne's shoulders.
Well, there is David Lloyd and other players, and Chris Cook generally, if Glamorgan lose a couple of wickets. And traditionally, he's the man that settles down and saves the game. But we will see. It's a long way to go.
3 slips as Lackmell under the Derby lights is in to bowl to Lloyd, who plays towards mid-on, thinks about a single. There really wasn't one there, and they correctly decide against it in the end.
And what happened with, you said it was good, it certainly was a good ball at Salter, but he held his bat out there, didn't he? He was going to leave, and then all of a sudden, he didn't guide it because it was wider deploy. Magnificent catch, diving catch. So we're going to 22 for 1. And we are now in the 5th over on this gloomy Sunday afternoon.
Lackmell in then to bowl, and Lloyd leaves eventually outside off stump as something of the Labuschagne leave has crept into other Glamorgan batsmen, with the bat being whipped sort of horizontally across the trajectory of the ball. Stephen Moss on Twitter suggests that 270 as a target off 70 overs was the way to go. No wonder county championship crowds are so low. Well, I don't think you're taking the Derbyshire psyche into account there, Stephen, that maybe they just wanted to make absolutely sure they wouldn't lose first before trying to win the game. Lackmell into bowl, outside off stump. Lloyd puts 1 foot across but keeps his bat firmly away from it.
Our co-commentator, of course, Dave Fletcher, and Dave Griffin, the archivist up here, and he's been watching them, said that last year Derbyshire were the worst Derbyshire side he's ever seen, and that they had to get some confidence back. They did beat Leicester last week, and it's a side that wants to get lots of runs at the start, win a game, and then they will develop. I'd take Stephen Moss's point, but if they lost this after what they've done, they wouldn't be very happy.
Here's Lackmell bowling to David Lloyd, who drives him back to the bowler, gets a hand to it in his follow-through, and there's no run. 22 for 1.
And if you take that point of view, well, look at the scores down at Hove. Look at the scores at Bristol, 1,011 runs scored for the loss of only 10 wickets. Look at the game here against Sussex a couple of weeks ago. There were 2 double hundreds in the game. The ECB have said you've got to have good wickets. I don't reckon that these sort of wickets are good wickets, because it's far too much advantage for the batsman. But there we are.
We shall see. Lackmell bowls, Lloyd drives to mid-off, no run.
That can be shot down, Nick, by Lackmell taking 6 for 30 and winning the game.
Well, we could well be. I mean,
That's the joy of the game.
From a Glamorgan point of view, you'd have thought that you'd have hoped maybe that Godalming would have batted on a bit longer to leave Glamorgan less time to bat out. But from the neutral point of view, the good of the game, I think he got it about right.
He did. I think also that the wisdom behind that declaration and the thoughts of the declaration came from Mickey Arthur, who was, I think he's coached every international side except for England, and is now the new coach of Derbyshire. Collins will start his 3rd over. He's bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, and bowls to him, and Labuschagne clips this away on the onside, and it's fielded, that short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Alex Thompson, the tall figure there, fielding it.
Stephen Hull says, thank you for your commentary over the last few days. He's a Derbyshire fan living in Newport. Says, can you ask Edward about his memories of Queen's Park, Chesterfield? Or perhaps Edward can indulge after this ball.
Conway's bowls, driven uppishly, but for 4 runs through extra cover. The flurry of boundaries at the moment, and the score moves on very quickly to 22 for 1. Yeah, I heard you say, Nick, about Chesterfield, a recent visit. I think it was 7 interruptions in one day.
Yes, I mean, it wasn't Chesterfield's fault, but it wasn't much fun with the tent nearly lifting off around us. It was literally tied down to bricks, but I'm sure you've had a few more pleasant visits there.
Absolutely, because we used to commentate up on the top of the balcony and looking over that beautiful field with the big pond, I call it, and it shouldn't be called that. It's in comes corners and bowls, and this is edged down to third man, and there'll be another 4 runs. Perfectly safe shot, of course. He got right behind it, dropped his wrists at the moment of impact, and the Glamorgan raced to 30 for 1. I remember Michael Holding there, bowling at Glamorgan, and bowling at Chesterfield is not a happy place to be if you're a batsman. And he hit little Tony Cotty in the box, the groin, and Tony just went down in a heap. As I just wait for Connors to come in, bowls again, and that's 4 more. Is it going for 4? It is not, it is. All of a sudden, Glamorgan up to 34 for 1, and just going back to Chesterfield, and 2 fielders had to carry Tony off the field.
Oh, dear.
And the gentleman, Mr. Holding, as always, was apologetic and used to have, of course, a very good Lancashire bowling attack there. Old Mortensen, I think Cork was just about starting, Dominic Cork. But memories of the place, a beautiful out ground, and always takes a lot of money, but a lot of the cricket players, as it is in most counties now, Nick, as you well know, in the ground, the headquarters of the grounds. In comes Connors, bowls wide shot, but hit straight to cover, where it's fielded by Masood.
Yeah, obviously there have been problems with outgrounds over the last couple of years. 2020, there wasn't any spectators allowed, so there wasn't any point in moving it outside county headquarters, and last season was sort of half and half, with the restrictions gradually being eased. But it'll be good to see Derbyshire at Chesterfield and Glamorgan at Neath, their only outground this season.
Yes, it's always good to see the outgrounds as Connors comes in, bowls, and that's pulled away down towards mid-wicket. Yes, I'm repeating myself, it's 4 more. So Connors is having a poor time here. He has gone for 33 in 3 overs.
37 now.
37 with that boundary as it comes up. And Connors, not any bad manners, whips the sweater away from the umpire and his cap, and he's looking at the ground and walking down very briskly to third man. 18 rather, to Labuschagne off 15 balls. Lloyd is 20 off 18 balls. And Glamorgan now need 293 to win. 3 overs for 37, and Lackmal 3 overs for 1.
1 for 1. The wicket off Andrew Salter. Yeah, I think Godalming got it about right, and
I think it was
he has been slightly cautious in the past, and Dave thought he'd be cautious again today, but I think they got it about right.
I think, as I say, Mickey Arthur is the man behind that.
Here comes Lackmal then, running towards us from the city end. Still 3 slips. Duploy at third, took that fine catch to get rid of Salter as he bowls to Lloyd, outside off stump. Lloyd plays no shot. The other match ongoing in Division 2, Durham have nudged into the lead against Sussex, but they have lost their opening pair after a stand of 313, which just about all but 2 got rid of the deficit. Least went for 105, and Dixon in the same over for 186, both to Mason Crane, who's joined Sussex on loan, the once-capped spinner. Lackmal into bowl and beats the edge of Lloyd's bat through. It goes to Guest.
Darcy's got in the right place and fine delivery. He's found his rhythm.
So Durham are effectively 8 for 2 in their second innings. Not quite out of the woods, but you thought they'd have done most of the work. They have 8 wickets to survive there. Glamorgan have 9 wickets to survive, or 293 runs to win the match. Still seems highly improbable despite this volley of boundaries. Lackmal into bowl, and Lloyd allows that one to go through. Good bounce from Lackmal. He's
Fine bowler.
looking pretty hard working and persevering for a 35-year-old, doesn't he?
Doesn't speak a word of English.
Doesn't speak too much English, but 5 wickets in the first innings.
I think the Wolves manager in the Premier Division, he's another one, has an interpreter for interviews.
I don't think it's entirely worth doing that for radio interviews, to be honest. It's more trouble than it's worth.
Well, it's a television.
Television, maybe, Jess. Lackmal is into bowl, and Lloyd defends back past the stumps, but Labuschagne has to turn and make his ground, so there's no chance of them scampering a quick single. They've given up at Bristol. The match has died a death with no play today. Gloucestershire 443 for 2 in reply to Surrey's 603 all out. Chris Dent 207 not out. That'll be handy for his batting averages. At Chelmsford, giving off this delivery, Lackmal is into bowl to Lloyd, and he defends that again, just back past the bowler to mid-off. At Chelmsford, Essex were 197 behind on first innings. They're 270 for 6 in their second innings, so that's a lead of 73. Northants would still have high hopes of winning that match. With 3 wickets there for Tom Taylor. Paul Walter, 93, is Essex's top scorer. Southampton still off because of rain. And Lancashire's second innings may not get the chance to happen, as Lloyd defends another one out on the offside. Masood fields at cover, no run. At Hove, where Sussex were more than 300 ahead on first innings, Durham... Oh, we've done that one. There's one that we haven't done somewhere. Yorkshire against Kent, that's it. Kent 257 for 6 in their second innings. That's still 23 short of avoiding innings defeat there. So Yorkshire still with hopes of forcing home an advantage. No Darren Stevens in the Kent lineup. And there is a change of bowling after Sam Connors saw his first 3 overs dispatched around the park. Ryan Sidebottom will take over from this racecourse end.
Yes, 3 overs for 37. That will have disappointed Derbyshire, because they wanted to strike, get a couple of wickets early. They might still do so, of course. And the statisticians this month must be having a whale of a time with all these runs scored. The Sidebottom is in for his first ball. Bowls at Labuschagne, who guides it more than hammers it out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded there by Thompson. And when you think of, there were 2 double centuries here a couple of weeks ago. There was a double century for Chris Dent for Gloucester, not an undefeated double century. There was a double century for Pujara. And I looked at the weather forecast. This is going on for another 10 days and getting warmer at the end of the week. So stand by for a couple of more doublers. The Sidebottom is in and bowls. And it's left by Labuschagne through to the wicketkeeper.
Glamorgan's batsmen could do with a high-scoring home pitch after their struggles at Sophia Gardens last time out. 122 and 132. It was pretty dismal.
They must take advantage in that next game against Leicester, who have lost a couple of games already. And really, you try and put that down as a home banker. 4 days of fine weather. They will be, of course, without Tim van der Gooten for that game, as Sidebottom comes in and bowls, and this is played forward on the onside by Labuschagne, and there is no run. I bumped into him in the corridor last night, and he was on his way to the bar, not for a drink, I may add, for another bucket full of ice.
Oh.
He was very wise to come off when he did, because, as he said, I felt this twinge. It got a little bit worse when I was bowling. I thought, right, if I carry on like this, on this sort of pitch, and aggravate it more, we know what hamstrings are, and he could have been out for a month or so. Here's side bottom into the right-handed Labuschagne, who defends on the line of leg stump.
Yeah, you'd thought Glamorgan would have him down, certainly in the squad in the reckoning for a T20 place, wouldn't you, Van der Hoogten?
Certainly, and yeah, they'll have to have a look around and think what their plan is.
3 overseas to choose from at the start, with Labuschagne available for the first 6 or 7.
Very interested when we get to know what that squad is.
Not for a few weeks.
Side bottom, in, bowled, played away. They think of a run, but don't. As the man from mid-on, Sam Connors, comes in very quickly. Better move from this end. Poor Connors there. Couldn't get it right at all. And already there is a third man posted. Which is very interesting and,
a bit unnecessary. I know you love a third man, Edward,
not
but
at this stage of the game. You know,
Derbyshire need wickets, and it doesn't really matter if they leaked another 4 or 5 boundaries.
the ball is only 8 overs after this ball due. That's a far better over. End of. No runs off that over. 38 for 1. Labuschagne is on 18. Lloyd is on 20. The man out. Salter, brilliant catch by Duploy. Third slip of Lackmell. No score. And again, if you've just walked in for your late lunch and sitting down to enjoy the commentary, I can tell you that Glamorgan would have been set 3-3-1 from a minimum, I don't think it'll be much more, of 55 overs. That works out, if I do my maths, at 6.1 runs an over. Lackmell 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1, but in fairness, he hasn't bowled particularly straight, which gives the batsman a chance of getting runs. Nick.
Here he is then, tearing in towards us to bowl to Lloyd, who's behind that one, playing it defensively back to the bowler. 3 slips still in place for Lackmell, the fastest bowler in the Derbyshire side. Good sort of, the sort of signing that is a banker if you can get him, a player of just below international quality, and therefore available full time for a couple of seasons if his form and fitness last.
And Masood, another one, of course. Excellent signings.
As Lackmell in to bowl, and Lloyd, everything behind that, sends it trickling back into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Must remember, of course, that Mickey Arthur has coached so many international sides.
He'll have a good phone
he
book.
knew what was what, and of course, he's signed very, very well.
Yes, Glamorgan with the signing of Nisa. He's obviously had the 1 cap for Australia in the winter, but isn't going on the tour of Sri Lanka. Labuschagne, well, you get the star quality, but you don't get him for more than half a season at best, really.
If that.
Colin Ingram will take over once he goes. Lackmell in to bowl, outside off stump, and allowed to go through. Be interesting to see if Ingram plays in the championship games in the course of the midsummer, and then again in those 4 matches in the winter, because he did in September rather, because he did start off well with 87 in the opening game of the season before Labuschagne arrived.
If he doesn't, Nick, I think he'd be a very disappointed player, because he is the 3rd overseas player, played very well for his 80 and 20 odd in the second innings against Durham.
In comes Lackmell to bowl, outside off stump, Lloyd having nothing to do with it. After those early boundaries from Lloyd, several of them through the 3rd man area.
So what is it, 38 in, shall we say, 9, there's only 2 balls. And that works out at 4 and over. But I don't think that's in anybody's minds. It's not in Glamorgan's minds. They just want probably to draw this, unless Labuschagne and Lloyd go mad and start getting runs at 6 and over.
Lackmell in to Lloyd, who
Shot.
tucks that one through the mid-wicket. There'll be a couple of runs. There's a chase around the mid-wicket boundary for the tall figure of Alex Thompson. He picks up in front of the members' pavilion and gets his throw vaguely in the right direction quickly, which is what it's all about, and boundary fielding deters them from going back for a third run. Glamorgan move on to 40 for 1, chasing 3-3-1.
I'll give you another tale of a Derbyshire ground, which had, shall we say, an interesting experience we had there.
You can tell it after this delivery, Edward, when I
off,
shift
yeah.
next door for a bulletin update. As Lackmal now down to 2 slips, bowls to Lloyd, who drives back straight just past the stumps, but fielded by mid-on. No run. 40 for 1, Glamorgan. We are through 9 overs. There are 46 remaining. Derbyshire need 9 wickets. Glamorgan need 291 runs.
Beautifully put, Nick Webb. And off he goes to do the report for BBC Radio Wales. And the irreplaceable Dave Fletcher slots in outside me. Somebody texted in and asked, can I give my recollections of that lovely ground that Derby play, of course, at the Chesterfield. I gave him 1 or 2. But I also had a funny experience, strange experience, in a place called Hina.
Okay.
Which is what, about 10 miles up, club ground. It was an absolutely scorching day for a 40-over match. And there was nowhere where we could sit to commentate as side bottom starts a new over, which is played out to covers and no run. And I asked one of the officials, BBC Wales, we're doing ball by ball. I had Don Shepherd with me and Andrew Hignell, of course, who worked with us for many years. Oh, yes, I hope you'll enjoy it. There's the ladder there, sir. Pardon? And you climb up there and you sit on the top out in the burning sunshine, and you will find an ISDN point where you plug in. Now, I'm not a great one for heights, as in comes the next ball, and it's played away on the onside. There'll be a single, and that'll be all, as the fielder trots over 41 for 1. Well, there we went, and, yeah, we got through, and just after the tea interval, I remember I was shrinking. And of course, there's a tar on top of the roof there, and I said to Don, or Andrew, I said, can you sense? Yes, said one of them, I can't pull the chair up. Oh, this is great. But yes, I'll break off a side bottom. This time comes in to Lloyd and bowls to him. Lloyd drives pleasantly straight, though, to mid-on, where it's fielded by Sam Connors. And eventually, and by this time, it had gone down nearly a foot. 3 of us didn't move, otherwise if you put your shoes further on, they might be going down. And at the end of the game, and I remember Glamorgan got 200 and something, and I think it was John Morris and Kim Barnett knocked them off for 1, and they had to get the workmen up and everybody else to safely get us down from the top of the dressing room. Here's side bottom again, a shot through the offside. It's a chase for Masood. Well, he's given up our chase already. And Glamorgan went along nicely, 45 for 1. And you see Connors' figures there.
I would say at least 16 of those runs came from edges over or through the slips, though. So
I'm surprised for him that he was taken off, really, because if he'd had a third man, then instead of being 12, it would have been 3. Perhaps not, but there we are.
he'll be back. He'll be back. I would expect. But then again, it's been proven that I know absolutely nothing throughout the course of the day today.
We're in the 2 balls to go over the 10th over. 45 for 1, and Lloyd moves on to 26. And now it's just the 2 slips and the third man as side bottom turns. Fairly lengthy run past the umpire, bowls, and this is played off the back foot out to Masood in the covers. So after losing that wicket with just a run on the board, Glamorgan have played positive cricket against some not very accurate bowling, must be said. And though I was just saying, you read this out, Lackmal 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 3. He has bowling if you agree, they're too much outside the off stump. When shot not be offered.
It's very much a line that he bowled in the first innings as well, wasn't it? Trying to tempt
The drive, yeah.
Tempt Labuschagne to drive it, I think.
Connors in bowls, and that's clipped away down towards fine leg. Again, is this going to bisect fine leg? And yes, it's picked up. No, he should have said it's not going to bisect the fielders. But it's 2 more runs to Glamorgan, 2 more runs to Lloyd. And that is the end of the over. 47 for 1 off the first 10. 28 now to Lloyd, and Labuschagne is on 19, Dave Fletcher.
Change of the bowling at the City. We're going to see Anish Dal for the first time, like well bowling those 5 overs for 3 runs. He's going to bowl for the first time from the in this innings from the City end. I might have to ask you to take over at some point during this over, Edward, if that's all right, just to update listeners on BBC Radio.
What if I say no?
Well, there'll be silence on the stream. It's no skin off my nose either way, I have to say.
And a beating from you, no doubt.
No, that is the thing that is least likely to happen.
Well, I might as well carry on then.
You might as well, to be fair. Yeah, if you don't
It's
mind.
gone 3 o'clock. Anish Dal. And like Derbyshire going a little bit defensive now. They've got a man out on the extra cover boundary. They've got a third man, deep mid-wicket. As Anish Dal, who's a good containing bowler, I feel, comes in and bowls now. And, oh, my word, that was very wide of the off stump. Labuschagne, I think they should try and instill into the Derbyshire bowlers, come on now, we want to get wickets, we just don't want to contain, because we don't think Glamorgan are going to get near 3-3-1. They now need 283 or 44. As Dal from the City end is in a bend. Oh, again, it's wide of the off stump, and Labuschagne is not in the least interested. There may be a ploy of bowl wide. They won't play a shot and it'll put them more behind if they want to win it. But there we are. 47 for 1. Of course, tea will be at 20-4. On the final day, come what may. Dal, it's close to the stumps, bowls. It's a lovely shot from Labuschagne, who just leans and that, clips it up to long on and gets 4 runs. 51 for 1.
Derbyshire declared for their second innings on 349 for 3. The guest was dismissed 138 for more than 51 for 1. They still need another 280 to win.
Dal again halfway through this over, bowls. And, oh, that kept low. It might have hit. Very low indeed, and wicketkeeper guessed, in fact, fumbled it. It went so low. They will be very pleased to see that if this irregular bounce comes on. But having said that, of course, we saw some of this in the past, but it was very, not indifferent bounce. It was once every 10, 15 overs. The next ball is short, hammered away backward of square, and that's another boundary. And the run's flowing here. And Glamorgan move now very quickly indeed. On to 54 for the loss of just that 1 wicket. 55 is adjusted. 55, so look at the pessimistic Glamorgan supporter, they're nearly with the run rate needed.
That's why Derbyshire didn't declare.
You're probably spot on there. Dal bowls, and that's left by Labuschagne well outside the off stump, but another over goes by. 55 for 1, Lloyd is on 28. Labuschagne is quickly after him, 27, 29. Partnership of 54 already.
So they did 276 from 44 overs. Still over 6 and over.
On these big boundaries, yes.
Derbyshire can immediately put men all around the boundary to prevent runs from being scored. So they don't appear to be in any danger at this stage.
Oh, Glamorgan. No.
Derbyshire, not in any danger of losing.
I think neither side.
No, well,
realistically looking.
Quite. You should be able to bat on this pitch. We've only seen 2 wickets fall all day, and one of those was Brooke Guest after he'd got 138, caught down the leg side.
Madsen, and long conversation there with Anuj Dal. I'll just do this over, and then Nick is trying to push me out of my chair.
Well,
And it will be bowled by Ryan Sidebottom, and he bowls now. Lloyd clips it away on the onside. There'll be 1, and that is all they're going to get. And deploy. Oh, that's not a very good throw. It is taken there. Man at cover. Coming in from that mid-wicket boundary, 56 for 1. And Lloyd moves on to 29. This after he had scored a very sprightly 84 in the first innings, and looking pretty good, Nick, here now.
just whenever I felt like I was on the top deck of a bus, and then I turned around to see somebody had occupied the seat behind us.
Yes, and get a little bit concerned. Who's that lurker? Sidebottom past umpire Pollard, and bowls now short outside the off stump. Lights are still on. Well, Derbyshire wasting electricity. Heck of a price that these days.
Yeah.
But turn them off.
That's what they'll be using the prize money for winning the second division title to pay off the electricity bill.
Oh, I'm dreading the month of May, which is today. I have my next electricity bill, which everybody says is rocketed.
Mine's gone up by £100 a month.
Oh,
And I live in a 2 up, 2 down end terrace.
Sidebottom, right arm over the wicket, bowls and very wide again with the off stump. And there's no run. We have 3 balls left of Sidebottom's third over.
Richarlison's just scored for Everton.
Has he?
They lead Chelsea by a goal, so they need to win that game today. Blimey.
Oh, I'd like to see them next year down the Championship.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't, as a Tranmere fan, it would please me enormously to see Everton out of the Premier League.
Whether Frank Lampard will still be there.
Well, he's not much of a manager, really, is
In comes Sidebottom, bowls an X-ball, and it's defended just back of a length out to mid-on. Just a reminder, Glamorgan on Thursday are at home to Bottom Club Leicestershire. Derbyshire, where Dave Fletcher will be sunning himself on the Yorkshire Riviera, have not got a game.
I insist on correcting you there. I live in Lancashire.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm not.
You've worked a lot in Yorkshire.
I've worked a lot in Yorkshire. I'm not a Yorkshireman. I never have been, and I live in Lancashire.
I'm sorry about that, because I know how much the red and white roads. And most people would say to me, "How dare you?"
Well, it takes me back to yesterday, Ed, when Niall O'Brien walked in, and I was asked in the press box, "Who's that Welsh bloke who's just walked in?"
Nobby O'Brien.
Very, very Irish.
Good lad.
Couldn't be, absolutely. Couldn't be more Irish, though, really, could he?
I don't like to ask him why he's here, because he's an agent.
Yes, indeed. I didn't know why he was here either, so...
Very cheery lad. 1 ball left of this Sidebottom over as he comes in and bowls, and that's caught. She's dropped at first slip.
McKinnon.
McKinnon put a catch down in the first innings, a simple catch. That was ankle height. The world #1 rated batsman has been dropped on 27, and how much will they rue that fact? I'll go off and contemplate that as Nick Webb will join Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Edward. Yes, we'll see Ed again a little bit later on. We're going to make him work at least one more time before he's allowed to leave Derbyshire to head back to Scotland.
Somewhere Celtic. You know, Welsh people aren't insulted about being mixed up with Scots and Irish, not much anyway.
No, I am very insulted about being mixed up with Yorkshiremen. Anuj Dal begins a new over from the city end and is driven for 4 runs by David Lloyd up towards the members' pavilion. He moves into the 30s, 33, 50, 60 for 1 now. Glamorgan, that could be a very, very costly drop. It wasn't a massively difficult chance. Having said that, neither was the one that he put down in the first innings either, but
Was it Madsen or McKiernan?
It was McKiernan. Got first slip, Madsen at second at the time. There is only one slip for Anuj Dahl. Then comes Dahl again. Balls, and that one is guided into the offside out towards Lears Deploy, who's fielding on the point boundary.
Yeah, next port of safety for Glamorgan is the tee interval at 3:40. 29 minutes away. So if they get there without further loss, that would be a very big psychological flip, and their tea, all their nutrition bars and Powerade or whatever, will taste that a little bit better.
I don't think I've ever tasted anything that was bold, had the word nutrition on it, that tasted nice. This one's clipped into the leg side by Labuschagne. Well, I've never tried anything, so I'm not really in a place to comment. 61 for 1 it remains.
Well, it's the thing with a lot of clubs not returning to providing teas. You have to make your own decisions rather than just stuffing into the scones and crisps mindlessly in the tea interval in club cricket these days.
Labuschagne waits, bowls, Dahl bowls, and that one is clipped beautifully for 4 runs up towards the mid-wicket boundary. There was no effort in that whatsoever. He just flicked it away and it raced up to the boundary. Remarkable.
That's why he's the #1 Test batsman in the world, and you aren't, Dave.
Well, there are many reasons why I'm not, but that is certainly one of the reasons why he is. The sun's coming out here, you know.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's going to turn into another batting afternoon. The Glamorgan have had the better of the conditions, clearly, over the course of 4 days. I can't remember. This is about the only time Derbyshire bowled with cloud cover. They haven't really taken full advantage of it yet as Labuschagne pushes this next delivery out into the offside. Masood comes in to do the fielding.
Steve West on Twitter is confident of Glamorgan's ability to survive these overs, like falling off a log, he says.
Very much. Well, it's been a while since I've fallen off one of those. There's Dahl again. In and bowls to Labuschagne, who turns it into the leg side. There's a little slip there by Matty McKinnon, which encourages the batsman to go through for a comfortable single. And that was the final ball of Dahl's second over. He's gone at 9 and over. Connors went at nearly 12, over 12 and over, in fact. 12.3. Lackmell, 3 runs from his 5, and Sidebottom, who should have had a wicket, just 8 runs from his 3, and he's going to continue from the racecourse end with Glamorgan on 66 for 1, needing another 265 to win.
Or Derbyshire needing 9 wickets to win this match. Otherwise,
I don't think either is likely, do you?
Both sides will take 14 points. I think a Derbyshire victory is slightly more likely than a Glamorgan victory, but I don't think either is particularly likely at this moment. But things can change.
Well, they can.
If Derbyshire can go bang bang, as Sidebottom bowls and Labuschagne just drops it down on the leg side and says, I'll have a run for that. Why not? Since he turned it into a large empty space on the leg side. 67 for 1. Labuschagne to 33, not out. 130 he got in the first innings. There's the tall figure of Sidebottom from Victoria originally. Sets off away from us past umpire Pollard and bowls to David Lloyd, who drives nicely but straight to Godalming at mid-off. And there's no run.
We can already see in the far distance Alex Thompson is warming up furiously.
Well, he's got 8 bowlers to choose from. He might as well give them all a go.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Thompson bowling fairly soon. Bowled nicely in the second innings at Grace Road. Well, he's bowled nicely all season, but particularly in the second innings at Grace Road when called upon.
As Sidebottom is in to bowl to Lloyd, who drives straight to cover this time. Masood makes a diving stop and there's no run. News of the National Counties T20. It's meant to be a double, well, it is a double header, but the first one is not a T20, it's a N9 in Newport. And Berkshire finished with 92 for 3 in their 9 overs.
That's not bad.
10 and over. Good thrash. Dan Douthwaite of Glamorgan took 1 for 12 in his 2 overs, so he bowled well, as did Kieran Bull, formerly of Glamorgan, 2 for 13 in 2. As that's defended by Lloyd on the leg side, up to Connors at mid-on. So rather than dividing the overs lost between the 2 matches, they obviously play the first one short and then try and play a proper T20 for the second one. If you're in the vicinity of Spitty Park and you fancy seeing a bit of high-speed entertainment this afternoon. 67 for 1. Dave's right, it is getting a bit lighter. As side bottom bowls to Lloyd.
Oh.
And that one takes off. Was there some sort of edge involved in that one? It wasn't claimed by Brookcast.
I don't think there was, judging by the body language of the
No.
field, that they're not
Maybe.
all hands on heads and, oh no, it's happened again. But that one really took off. That's remarkable.
And there wouldn't be that many footmarks on that side of the wicket either.
No.
Strange.
We have seen the odd one take off, but not necessarily today. They had a light roller on. Because I'm sure they're only allowed the heavy roller once per match.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. Side bottom bowls and Lloyd forces it through the leg side. He'll pick up a single. They shouldn't
No.
risk a second, but there's a misfield then from Duploy, and they're able to come back for a second run without risk. The ball actually went a few metres behind him in the end. He was trying to come in quickly to prevent the second, but in the end conceded it.
Too bright, if anything, now. Bring them off. We are going to see a change in the bowling. Anuj Dal has taken his sweater from the umpire. He didn't have it, unless he took it off and handed it to him, and then Billy Goldman said, whoa, whoa, nudge, you're not bowling. But he certainly put his sweater back on, and Alex Thompson, who's left his sweater down by the boundary in front of the chairman's box, it is at the far end of the ground, he's going to come on from the city end. He took 3-4. I'll have to check.
Who's this?
No, in
this match.
in the second innings, 3 for 50 from 39 overs in the second innings against Leicestershire.
It's a marathon effort. He won't be able to fit that many overs in today.
No, indeed. But it means he could bowl unchanged from the far end if Billy Godalming chose.
How's your over 8? -1 still.
Still -1. But again, if they don't alter it till tea, then it becomes level. You can't imagine that. I can't imagine that they'll lose a point, surely. Harry Kane is on again out on the mid-wicket boundary. I think it's Shan Masood who he's replaced. No, it isn't. Shan Masood is at mid-wicket. If I do work it out, I'll let you know. But at the moment, I can't. Rather disappointingly, here is Thompson. First delivery, smacked back down over his head. 4-6 by Marnus Labuschagne. Wow.
I say.
That's not a bad start to the over for Marnus Labuschagne. He moves to 39 and Glamorgan up to 75 for 1.
I don't think Derbyshire will be that worried to see Labuschagne having a go.
Oh,
that
no,
early.
no, absolutely. You wouldn't want him to get 36 off an over, though, would you?
No, but that's probably better for Derbyshire than Labuschagne playing a boring forward defensive.
Yes, or leaving. Thompson's in again at this time. He plays a boring forward defensive.
Now run.
Down the pitch to Thompson. Picks up and then throws the ball to the designated polisher, who is Anuj Dal. He will get to work on it. 256 more runs required. All 9 wickets, and Thompson is in, and he goes down the track a couple of steps, Labuschagne, before turning it into the leg side. It's fielded by Sam Connors. Labuschagne moves to 40, 76 for 1.
To make Derbyshire listeners and viewers feel better, Glamorgan were bowled out in 41.1 overs in their first innings against Middlesex and 46.5 overs in the second innings.
Next delivery from Thompson is turned into the leg side very comfortably by Lloyd, but fielded nicely by side bottom. Not sure how much better that makes me feel, if I'm entirely honest.
I'm just saying Glamorgan have collapsed recently, that's all.
Thanks. The delivery is driven out into the offside where it's fielded by McKiernan. Were they 76 for 1 at any stage in either of those two innings?
No.
No. That's slightly disappointing. Thompson again bowls to Lloyd, who defends this one into the ground. It's taken one hand, one bounce by Brooke Guest. Of course, that means nothing. And it's the end of the over, 40 overs to go, or a minimum thereof.
Apart from the playground.
Yes.
One hand, one bounce, you're out. What do you mean it came off the wall?
That's okay. Well, in indoor cricket, I think you can claim a one hand off the wall.
I've never seen the appeal of one indoor cricket.
No, I haven't.
But I know a lot of people enjoy it in the winter. And if it keeps you fit and keeps some of your skills intact, then why not?
Keeps you off the street.
Keeps you off the street. Here's side bottom then from this racecourse end to Labuschagne. Dropped on 26, now on 40, and remaining on 40 as he shoulders arms to another ball that kicked a little bit. So side bottom, who's another tallish man, is getting a bit of bounce and lift out of the pitch.
Yeah, but he bowled one over in the first innings. He bowled more than one over, of course, but he bowled one that was particularly impressive in the first innings. This may well be his final game for Derbyshire. He only arrived on loan for a month. We don't play next week, and he was here for the opening game of the season at Middlesex.
Side bottom into ball, driven into the offside by Labuschagne, now ran. Godalman with the fielding. So, was that as a result of injuries, or just because he became available?
No, Ben Aitchison in the, I think it was in the first of the two-day warm-up matches that they played, suffered a stress fracture of his back.
That's more than a month, though.
Yes, yeah, but that was before they brought Nick Potts into he was always in the squad, but they gave him his debut, and he did pretty well.
Side bottom, past umpire Pollard, bowls. Labuschagne turns it on the leg side and pinches a cheeky single to Connors at wide mid-on. Get the feeling that just because Labuschagne doesn't necessarily have to score runs, he's not going to turn them down when they do occur. As it moves on to 41, and 171 so far for the match. If you want to tweet us with some thoughts on this game or any other cricket issue? Or any cake-related issue? Flash Sport or Nick Webb 2017 on Twitter, as that's driven by Lloyd, but Connors again in the action. Or fletchcricket@gmail.com on the electronic mail, which I understand is very popular these days, Your Honour.
I think it is. Derbyshire named a 12-man squad for their second team game at Repton against Durham, which I think starts tomorrow. And in it are Harry Kamen, Lewis Rees, Alex Hughes will skip at the side. Mikey Cohen is there as well, as is Nick Potts in the 12-man squad.
Side bottom to Lloyd, who drives. It gets a bit squared up and it ends up in the hands of Point, but safely enough. The second 11 games don't appear to be that coming that thick and fast for Glamorgan. They've played 2 interspaced by a week, so the second 11 only appear to be playing every other week at the moment. Is that correct?
Oh, goodness knows.
Second 11 Championship, they play Worcestershire and Newport a week Monday. You'd have thought they'd play more often than that at this stage of the season. Side bottom bowls. Lloyd drives nicely. He's timed that one well enough, I think, not to run. He started running, stopped, and then started again, but it has reached the boundary ropes in front of the pavilion. As Lloyd moves up to 36 not out. Glamorgan is 76 for 1, needing a further 255 to win, or 39 overs to survive.
What's he called? E at Shea Vegas. No idea. I think he's from Chesterfield. He's tweeted me. Is there a nice bottle of something on the way to guest to compensate him for not being a number 3? If you want to send him a nice bottle of something, that's entirely you. I'm still not sure he's a number 3, but he's batted very well in this game, no question about it. As Thompson begins a new over from the city end, turned backward of square on the leg side by Labuschagne, not picked up cleanly by side bottom, and they get through for a comfortable single.
I don't think BBC wages are such that we're able to give away a nice bottle of something for every prediction we get wrong during the course of a season.
No, that would be very expensive, wouldn't it? This next delivery from Thompson is defended by Lloyd out into the offside. The number 3 position in any team, as has been proved here by Glamorgan with Labuschagne at number 3, your best batsman bats at number 3. Well, Derbyshire's best batsman's opening at the moment, as that one is turned into the leg side by Lloyd for another single. Side bottom again does the fielding. But you would suggest that Wayne Madsen is the more natural number 3, but he has decided he wants to drop down the order a touch. He's deployed, didn't want to bat at 3, so he's dropped down the order a little bit as well. This one's driven by Labuschagne, nicely fielded by a tumbling Thompson.
It really has been a problem position for Glamorgan when Labuschagne hasn't been in it at times over the last 6-7 years.
This time he takes 2 steps down the track, Labuschagne, and smashes this one for 6 more, I fancy, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. No, it bounced. Oh, it has. It's gone all the way for 6. He may well even be in the car park. We'll see Harry Kane and where he goes. There is a little gap in the advertising boards there. There isn't a gap because he's got to jump over the advertising boards. And off he goes into the car park. He's still going. He's still going. I'm not sure he knows where it is. He's gone underneath the white car, do you think?
Oh, that's a long way away, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's quite a distance. And now Sam Connors is going to try and help him. He's having a look under the white car.
There's a bit of gravel around there, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
So the ball might not be in the best of states when it is eventually found.
He's looked under the white car. It's not there. He's moved along to the next car along in the car park as Harry Kane. He's still looking. I think he's got it now because Sam Connors, who'd gone into the car park to help him. In fact, there's a car just reversed so he can get the ball out. I don't know who's in his car, but there's somebody in the car there. Moved out of the way. He picked the ball up and the car has now returned to its previous place.
Well, that's fortunate, wasn't it, that the driver of the car happened to be in it at the time.
Labuschagne has moved on to 40. Well, it says 48 on the computer. It says 41 on the scoreboard. So he pays your money and he takes your choice. What are we going for? It doesn't really matter either way. Glamorgan certainly aren't 77 for 1. They're 89 for 1.
Yeah.
The next one is played by Labuschagne off the back foot out towards the cover boundary. Around goes Lears to Ploy. Back they come for a second run. And that's a half century for Marnus Labuschagne, who has batted nicely, and he just points his bat towards the pavilion and towards the Glamorgan supporters down below us to our right. He has 50, which only by looking at the old scoreboard would you know, from 49 deliveries with 7 fours and 2 sixes.
There we are. That is definitely confirmed then, as Glamorgan move on to 91 for 1. They have faced a mere 17 overs. And they have 38 potentially remaining. They can't declare to save us for 10 minutes, so it's a question of handshakes at 5, I guess, if the game goes that way, as side bottom bounds in and bowls and driven down the ground. Timed nicely by David Lloyd. He just dispatched it and turned away, didn't even bother to watch it go as it races the boundary right in front of us. Sam Connors picks it up, bounce back off the advertising hoardings, and Glamorgan move on to 95 for 1, with Lloyd on 45 and Labuschagne on 50. In comes side bottom and bowls to Lloyd, who drives again through mid-on, and this could be 4 more. It's racing away up to the wide mid-on boundary, and once more Connors pursues in vain as the ball races past him, and Lloyd moves up to 49 not out. Glamorgan on to 99 for 1. So this is adventurous stuff from Glamorgan, with Lloyd hitting 2 boundaries in as many balls. He now has 9 boundaries to his credit. And needs just 1 more to join Labuschagne in the 50 club. Side bottom bowls. Lloyd isn't in any hurry because he drives up to Kame at cover, who puts a rather sloppy throw vaguely towards Brooke Guest. No run. 99 for 1. Glamorgan. 331 is the target in 55 overs. 232 needed in 37.3 overs. Side bottom into the Glamorgan captain, David Lloyd, who leaves that one go outside off stump. Lloyd hit 84 in the first innings. Labuschagne 130. So these are 2 batsmen who will enjoy looking back on this game, you would have thought. Derbyshire down to 1 slip now. They have 5 saving the single. And side bottom marches back, polishing, and runs away from us once more. A reasonably bright afternoon now, and hits Lloyd on the pad. There's an appeal and he's given, and that's the breakthrough that Derbyshire needed. As we approach tea, the visitors do get a second wicket lost. They're 2 down and 5 minutes to go till tea. Derbyshire keep their outside hopes of forcing victory alive. David Lloyd has gone for 49. Leg before to Ryan's side bottom. It's 99 for 2.
You always got the feeling with David Lloyd, as he did in the first innings, really, he just wants to score quite quickly, doesn't he? Or he seems to want.
Yes.
This is the impression that I've got of him, only having seen him today. So clearly, I haven't watched him all season. But because he wants to score quickly, he's always likely to give the opposition a chance here. He doesn't look massively happy, and if he doesn't straighten up a bit, he's going to miss the gap in the fence to get up into the changing room. There, he's just changed course. Excellent, well done. I thought he was going to wander somewhere near the old scoreboard away to the left, but that isn't where the changing rooms are. But so he's out for 49. It was a terrifically entertaining knock. Just 55 deliveries, 9 fours, not too dissimilar to Labuschagne, who's got a couple of 6s in there as well. But as you say, Derbyshire desperately needed a breakthrough, and if they can pick up another one in the 8 minutes or so that remain before tea, and 7 minutes really before tea, then that'll just give them a bit of hope. A bit of hope. Right side bottom, I think, is bowled really nicely. I know he's gone for 24 in his 6 overs, 1 ball shy of 6 overs, but I think he's bowled okay. Really should have had Labuschagne earlier on. McKinnon with the drop at first slip. So, yeah, bit of hope, but I still think a draw remains favourite.
It does, but it just keeps Derbyshire hopes alive for that little bit longer. I think if the Glamorgan had just been 1 down at tea, that would have been pretty much it, but they've got rid of one of these well-sat and in-form batsmen. Lloyd finishing with 133 runs in the match for twice out. But yes, David Lloyd always has played positively at whatever position in the order. And he's batted in most places in the Glamorgan order. Started out 7-8, moved up to 5, then took on the opening job, and Sam Northeast replaces him at the crease. The umpires converge.
About something. I've no idea what.
It's not the light.
Well, no.
Because that's improved.
The scoreboard appears to be up to date now.
The board's up to date.
Can't be number of overs bowled by a bowler because that doesn't matter. Having a bit of a chat anyway, and they've noted something down in their
I don't think there's any show of dissent, was there?
Well, he's pointing here to Manus Labuschagne and to Sam Northeast, and there's definite pointing going on here.
Labuschagne being told He can't bat somewhere. He's had trouble with
Batting
marking
out
his
of his
crease.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Billy Godalming and Wayne Madsen last season were both batting a long way out of their crease, and they were told that they couldn't mark their guards there.
There's a bit of finger pointing
There
going
is a lot
on
of finger
from
pointing.
umpire
Well,
Pollard.
when David Lloyd walked off, he looked around for a long, long time and was basically walking in the wrong direction by the time he turned his head round towards the pavilion. So goodness knows what that is. But something's kicked off. No idea what. In the meantime, the sun's come out.
Indeed.
Beautiful afternoon here at the county ground.
It's probably only one more over before tea. Umpire Pollard is prepared for the last delivery of this over from side bottom. 99 for 2. Northeast faces up to side bottom and defends that delivery back past the non-striker's stumps. It is the end of a successful over from Ryan's side bottom. 99 for 2. Lloyd's gone for 49. He didn't appear to show any dissent.
No.
I mean, it looked like a reasonable decision, to be honest. I mean,
No, I didn't think there was any dissent at the time. It was just a strange way that he walked off, really, because he was sort of veering towards down to the left of the steps that he would go up to get back to the
maybe he just
players'
forgotten where
pavilion.
the exit was.
Yeah,
He was
it has happened. Not here, but
mulling over chances of Wrexham in the FA Trophy final or some such.
Welsh Cup final this afternoon. Penny Bont against the New Saints, if they're still called that. Here is Thompson begins a new over from the City end and goes back into his crease there, does Marnus Labuschagne, and beats the ball out to the man on the cover boundary, who is Leas Deploy, I think. It looked like a Deploy throw. Mainly because it was with his left arm and the hundreds up for Glamorgan. Probably.
Apparently Glamorgan's second's next engagement, according to Graham Smith, is a friendly T20 against Cardiff MCC on Friday, so not playing championship game this week. A few Glamorgan players outside the current first 11 squad were in club action yesterday. Douthwaite and Taylor playing for Wales minor national county today.
Thompson's in, balls to northeast, who clips this into the leg side. Foolish delivery. In the air for a moment, but pretty much to the right of Anders Dahl at mid-wicket. I've got to get some petrol before I go home. It's irritating, and I should have got some this morning, really. Thompson in, bowls. This one is clipped into the leg side again. No run.
Bank loan.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. Back down on Tuesday for the sports scene at 6, and then I'm off for 9 days.
Oof.
Here comes Thompson again. This one is whipped into the leg side, not particularly convincingly by Sam Northeast. It's a terrible time for him to have to come in fairness to him, with just an over or so to go until the tea interval following the dismissal of David Lloyd. Thompson is in again. This one is given a bit of air and it's clipped again into the leg side, as you would expect. The off spinner, and it's fielded by Sam Connors.
The Welsh Cup final, Penabont against TNS, is a 3:40 kick-off, I believe, so just about to start at the Cardiff City Stadium.
Okay. Thompson bowls back into his crease, goes northeast, plays it out into the leg side, and the umpires are looking at their watches.
3:39 according to my digital device.
Excellent. I don't know which clock they go off. I don't even know if they go off a clock anymore, but looking at the clock on top of the groundsman's, I would say hut, but it's a brick construction. That is suggesting that it is 3:40, but the umpires are now in place. We will have one more over before tea, which means we probably won't start until nearly 4:05, when there will be 35 overs to go.
In comes side bottom, and that's defended by Labuschagne. No run.
S4C.
S4C, it's a 4 o'clock kick-off on this Pedwarek.
I want to get all my scores off this particular app, and it says it's on S4C, S4C click, and the S4C red button, so there's no escaping.
That's probably English language commentary on the red button for your benefit. As side bottom in ball, short cuts by Labuschagne. I thought for a moment that it carried to Gully, but it had not.
I did. It's fielded by Dahl. Going down to his left. There's a clever way you can do that if you have a Virgin box, certainly. If you set the default language to Welsh on the box,
yes,
it comes on automatically as English.
Yes.
Rather than having to press any buttons. I never understood why.
No, I didn't. As side bottom bowls and Labuschagne defends. Yes, because I've done quite a few of those red button commentaries for S4C, and my better half has said, pushed all the buttons, I couldn't hear you. Sorry, love, I tried. But yes, I had to watch something else when I wasn't working on it and try and work it out. I think someone told me. So 2 wickets down. Derbyshire need another 8. Glamorgan need another 231 runs in the final session. Derbyshire with a slightly larger chance of victory as Labuschagne dismisses that one out towards mid-wicket, and we'll just get the single deployed doing the fielding in front of the scoreboard. 101 for 2. Labuschagne rehearses his shots, plays it again. Did you see that? Good, wasn't it? Non-strike. I enjoyed that. He enjoys everything. Sam North East then, who just played a couple of fraction up-ish off Thompson in the last over, will face up to the pace of side bottom for the last few balls before tea. Last 2 balls to be exact, unless a wicket falls, or 2 legitimate deliveries. As Ryan side bottom is rubbing the ball and sets off away from us and bowls to northeast. 2 pokes at that outside off stump rather nervously. You'd be glad to get to tea. It's been slightly jittery start for a batsman of northeast's experience.
A tricky time to come in, isn't it? He knew he had a couple of overs. But he has looked a bit nervous.
So it'll be 35 overs available to Derbyshire after tea to try to press home their slight advantage, claim 8 wickets. Morgan need a further 230 for victory. Side bottom bowls, and that one takes off, and well, that's an extraordinary delivery to end the afternoon session, as North East did well really to get out of the way of it eventually, because that really did lift, and it was taken by Guest head high behind the stumps. So a little bit of life in the pitch, a little bit of hope for Derbyshire with the dismissal of David Lloyd at tea. Glamorgan having been set 331 to win in 55 overs. They've faced 20 of them. They're 2 down for 101. 35 overs left potentially for Derbyshire to take those wickets, 230 for Glamorgan to score.
And don't miss the excitement. We'll be back on the Derbyshire stream and on the BBC Sport website and app in around about 18 minutes and 17 seconds. Back to the Incora County Ground for the final session of this championship match between Derbyshire and Glamorgan. 35 overs minimum remain, so around about 2 hours Derbyshire have got now to take the 8 remaining wickets they require for victory. Glamorgan still require another 230 runs, which is highly improbable, you would say. Although they have had a go at it. I'll have an update to do in a few moments' time. Andy Twigg, who's doing the 60, 70 and 80s programme of BBC Radio Derby. Umpires in consultation about something. No idea what. They're talking to the scorers next door. The over rate is -3. According to the scoreboard. It's going to be Saranga Lackmell. Yes, one more wicket has fallen, Twiggy. They're now 102 for 2, Glamorgan. They lost the second wicket on the stroke of tea. David Lloyd led before wicket to Ryan's side bottom. Now, Labuschagne is still there. He's on 53 now. They've just picked up a single off the first ball after tea. Sam Northeast is the new batsman. He's yet to get off the mark, having faced 8 deliveries. And Saranga Lackmell, who took a wicket in his first over, the first over of the Glamorgan second innings, is currently bowling the first over after tea. Glamorgan still need 229 to win. Derbyshire need 8 wickets because Glamorgan are 102 for 2, and we've got 34 overs and 5 balls left to play. Yes? EHERDSI. Yeah. I think I've got a clue. I've got an idea of what it might be, Twigs. Can I get back to you at 1:30? Thanks very much. I might pass it around the entire press box, that's all. Just to be certain. Sorry, we've got an anagram going on at the moment, and it's the word Derbyshire. Here comes Saranga Lackmell in and bowls to Northeast, who's still to get off the mark. Pushes that one up towards mid-on. He's got 2, so he's not yet to get off the mark. It's all fairly pointless. If I'd have been Derbyshire, I'd have batted on.
They need to improve their bowling rate. They're -2.
The -3. Oh, it's gone down to -2 in the last moment then, because it was -3 at tea. That proves what a waste of time the over rate nonsense is. It always has been. Shouldn't be on the scoreboard, certainly. Saranga Lackmell is in again from the city end. That one is pushed out into the offside by Northeast, fielded by Shan Masood.
Shouldn't be on the scoreboard.
No.
Why?
Because we had an instance within the recent past where Derbyshire got to +4, and the game just ground to a halt because they knew they could waste as much time as they wanted. I don't think it should be there. I don't think it really matters if you're bowling 2 overs less than you should have done.
Well, you get the position of Test cricket then, where they stroll around for 85 overs a day, if they can be bothered.
I'm not watching Test cricket though. I'd just play until all the overs are done. Lackmell's in. That one's turned down towards fine leg off a pad or a thigh pad. It's stopped on the slide by Sam Connors down below. So there'll be 2 leg byes. It is 106 for 2. In the case of this that we're watching at the moment, that is going to carry on until the bitter end, I can sort of understand it. But when a game finishes in 3 days and a team is done for a slow over rate, well, that's just pointless. Absolutely pointless. There we go. ECB in pointless regulation. Shock at Saranga Lakmal bowls, and that's defended by some North East. Back to the Sri Lankan bowler. It's the end of the first over after tea. North East has 2. Labuschagne has 53. Glamorgan out 106 for 2. Derbyshire need 8 wickets. They're not going to get them. Glamorgan need 225 runs. They're not going to get them.
It's unlikely that either eventuality will happen, we must admit that, but Derbyshire's 8 wickets is not entirely out of the question, given the pressure of the situation for Glamorgan. If a couple do go quickly, then...
We've got more pressures there then.
Well, pressure is they've got about out 34 overs and they collapsed twice in the last match.
Oh, this is a very flat pitch.
Connors is in to bowl to Labuschagne, who will get runs down to fine leg. A little bit of bat involved as he turned it away. Guest could do nothing about it. The man at fine leg, Lakmal, could do nothing about it. And it is retrieved in the end by one of the slip fielders who's realising that Lakmal has got a lot of work to do with the ball.
Wayne Madsen.
Went and got it for him. It's probably a lot closer to Lakmal, to be honest. 110 for 2. As Labuschagne is back on his stumps, defending on the onside, fielded by McKiernan. No run.
Disappointingly, Everton have beaten Chelsea. We'll go on to now.
Just because you, as a Tranmere supporter, want to see your rivals fall from grace.
Would be funny though.
Connors bowls and turned on the leg side by Labuschagne, well fielded by McKiernan at mid-wicket. No run. So, how much deeper will Derbyshire take this game? All depends whether they get a success or two in the next hour. Otherwise, could be 5 o'clock or thereabouts handshakes. Labuschagne, in the meantime, will accumulate as many runs as possible as Connors bowls, and Labuschagne drives to Godalming at mid-off. No run. 2 successes so far for Derbyshire. Andrew Salter, well caught by Duploy off Lakmal in the first over. David Lloyd just before tea, given leg before to Ryan Sidebottom, eventually making it to the pavilion after a rather circuitous walk back. His next delivery is a full toss and smacked through the covers by Labuschagne for 4 runs. Just a little bit too much effort from Connors. We heard the grunt and trying for an effort ball, bowling a bit faster in the end. He just bowled it a bit fuller, and Labuschagne moves on to 61. 114 for 2.
Yeah, bless him. Not Sam Connors' finest innings of bowling so far, this.
No, he's bowled 3.5 overs, 0 for 45 so far.
I'd say at least 12 of those runs came from edges, either over or just past the slips, but perhaps trying a little too hard here, Sam.
Bowling figures are always liable to be expensive in this sort of situation, as Connors bowls and strikes Labuschagne on the pad. One last hope for Derbyshire may be not given.
Inside edge. Sounded like 2 noises.
Labuschagne rehearses his shot. Connors takes his cap off the umpire and maybe inquires on what grounds his appeal was turned down. It doesn't really matter, it was turned down. 114 for 2, 33 overs remain in the match, 217 to win.
Matthew Maynard's back.
Matthew Maynard's back.
Well, it's his side, we can
Next
see,
door.
but he is back.
Next door. Well, it is the best view on the ground from
It
next
is.
door, basically.
It is. It's something we're trying to discourage, but anybody from coming into the radio boxes, and they're just coming to look. Here's Lackmel in and bowls to northeast, who pushes this one out into the offside, straight to Anders Dahl. There is no, mainly on the grounds that we don't go into the pavilion changing rooms.
I think we'd be soon booted out if we wandered into the coaches' rooms or the dressing rooms.
We probably would. 14 for 2. Lackmel 6.1 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6, but that did bowl an awful lot of balls wide of the off stump in his first spell. Will he get a third spell? He's in his second at the moment, and that one's turned to the leg side by northeast. They'll get one. Are they going to come back for the second? No, they decide against it. The ball is picked up nicely there by the tallest man in cricket, Alex Thompson. Got down nicely, hurled the ball in.
I've got 3 words to say to you.
Go on.
Oliver, Hannon and Dolby.
Yeah, that is true, actually. Yeah, we don't see Oliver Hannon and Dolby much around here. Occasionally see him in a white ball game, but it's been
striding in purposefully.
Burrowing for news. Here is Saranga Lackmel. In and bowls, that one's turned into the leg side by Labuschagne. Now he fancies 2 here as Thompson is in, the second tallest man in cricket, and he gets back comfortably, does Labuschagne. Good running. You got any more words for me? You're happy with second?
Well, I'm not going to go through all the counties looking them up. It's just that one struck me off the top of my head.
Yes, he is tall. He is tall. The Yorkshireman. I think he's from Halifax.
Do you wish the headphones to communicate with the nation, Edward? Not for the moment.
He's just composing himself. I think he's been talking to the match referee. 117, I'm only guessing now. 117 for 2. Lackmel is in and balls. Oh, was a play and a miss there from Labuschagne. They went hard at that. Blimey. I don't think I've ever seen anybody go quite so hard at a ball without actually touching it. Jagged back a little bit, but bounced. Labuschagne was just left groping, really, wasn't he? But he went very hard.
Well, that's the sort of shot you look to play maybe off a wide half volley when you're looking to up the scoring rate, not to one that's just maybe back of a length to when you're trying to save the game. Anyway, he's
still
test
there.
batsman.
Well, yes, exactly.
He knows what he's doing.
It seems churlish to criticise him. He waits now as the Lackmel is in, and that one is pulled into the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs as it escapes the tumbling dive of Ryan Sidebottom up towards the members' pavilion in the far distance. He moves on to 67 now, 121 for 2, Glamorgan. Oh, he's now ready, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you Edward Bevan of BBC Wales, who's going to tell us everything that he knows.
Yeah, basically, the business with David Lloyd striding off, not happy. And one of our colleagues has been into James Whitaker, the match referee, whatever they call themselves these days. And the reason...
It's like, well, Bowles is left alone by Labuschagne, who turns around and is down on one knee looking at the sky now. I don't know what's up there.
God.
That was a very, very good leave. End of the over, 121 for 2.
And what happened was that umpire Pollard heard David Lloyd shouting and screaming in the Glamorgan dressing room, and it was going round the ground. And apparently he will be referred, not charged as yet, on a level 1 offence, which I'll read out to you. Level 1 offence is willfully mistreating any part of the cricket ground, equipment or implements used in the match, showing dissent at an umpire's decision by word or action. And I think this is important, using language that, in the circumstances, is obscene, offensive, or insulting, making an obscene gesture, etc., and all that. So it would appear now that, it's not proved. No doubt David will try and defend himself. But if this does go through, he will not be suspended for a game. That refers if you have a level 1 offence. Ned Eckersley's had it now in successive seasons. So what I'm trying to say is that they will report, probably David Lloyd, And he'll probably go in and say, I'm awfully sorry, I won't do it again. As I suspect he won't, because he's a very quiet lad. And he'll be able to carry on. Now, as far as Labuschagne was concerned, he was merely asking, how was that out, or what was the decision?
How was that out? Is the
Rumour
scent
was that he
straight
hit it,
away?
you see.
The
No,
rumour?
going round from certain people who are out doing photography who heard.
Connor's balls, it's the third ball of the over. It's a full toss and it's bunted back down the ground for 4 runs by North East. He moves to 725 for
If you
2.
can make any sense of that, you're very welcome.
What about Cook? Has he been charged yet with anything for throwing the ball on the floor yesterday?
Nothing's been said about that, but fortunately, the RAS referee is next to the press box.
Yes, well, it's always good to see the match referee hard at work.
It was an outburst, full stop. There we are.
Excellent. Marvellous. Thank you, Edward. In goes Connors again. Bowls. That's turned to the leg side by North East. He moves on to 826 for 2.
Faces a potential disciplinary rap then. A rap on the knuckles for his reaction. Thank you, Edward.
Indeed.
10 minutes? Think I'm doing a few more deliveries.
Here's Connors. 2 overs left of this over, and it's whipped into the leg side by Labuschagne, who moves on to 68. 126 for 2.
And then if the match is drawing to a close, I might prevail on Mr. Bevan to do the spoken words when I write the written words. Not by the time the match finishes, you won't, Edward.
No I in team, Edward, come on.
Apart from in Welsh.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. It's Connors to complete his over. Bowls to North East. Plays it back to Connors, and it's touched by Connors, who half stops it. End of the over, 127 for 2. Glamorgan need 204. Derbyshire need 8 wickets. And we've got a minimum of 31 overs left in the day's play, and none of the above was in fact true.
Yes. T-I with an accent over it, M in Welsh, team. We'll have to ask Edward what the accent's called.
Little hat.
The hat.
The hat, yeah.
Yes. 127 for 2 then. David Lloyd in warm water rather than hot water. It sounds like.
Very much tepid, the water, isn't it, there? I'd be interested to find out if Cook's had anything done, though, because after a long time since I've seen somebody throw the ball to the floor like that.
Blacknell is in to bowl to Labuschagne, who plays that one to mid-on, and there's no run.
You quite often see a double teapot, don't you? But
yes, not quite sure what would happen in the disciplinary instance if the match I played in last weekend were to come to any sort of official light.
when you watch Bolton League cricket, and some of the shenanigans are embarrassing, really.
As Blacknell is in, and Labuschagne plays that one to point and Dalfields, and there's no run. An opposition batsman took extreme displeasure to a decision from one of his teammates standing at square leg that he was outstumped, and let him know his thoughts.
Wow.
At very high volume, and the gesture of the bat as well on the way off.
The best way to deal with that is to come back later on in the innings and fire him off.
But it could have happened. As Blacknell is in the bowl, and Labuschagne again driving off balance. Didn't get to it. And Marnus Labuschagne just giving the bowlers a little bit of hope. 31 overs remaining, 30 after this. If they get rid of Labuschagne soon, there'll still be that little bit of hope in Derbyshire hearts.
Well, Labuschagne goes and we're here till 6 o'clock, aren't we? I would suggest. It's in everybody's interest that he stays out there.
Lackmell into Labuschagne, who defends on the leg side, and there's no run.
Especially Edward Bevan, who's desperate to get up the whichever motorway he was talking about. He said he would be up the M4. And
M1, down the M1, he probably.
is he going down the M1? Is that the best way back?
It's not the way that I came, but that was because of blockages on the M42. I think there's a bit of the M1 involved. Anyway, I'll just bunt it into the old sat-nav and let that one take control. 127 for 2. No one quite in control here in Derby. As Lackmell is into bowl and Labuschagne works through mid-wicket, and that will be 4 runs up towards the club shop. Is that one rolled into the gap?
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like it.
Clipped away. Labuschagne's played and missed a few times. He was dropped on 26. And if Derbyshire had held on to that particular chance, in particular McKiernan off the bowling of side bottom, then they might be pressing even harder. They would be pressing even harder than they are at the moment. 131 for 2. 200 exactly to win for Glamorgan. That's a run rate of 6.7 approximately. Lackmell is into ball and Labuschagne pushes forward. There's a howl as that was off bat and pad, I think, as it rolled back past the stumps at the non-strikers end. 131 for 2, 30 overs left. 200 to win, 8 wickets to win. Yep. And the over rate is -2. So at what point do you toss the ball to
Madsen? Because he is
Madsen's
through some lightning overs.
Whizzes through it most quickly, does he?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. At the moment, they toss the ball to Ryan's side bottom. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 25. Should have been 2 for 25. Bowled pretty nicely before tea.
The problem is for both sides, they haven't bowled well in unison, have they?
No.
They've had strike bowlers bowling well, but not 4 bowlers firing at the same time.
Side bottom is in, and that one's pushed out into the offside by Northeast.
In this innings, Connors and Dahl have gone round the park. Glamorgan, of course, didn't have Van der Hoogten available for much of the Derbyshire second innings. Harris was a bit on the expensive side. And in the first innings, the work was left to Nisa and Hogan to take 4 wickets apiece.
Side bottom. In again, Northeast pulls this round the corner. There is a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. It's Lewis Deploy. He does the fielding. And they get another single. Northeast moves to 9 from 22 deliveries. Morgan now lead fewer than 200 to win 199 from 29 overs and 4 balls. Derbyshire still need 8 wickets.
Yeah, the scoring rate was rattling along in the early stages with Labuschagne and Lloyd together, with gaps in the field.
As Labuschagne waits, and this next one is defended immaculately. Wayne Madsen thought there was a half a chance there for something or other. Not entirely sure what, but he often thinks there's a half chance.
When the ball is played off the middle of the bat down into the ground, your only chance really is a run out.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Come on, Ryan, says die. Down below us to our right. And goes side bottom and bowls. That one is whipped away down to long leg for 2. Well, Labuschagne who's batting in actual fact, and he gets back for the second as well. I beg his pardon. He was determined to get 2 there, Labuschagne, and he got them. So that's Rangel Lackmell who did the fielding down in the far distance.
Possibly with eyes on another century, Marnus Labuschagne, before this match is knocked on the head.
He's got time for that, hasn't he?
He'll be insisting they stay out there if he's in his 90s.
Well, they did stay out for the double 100 for Chiteshwar Pujara against Sussex. As side bottom is in, and that one's edged and not caught. Dropped again, this time by Brooke Guest. Derbyshire aren't going to win this game if they keep dropping Manus Labuschagne.
It's not been great for Derbyshire, has it, to put down the world's best Test batsman twice? If you're trying to get through a team to take 10 wickets.
Both off Ryan's side bottom.
Oh dear.
He wouldn't mind Manus Labuschagne on his CV, I wouldn't have thought. Can he get northeast? He's on 9. Side bottom goes in, bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. And there is no run. Dear, oh dear. So Labuschagne dropped twice, once on 27, once on 74. Both offside bottom, once by McKiernan and once by Brooke Guest.
Question of if onlys for Derbyshire, maybe.
Yeah, should have carried on batting, Nick. Like I said.
They've lost those bonus points, though. They've got to get back from -2 in terms of the over 8, which will mean we'll have, at such point as Derbyshire give up hope of taking the remaining 8 wickets, they'll turn to spin. As Lackmal steams in bowls to Labuschagne, who defends it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Madsen to whisk through and over. One of the spinners at the other end, or maybe even one of the part-time bowlers who doesn't worry if he's going to get hit about a bit. 135 for 2. Northeast 7 and over, says Edward. Lackmal runs towards us and bowls, and Labuschagne off the back foot plays up to mid-off, and there's no run. Labuschagne's runs coming at pretty much a runner ball. They're being overly aggressive, but as I say, there have been large gaps in the field. Derbyshire have put him down twice. And Labuschagne's taken advantage of anything off target or indeed the gaps in the field. Lackmal past umpire Pratt bowls, and Labuschagne will get at least a single here out towards deep mid-wicket. He runs the first one very fast just to try and put a bit of pressure on the fielder, but Alex Thompson will not be pressurised, and they have to settle for the single. 76 to Labuschagne, 136 for 2.
Might have been a bit early there. They've gone to Cliff Richard ahead of me, which I think is slightly disrespectful to the cricket.
Which particular Cliff Richard gem was it?
Well, it's on down. I don't recognise it.
All right. Lackmal is in to bowl, and Northeast is turned inside out and edges it uppishly through gully, but wide of the fielders. There's only one slip. That might have been a 4th slip catch. It bounces down to third man for a single. Northeast 10, 137 for 2. He's, of course, real name Webb. Not as I often claim him. Not a favourite of mine. Harry Webb, Cliff Richard.
Yeah, Uncle Harry.
As opposed to Gary Webb, who's also a music star.
Really?
Yeah, Gary Webb.
Star.
Well, in his day. As Labuschagne is hit on the pad, there's a howl of anguish from Lackmal. Gary Webb, alias the 80s electronic synth hit maker, Gary Newman.
Yeah.
Etc. Our trend's eclectic.
Yes. I saw him actually.
Did you?
Yeah, Manchester once, with orchestra manoeuvres in the dark. Manus Labuschagne's now being told he can't bat where he's batting by the umpire.
Yes, this one
I
again.
would suggest.
Yep. You can't stand there, Marnus. What do you mean? Yes, he was told off. He's been told off previously.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
got previous.
Both Billy Godalman and Wayne Madsen have been told if I am going now.
Marnus Labuschagne is told he's batting too far outside his crease. He is damaging the facilities. And therefore, he should stand closer to his stumps. It's not. Keeper is standing back, so it shouldn't worry him unduly. 137 for 2. As Lackmal bowls to Labuschagne, will take a single there to square leg, so that he doesn't have to worry about where he's standing. But he'll have to take guard at the other end. And he continues discussions with umpire Pratt now as to where he should be standing. But really, Marnus Labuschagne ought to be used to this particular regulation. He likes to obviously bat outside his crease, and the umpires don't always like it. And he's continuing discussions with umpire Pratt on this very subject. And chatting away. The umpires are in charge, and there's not much point in arguing, even though you think they are wrong or interpreting the regulations unfairly. As side bottom will start a new over, and is into Labuschagne, who turns one down to fine leg. He'll take one, and he won't worry about the second because it's a good return from Lackmal. Gas standing next to the stumps, hardly had to move, and Labuschagne up to 78 off 81. Northeast is on 10 off 24 deliveries received. Glamorgan won't worry about the scoring rate as Labuschagne continues chirping away. There's no point, Marnus, there's no point. 139 for 2. Side bottom into bowl. Down leg side, Northeast flicks at it, makes no contact. Through to Guest, who makes a tumbling stop. We will ensure you get Edward Bevan in at the end of this over, but Dave Fletcher was temporarily addressing a whole different constituency of listeners.
I'll say yes. Different.
Cliff Richard fans.
Different, well, 60s, 70s and 80s fans.
Fair enough.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know, I'm not talking about the age. It's the music, Edward.
As side bottom bowls and Northeast defends on the offside, no run.
And the problem with the show today, and it's not a problem, that's the wrong word to use in case he's listening. The thing about the show today is it's being done by the man at whose house I've been staying for the last 3 nights for free and gratis. So, I've got to be nice to him, essentially. Yeah, that's the top and bottom of it, yeah.
And you owe him a new box of cornflakes.
He does snore, though.
In goes side bottom and bowls. Northeast runs it down to points, and there's no runners. Dahl has intercepted that one quickly.
I'm quite glad we're talking to the coach, though, this evening, which we do now and after the final day, rather than the captain, which is what it used to be, because we used to have to wait for the captain to go and see the match referee.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so you wouldn't really want to have to wait for that long, would you? I've got a few issues here, have you? Oh, good. Yeah, 6:30.
Right. There's side bottom into Bolton Northeast, 2 off the back foot forces. Another one, 2 points. And again, there is no run. Last ball of the over coming up, and you will hear the dulcet tones of Mr. Edward Bevan, the Bard of Trebanos. Trebanos, I can report on Trebanos' rugby team as well. There we are. 2 lots of sport for the price of 1.
Do they have any South Africans playing for them? Well, like my team at Sale.
Don't think the foreign brigade goes that far down, as that's a wild shot by North East, who lost his patience for once. Flashed outside off stump. Guest dropped it anyway. Cricket was the loser. 139 for 2 Glamorgan. 27 overs remain. They're over halfway through their innings. 192 to win.
Is that it? Is that it? Was that we've seen you for the final time, you think?
It depends. I've got to write a report and speak to radio listeners, so it just depends how long the game carries on. If it's more than half an hour, I'll be back.
Lovely.
Otherwise, it's been a pleasure.
It has been absolutely delightful. Thank you, Nick. Nick Webb from BBC Wales, been replaced by Edward Bevan from BBC Wales. Never say they don't travel mob-handed. They're going to have a little discussion at the back of the box before Edward comes in alongside. And it's Saranga Lakmal who's going to bowl from the city end, and that one's turned into the leg side by Marnus Labuschagne for a single. He moves up to 79. 140 for 2.
I've always thought that's a silly rule of where you can stand, because you can run down the pitch with a spinner, scuff it as much as you like for the next 3 yards, and you're fine. But you bat outside your crease, try and nullify any seam or spin, and you said no. He's had previous on this last year.
You and Billy Godwin and Wayne Madsen were both told last year to get back into their creases, or close to their creases. You can bat out of your crease, obviously. North East waits as Lakmal bowls 2, and that's turned into the leg side, fielded by McKinnon. One of the two guilty men. Marnus Labuschagne dropped on 27 and 74.
You just don't know, do you, what would have happened had that catch been taken.
Relatively straightforward catch.
He'd have gone on then. But Gotland, I'm sure. Surely he won't. Although, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Might shake hands, they might not.
I don't think. Well, it depends what Marnus Labuschagne's on for a start, I suppose, doesn't it? That one is driven by North East for 4 runs. Billy Godwin thought about putting the dive in, and then decided against it, and it's gone out to the boundary. I think that little bit of fielding there from Godwin sort of suggests where Derbyshire are now. I think we are now going through the motions. Of course, it'll be 5 o'clock rather than 10 to, because Glamorgan can't declare.
Over it.
Yes, quite.
So if you get these 14 points, you could well be deducted 2 points.
Could be.
Whether that's right, because now and again you just adjust the over rate at the lunch or tea intervals.
Well, it was -3 this afternoon. It's gone to -2. It was certainly -3 just after tea on the board. This next delivery is driven beautifully for 4 square of the wicket by Sam North East. He moves to 18 now, 148 for 2.
I should have brought my calculator. Just, you never know. 183 off. You've got it there. Just a little bit of interest. So 183 off, shall we say 26? Plus 2 balls.
7 and over.
I know you can put people out on the boundaries, but then you can also run 2s very quickly, and then you bring men in, and I don't know. But as you say, it depends on Labuschagne.
North East on strike at the moment, like my bowls. Jimmy tries to just chop this down to third man. He chops it straight into the floor, and it's fielded by Wayne Madsen at slip. Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Yeah.
To a point.
Partnership now is worth 49. And we could be describing the 5th century in this game.
Yeah. The second batsman to score 2 centuries in the same match as well.
All too much for me.
At the moment, North East is on strike. Labuschagne at the non-strikers end on 79, and North East drives down the ground. That's a terrific piece of fielding by, I think that's Ryan Sidebottom at mid-off.
Long way down for him.
He did well to get down. No, it's Sam Connors, and I've done Sam a disservice. He's a terrific fielder, Sam Connors, because Sidebottom's coming up to bowl the next over. So
and rushing, do you see the fielders now?
Long leg, yeah.
Yeah, they know that...
There's always been somebody who will collect the bowler's cap.
What I suspect is that they will play on, because Godwin if he agrees and Glamorgan say, yeah, I'm happy, he will lose 2 overs as it stands, 2 points. All very interesting at 149 for 2. The side bottom starts another over, and he's bowling to Sam Northeast, who plays it away on the offside, and there's no run. Derbyshire has given a chance, 79. Northeast at 19. I was asking why on earth Madsen wasn't feeling that slip, but apparently he's put 4 down this year. First slip. So.
Well, he hasn't fielded at first slip unless he's been the solitary slip all season. But he has put a few down. That has been a slight problem.
Ryan Sidebottom on loan from Warwickshire. He's bowling for Derbyshire, and he's bowling at Sam Northeast, who clips it away on the offside, straight to Ajdal, failing at cover, and there's no run. It's a bit of a problem here. $50 question. Do you bowl your spinners, bring the rate up to date, or do you plug away with the possibility it might go to -3? And then Godalmund will keep us here until 10 to 6.
He certainly will. Can't say I blame him.
In comes the next ball, and that beats him as he tries a forcing shot, but not a very good piece of wicket keeping there. As the wicket keeper drops the ball, he's already dropped a catch, and now
he's dropped a catch.
I thought he was dropped. He caught one behind off. I forget who it was. I think it was. If I'm correct, I may be corrected here. Labuschagne.
Well, Labuschagne was dropped by McKeon, and yes, he
slip.
was by Brookgast. I'm sorry, Edward, you're absolutely right. I've written it down in front of me, and I still don't know what I'm talking about. You're right. No, you're right. Yes, he did. Of course, he did on 74.
He moved around in the crease then, and he tried to confuse Sidebottom, followed him, but he clipped it down for a single.
Who am I?
Yeah.
Oh, God, dear, oh dear.
What are we watching?
I've no idea.
Saturday United.
No idea at all. Yes, he hasn't been as tidy as he has been in recent games.
Well, he has been at the crease for a
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, isn't it? Is he a number 3 batsman? If he's going to bat at number 3 and keep wicket, he's going to be out in the field a long, long time. You would hope.
Well, he's been on the field all day today,
Yeah.
except for a 20-minute break for tea.
Yeah.
Sidebottom in, bowls, and this is played back down the pitch, and that is the end of the over. Glamorgan win. They want 180 runs in the last 25 overs, which is a very tall order. It wasn't the end of the over. There's still a bowl to go. And you would say, now, what's happening here now? He's Godalmund speaking to the umpire, and who knows what is going on.
Be asking about over rates and all that kind of thing, I'm sure.
Last ball of the over, a Sidebottom comes in, and that's driven up towards mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over. 1-5-1 for 2, 25 overs do remain, but I should be very surprised if they go to 25 overs. Unless they can peg Glamorgan back with the seamers, then bring the spinners on, and see where we go from there.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. No spinners yet. It's Sam Connors. Perhaps a last throw of the dice by Billy Godwin. Perhaps he was just asking if it was still light enough for Connors to come on, of course. If the last thing Billy Godwin would want is for the players to go off a bad light with the over rate at -2. So Connors is on. And he's going to bowl for the first time in this innings, certainly, possibly even in the match from the City end.
Does he normally bowl from this end?
This has always been his end, as it was Tony Palladino's before him. Labuschagne is on strike, having a look round. There's a man on the long leg boundary and a man out on the mid-wicket boundary as well, and Connors bowls, and it's clipped around the corner to the man at long leg, who is side bottom, and go through for a single. 152 for 2. Started to getting a little gloomy again. There was some promise of sunshine a little bit earlier, but that's pretty much disappeared now.
Kieran Carlson, the next man scheduled to come in, and then there'll be Chris Cook, very fine stroke maker. So that's a good shot by if they cross for one, they could chance the second, and they do run 2 runs quite easily. As the ball nearly hit Labuschagne, he had to do a backward flip.
I think it did hit him. He's showing no pain.
Phelps on the top board doing a backward flip, exactly what Marnus is doing, and then he talks to a field. He's like Nick Cook, the umpire, will talk throughout. Very fine man, great character, Cookie. Here's the next ball, and that's played nicely and equally fielded there by Arjun Dal. Everybody's timed the ball so well on this, and once do time it well and misses a fielder, the fielder can't get there, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, races away, doesn't it?
Long boundary, 154 for 2. Connors bowls, and it's struck out to mid-on. Were you supposed to be there? Did you miss your ball?
But no, you carry on, Adram. It's always nice to hear your voice.
Are you with it?
Always. Always nice to hear your voice. Well, I started the over, you took over, and I think you should carry on, mate. I think you should carry on. I'm equally comfortable not talking as talking.
I know the feeling. Connors from the far end comes in and bowls, and that's played in the gap between square leg and mid-on, and they go through for a leisurely single. Takes Glamorgan to 155 for 2, and the run rate is down to -1.
How on earth has that happened? Because they haven't been doing anything quicker, have they? Remarkable.
I think possibly when you come into the equation, that chat between the umpires and other people and writing in his book.
It's an absolute nonsense. I think it just gives the match referee something to do, doesn't it? I just heard him shouting to the
things you've got
scorers.
To do. Things really these days you'll have to do, and it's incredible. So you've got to check that the field is safe for the spectators. And, the bat is being brought out.
If only, Edward, they were getting paid handsomely for it.
Yeah. Interesting, Premises Audio, the Glamorgan 12th man. I didn't see North East call for gloves. So the time is 10 to 5. What is the message?
We'll soon find out if he starts thrashing the ball in all directions.
As we saw straight after lunch when Guest and Madsen started thrashing it to all corners.
There's Ryan Sidebottom from the racecourse end, bowling to Sam North East, who pushes this down towards third man. They run the first one quickly. They're thinking about coming back for the second, but don't, as it's fielded out there in the distance by Alex Thompson. And Matty McKiernan, the leg spinner, the specialist leg spinner, has bowled a grand total in this match of 3 overs, I beg his pardon, 1 for 10. And we haven't seen him since.
Thompson bowled about 10 in the whole game, the off spinner.
Yeah, he's bowled 7 in the first innings. He's deployed, he's bowled an over. There comes Sidebottom again, and that one is cracked away beautifully by Marnus Labuschagne out towards the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. That was glorious.
Yeah, but he stepped away. He didn't go down the legs, and he's gone back.
He was a little step closer. He's on to 85, so 15 away from his second century of the innings. He's actually got 85 from 86 deliveries. He has been dropped twice, which always helps you if you want to get a big score, I would suggest.
I don't think they're going to shake hands yet.
No, well, they can't until 5, can they, at the earliest? I don't think. No, he's played that one off one. He's been caught by Shan Masood. He cracked it away into the offside to extra cover, and Masood just reached up and caught it
again.
And Labashane has gone, and that might extend this match a little bit as far as Glamorgan and Derbyshire are concerned. They're 160 for 3 now. Labashane goes for 85.
Fine catch. He tried to do it, but he didn't keep it down. A catch there, a cover for Masood. And I think Glamorgan would have been just thinking, the way they started playing this over, but now I think those thoughts will probably evaporate. But does Codman think he can take 7 overs in 23? Probably does.
Yeah, they need 171 to Glamorgan. And it's a good reward for Ryan Sidebottom. He'd been dropped twice off Sidebottom's bowling, so Sidebottom does have Marnus Labashane on his CV, and Labashane doesn't. Mirror the feats of Derbyshire's wicketkeeper Brooke Guest by getting the century in each innings. Kieran Carlson walks out to the middle.
So the small matter of 215 runs for Labashane in this match. You'll be pretty pleased with that. Not very pleased by getting out because he was really getting into his attacking mode there. Having smashed the previous ball for 4. And it'll be Kieran Carlson, who's needs runs really. Hasn't got anything substantial. He did get a 50 up at Trent Bridge to help Glamorgan win that game. But other than that, he's struggled a bit. So he's coming out and no doubt told Nasty what the plans are.
Sidebottom now has 2 for 36 from 10.5 overs. As Carlson, the new batsman, just marks his guard, a little tap away at the pitch. Still just the 2 slips. As Sidebottom runs away from us and bowls to Carlson, who gets a full delivery and clips it into the leg side. Connors goes racing after it and keeps them down to a single. He's off the mark, 161 for 3.
There's one thing at our drive tonight back to West Wales should be a straightforward run.
Oh, don't say that.
Bank
You
holiday.
just jinxed it.
Because it's 8 o'clock they start. Do they work on bank holidays on the road? I
I
don't
don't
think
think
they
they
do.
work most of the time, do they? Here comes the next delivery from Sidebottom that's just fended down into the gully region. A lot of cones for the amount of work, I always find.
Yeah.
It seems. I know it's all safety work, it's all for safety reasons, but
You don't mind the corn, so it's diversions I don't like.
uh,
I haven't got a sat-nav, unfortunately. But
they
I
are
do-
available in the shops, Edward.
Yes, but my good friend Mr. Hignell has his phone. He's a pretty good navigator, having been a master of geography in past days.
Sidebottom's in, and that one is guided out towards the backward point boundary for 4 runs. Anuj Dal is giving chase, but even he's not going to catch that. That's a nice shot from northeast, just sort of leant back and played it off the back foot. He moves on to 27. Glamorgan 165 for 3 at the end of the over. They still need 166 to win. Derbyshire needs 7 wickets in a minimum of 23 overs, and I don't think we're going to finish anytime soon.
Afraid not. Well, not afraid not. It could be a pulsating and exciting finish. When do Glamorgan stop chasing and all that? It's turned out to be a good final day. I've visions, as you did, of them batting on and on and on this morning and killing the game, but at least there's some interest now. It will be Connors to continue. Rather expensive, 6 overs for 55. And he's bowling to Kieran Carlson. Bowls Carlson plays a nice forcing shot, but straight to cover, where it's fielded. Nick is furiously next door, typing away to get his report ready, but he better stay for just a moment, not to try and complete it, because he could find he's having a rewrite, as they say.
Yes, I don't mind a rewrite for Nick if he's just written about the draw.
In my writing days, that often happened. In 2020s,
yeah.
certainly. Here's Connors, he's in and bowls, and a wild swing there from Kieran Carlson that goes through to the wicketkeeper. I remember commentating a few years ago, the last over Gloucester against Glamorgan at Cardiff, and Gloucester needed 24 to win. That fast bowler from Australia, fine bowler he is, he was batting. In he comes and bowls, and the fast bowler, his name escapes me, scored in that final over 24. So it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, change everything.
New top.
Oh.
I used to write, do rugby league reports on a Friday night, but we used to have the whole report done by, well, 10 minutes before the final hooter. And then you just had to write them an intro and a final paragraph, which was always interesting. Connors bowls and it's pushed out to the offside by Carlson. There is no run. Fielded there in the covers by, I guess, Nick Potts, who's out there. Potentially.
I don't see either side losing. Famous last words. But this wonderful game of cricket can prove you completely wrong. Collins comes in towards us from the city end and bowls, and this is nudged away on the onside. And they amble through, I think the best description for a single, and there's one ball left in this over.
Man in demand.
Yeah. Being text here from various people. Oh, it's my youngest daughter. Can Glamorgan win? Enough time? My dear child, I have no idea. Can't Glamorgan win?
Well, they could.
Don't think so. Here's the next ball, bouncer, which goes right over the top of Kieran Carlson. He's not particularly tall. And that's the end of the over. And 22 overs to get 164, not far from eights now. Obviously, in a 20-over match, it'd probably be a cakewalk for some sides. But it's a different game.
Where we are, actually, is we're 6 overs away from the last hour. So,
Last ball 16 in the last hour.
yeah. So essentially, we're probably looking at 6:30. Ultimately. Followed by interviews, followed by clipping, followed by going home and straight to bed. Here is Ryan Sidebottom. Couple of wickets for him already. Bowls, and that one is off an edge of Carlson's bat down to third man. The ball has hit the edge quite a lot, but it's generally, apart from Labuschagne, who was dropped twice behind the wicket, it's generally hit the floor quite quickly. And it remains 167 for 3. Northeast was back on strike, has 27 from 47 balls. Finish off Manus Labuschagne's figures in a moment as in comes Sidebottom again and bowls. That's driven gloriously straight down the ground by Northeast for 4. There it is, thudding into the sight screen down below us. In his 85, Manus Labuschagne hit 12 fours and 2 sixes. Which is a pretty decent effort. Means Glamorgan need another 160 to win now from 20 overs.
Do you think that's it? All of a sudden, somebody hits 2 fours in the over.
It's a beautiful shot.
That was a good shot.
Beautiful shot.
It's very good players, Sam North. We haven't seen a huge amount unless we've been playing against Kent, of course. was there for some years.
Waits now and then
Another
goes
one.
up on his toes and pushes this out to the backward point boundary. And Dahl will chase this one down. And he'll keep them down to a couple, but it's already 6 runs off the over, 7 in fact.
Which is just around what they need.
Will they have to take any chances? That's the
Yes.
question. And if they do, that will give Derbyshire some encouragement, I fancy.
Fascinating.
Could be. Could be. The next delivery from side bottom is guided out into the offside by Northeast, and there is no run on this occasion.
Hence the question you were asked earlier on. Why are Derbyshire not declaring? Do you remember that text you had, or words to that effect?
Yeah.
Some gentlemen.
Being asked if it was poor captaincy by Billy Goodman. Not a bit of it.
He's planned it perfectly by the looks of it.
Certainly knew what Glamorgan were capable of. As side bottom bowls a full delivery and he tries to whip it away there. Northeast plays it straight to Matty McKinnon at mid wicket. Can I ask you to take over, Edward, while I update radio?
You have to order me.
Yeah.
1 ball left in of side bottoms, 12th over, 2 for 48. And Northeast has moved on to 33, Carlson 3. Salter out in the first over for North, Lloyd 49, and Labuschagne a lovely 85. As in comes side bottom and bowls, and this is played off the back foot into the covers. That is the end of the over. And we're going to have a change of bowling. I think Aaron Dahl is going to have it. Oh, he's been pretty expensive, 2 overs for 18. But he does contain, puts the ball in the right, that horrible word, the right areas, the right spot, I would rather call it. 173 for 3. All the threes, northwest, northeast, is 33. Carlson is 3. I mentioned northwest. That's a spectator who's calling him downstairs this afternoon. So, it's Arnold to bowl his 3rd over. And he will be bowling back Kieran Carlson. And 21 overs left, and Glamorgan need 157.
Still need 158 runs to win at about 8 runs and over. Derbyshire need 7 wickets, and they just have a little sniff here now that Labuschagne's gone.
Good ball, that first ball from Adam Dahl as Carlson pushes forward, through to the keeper. Masden was excited there at slip. Dahl, brisk pace, hits a good length, comes in past umpire Pratt, and that's shorter. That's cut away. It's that 3rd man, and fielded on the 3rd man boundary by Sam Connors. Mops his brow, which is surprising because it's not a particularly warm day. 174 for 3. Somebody's moving behind the bowler's arm, who now sits down, and the batsman is now ready. As in comes the next ball, a good-looking shot down towards 3rd man area. They cross for 1. They go, no, says Carlson. Labuschagne wanted to come back. I think he would have made it. And I do feel also that this is the time to take the odd risk if you wanted to try and win this game. Glamorgan have designs, I'm sure, on this, because they have a pretty strong batting line to come. They've got Chris Cook coming in next, then Tom Cullen, then Michael Neser, hard hitter, and James Harris. And if they have got anywhere near, Tim van der Gooten is likely to come, well, sure to come in with a runner. And then we have Michael Hogan. Some I don't think we'll see Mr. Hogan batting this evening, but you never know. Wicketkeeper Guest has donned a helmet and has now come up to the stumps as Dahl comes in and bows to Carlson. Carlson tucks that out to short mid-wicket, and there is a tumbling stop there by McKinnon, and no run.
David McCardle makes the very pertinent point, given discussions in recent months, that if there were fewer counties, Brooke Guest and Sam Northeast's careers could have been over by now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Dahl bowls, and that's struck with authority over mid-on, and it has gone for 4 off the back foot.
Sort of shovel
shot, as you say, yeah.
It was, wasn't it? Absolutely a shovel.
If they don't score off the first 3, all of a sudden they know they have to score boundary and over. And this takes them up to 179 for 3. There is one ball left. Dahl has been very expensive up to now, but he's in and bowls again, and Carlson tucks that away down to third man for a single. So Sam runs off the over again, and Dahl has gone for 25 off 3. And 6.
There's Sam Connors back.
Sam Connors had a disastrous start, and but 3 of the balls that went for 4 in his first over were edged, perfectly safe. One went over the top of second slip, and the other edged for 4. And he will hope to improve on that. He's got a deep mid-wicket and a deep extra cover. Oh, hasn't he? No, he hasn't. Oh, that's rather surprising, Fred.
Got a man at mid-wicket on the boundary. A man at third man. There's a man at long leg as well, but they're the outriders, if you like, as Connors comes in and bowls to Carlson, who I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, in all honesty. The ball ends up going out towards mid-on, but he was trying to uppercut it out towards third man.
Yeah, it came in, didn't it? Big in-swinger. And ends up, as you say, at fine leg. 180 for 3 then. I think we envisage this total, and Glamorgan will know 1 for 1. But, they've gone well.
Connors turns at the top of his mark. He's bowling from the racecourse end, his preferred end. And he bowls to Carlson, who drives him for 4.
I can't understand why they haven't got
Out towards backward point.
Can't understand why they haven't got a sweep there, you.
No.
Do you want to slip?
The ball is being fetched here for the Derbyshire fielders by Lewis Rees, who's going to be playing second team cricket tomorrow at Repton.
Been having a net by the looks of it. He's got his whites on.
The ball will eventually return to the hands of Sam Connors. The score moves up to 184 for 3, 147.
Sorry to interrupt. If you've got 5 men on the offside, why do not have somebody behind them and deep mid-wicket then?
Connors is in again, and this one is driven to the same place. Out towards the cover boundary by Carlson. He moves up to 17 now, and it's 188 for 3. Glamorgan need 143 to win.
Beautiful shot, that.
They are now sending Leas deploy out onto the cover boundary.
Gee, you would have saved 6 runs off the first 3 balls.
Certainly, but I think you'd have saved that entire boundary there, because that's pretty much gone to where he is. I'm not sure he'd have got to the other one. Connors bowls, and that one is driven again. And look who's there. It's Leas deploy. And it keeps them down to a single, but 9 off the first 4 deliveries bowled by Sam Connors from the racecourse end. He's now bowled 7 overs of 4 balls for 65.
Won't do his confidence a lot of good, which is a shame, because I think he's a promising bowler.
He's on his way in now. Passed on by Pollard and bowls to Northeast, who just
that's better.
Fiddles this out into the offside. Alex Thompson is warming up again. He is playing. So is Matty McKinnon.
Captain.
I've seen an awful lot of either of them, in all honesty. Thompson goes through a very familiar warm-up routine at mid-on.
I think they're just playing it over by over and waiting at the last 10, don't you?
Here comes Connors again. In and bowls, and that one is cut into the offside, but fielded by Anuj Dahl. The backward point end of the over, 189 for 3. It's 142 from 19 overs now. So it's only 7 and over.
They're doing it without slogging or taking any chances. They're playing authentic cricket shots. And I would think this is a little bit of a gamble. But the seamers are getting nothing out of the pitch. And I would suspect they'll want a long off and a long on. And Dal has quickly been dispensed with 3 overs for 25. So from 11 overs, Connors and Dal have gone for 90. Right. Sam Northeast will take guard, and he's on 34. And already this little partnership put on 29.
Graham Smith's tweeted me again, but no apology for his earlier error. In suggesting that Derbyshire should have declared earlier.
On this pitch, I think it is a very good deck. Now then, he can possibly go inside out Carlson here because there's no long off and there is a point square but nothing at deep extra cover. But he'll aim at that leg stump, I would have thought. And let's see, in he comes for his first ball and Carlson goes down the pitch and plays it out onto the onside. Carlson showing his intent, using his feet there. This could go either way.
Could be a stumping effort over
Exactly.
Broadcast if he's lively.
Here's the next ball, and it's just nudged away. Good bowling by the young off spinner. Lands it, and sort of one-day mode, he's pushing it through.
Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it?
Does make sense. 2 dot balls, in he comes again. That's cut away, down to third man. It won't go to the boundary, but they'll certainly get the single, which brings Northeast down to the receiving end. So 1 of 3 is good. But then after getting 9 off the last over, if they get another 2 or 3, they'll still be going at that rate they want to do, around 7. Good cricket, isn't it? Enjoyable now. Thompson's in, bowls Northeast, to clips it up towards mid-wicket for another single. In comes the return. Northeast moves on to 35. 1-9-1-4-3. Thompson in his 4th over, 0 for 20. Ball to Kieran Carlson. In he comes and bowls him, and Carlson whips that away to short fine leg. But there's no run. There's a man on the short fine leg. On the 22, as they call it. Good over this. Just 2 runs
Very
over.
good over. Got to get out of it now, though. Final ball.
Comes Johnson, balls to Carlson. Carlson goes back and cuts down towards. There'll certainly be a couple here because he's feeling it now, and Carlson coming back. And it's a good over from Thompson. 4 runs off it. Glamorgan up to 193.43. 18 overs remaining.
He's he's an interesting choice for a fielder sweeping on the offside. Is Saranga Blackmell. Bless him.
Poor Connors has been disposed of again, and Dahl is switching ends, even though he's gone for 25 and 3. The 2 batsmen converse and probably say, well, look, we'll keep going as we are, even if we go down to the last half a dozen. We know that then we're not going to lose, and we might have a big dart. Long on, deep extra cover, deep mid-wicket, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the boundary.
Dahl in and bowls, and that's a good delivery that's pushed back to him by Sam Northeast.
In swing.
Feels of his own bowling. 7.6 the required rate at the start of this over. Because even though it's a minimum of 18, there won't be any more than that, I can guarantee it. If it push comes to shove, next delivery is pushed off the back foot up towards the man at long on, in comes Thompson off the boundary to do the fielding. Single taken, 194 for 3.
Pitch has done nothing.
No, not much. Not much.
Yeah. Very, very occasionally the ball has hit something and it's flown, but there always has been a good carry here at Derby.
Next Mixed deliveries. Ooh, tries to cut that one, and it goes through to Guest, who's standing up.
Another good start to the over. 3 balls, 1 run. And I suspect one of these might just take a chance against Thompson's off spin.
Darling again, and that one is driven, but gets a hand on it, I think, Anoj Dahl. Just takes the sting out of it. Billy Goldman comes around to do the fielding. Dot ball. Carlson asks the umpire at square leg how many balls there are left in the over. It is
2.
very much 2. Dahl is in again. Balls, and he tries to force it. That's a terrific stop at backward point by Lewis Deploy. Tumbling away to his right-hand side.
Yeah, that would have
There is a sweeper out there, but it done well, Sam Connors, to get round. Dahl, ready to complete an over, which has seen him concede just 1 run so far. He's in and bowls, and that one is driven straight back to him. Excellent work from Anoj Dahl. Just 1 off the over. 17 overs left. 137 runs required by Glamorgan. 7 wickets by Derbyshire.
102 balls.
Good maths. I couldn't have done that. I genuinely couldn't have done that.
102 balls in 136.
I'm not entirely sure I would have wanted to have done it, but I couldn't have done it. I'd have got a calculator out.
We used to say good game, good. Oh, Bruce Forsyth.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Do you want a break?
I'm easy either way, Edwin. I could do with a little visit down the hallway.
The Welsh Mafia will take over for a quarter of an hour. Thompson to bowl. We've had 2 relatively quiet overs as far as Glamorgan's been concerned, and Thompson will come over the wicket and bowl. And again, he can't pierce the field there northeast, having really galloped away at the start of a couple of overs ago, but now they've been restricted. Long on is waiting in case he tries to clear the top, but he doesn't. He chips it out towards mid-wicket. They run the first one quickly, and they're going to come back for a second, and the wayward throw allows northeast to come back.
Oh, there's another wayward throw.
No, nearly. What's going on there? Nearly another one, but it was backed up by Dahl. Good game now, Nick.
If only you had another hour, eh?
Yeah. Another hour, and Glamorgan would have won, so that that declaration, I thought, was judged perfectly by Gottleman. In comes this next ball, and that's swung away by northeast, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Backward of Sweat. What's northeast doing up? He goes flat on his tummy as he tried to walk back, but it was beautifully controlled sweep 4. So it's 5 off the over. And up comes the 200 mark, 200 for 3. Do they work on the roads these days, Nick, on bank holidays? Please tell me they don't.
Leave the cones out for you, though, Edward.
Next ball is northeast is down, places it nicely, and it's fielded by Deploy and return for a single. So that's 6, another 1, and they will have got the 7 for the over. I don't know what you think, but I think I was telling Fletcher they might go down to the last 6, 5, and then see how many wickets they got left. There's the big hit attempted, anyhow, out towards mid-wicket, and I think he's cleared everything, and that's 6. A little man, he does hit the ball hard, and that is a bonus. 6 by Carson. Oh, has hit the biggest 6 I've ever seen at the Oval, you may wonder at that, but you obviously saw it when he swung it round and nearly landed in the Harleyford Road.
Yeah, he's got superb timing when he does get going.
So there's 10, it doesn't come off this over. It's good pacing at the moment. So Gottleman is having a chat to the young off-spinner, a relatively young off-spinner. And, well, we could be having I think if just watch this ball, the last ball, and it's clipped around the corner, and they'll easily have a single. That's a very good over for Glamorgan. I think it was 13 off it. 208 for 3. They need now 123 to win in the last 16 overs. Had Labuschagne stayed, then I think Glamorgan would have won. They might still win, but you'll have to go a bit. But they've got 7 wickets in hand, which is an advantage, of course. What are your views, Mr. Webb?
Just depends how much they're willing to risk in return for the potential victory, doesn't it? Glamorgan, if they do go swinging, then they then put themselves in a position to possibly lose the game as well.
Exactly, but this is very controlled. You know, if they get a quiet over, then they seem to get 10 in the next and all that.
Here's Dahl then, 4 overs for 26 to bowl from the racecourse end, running away from us, 208 for 3. As Dahl bowls, driven into the offside by Carlson, and take a single out towards the cover boundary. Well, it's only in the last over or two that I've started to seriously consider the possibility of a Glamorgan victory charge.
They've certainly got the wickets in hand, but if they lose 3 or 4, then, oh no.
Then Derbyshire have got the chance to get in.
It's a cracking game, isn't it?
Dahl bowls, and an attempted cut by North East, and he misses. Guest is standing up to the wicket. How Derbyshire must be ruining, in particular, the first chance off Labuschagne when he was only in his 20s at the time. In comes Dahl once more. No slips, 4 saving the single. 5 out on the boundary, slow ball outside the off stump, and North East tries to drive and misses.
Although Dahl has gone about 4.5 overs for 27, I think he's the ideal fella now to try and put a break with his little seamers, which is wobbling about here and in the block hole. And
Good variation,
yeah,
as he bowls short, and that's punched away on the leg side by North East. He'll pick up a single, but Lackmal is in off the mid-wicket boundary, and they have to settle for 1.
And the applause coming for the 50 partnership. In quick time here. Glamorgan want to try and get a boundary off these last 2 balls, but they're not taking any chances as yet. Carlson
faces it up as tries the ramp shot, and that's gone spectacularly wrong because the ball's gone in front of square, and he was lucky not to get caught there as he tried to flick it over the keeper's head and ended up spooning it towards point.
Mid-off is sent back to the boundary here. Obviously, Godalming doesn't mind the single and doesn't want a boundary. Last ball.
210 for 3. Dahl bowls, and that's cut away backward of square. It's gone down to third man, bouncing down to third man. Carlson wants a second. The throw is down the middle of the pitch, and so they're comfortably back for a second run. 212 for 3. Glamorgan needing 119 to win this match, and well, it's gone much further than we expected, really. Had visions of the handshake at 5 o'clock, but Derbyshire getting Labuschagne out just kept them interested, and Glamorgan with this sparky little start by Carlson, that's all of a sudden got them interested.
And I'm afraid the off-spinner has been asked to stand down, and it will be a change at the far end. Lackmal, it looks like from here. Light just gone a little bit dusky, and he will be bowling from the city end, and he will probably bowl now until the end. Can he get 7 or 8 overs in, 15 left?
Realistically, this might mean that Derbyshire are accepting that they'll lose the bonus point for their over rate.
Yeah,
which
and
is
if they can
-1.
work something out, you know, or writing things down, and they might get it back.
Don't think there have been any particular delays since the tea interval when it was last assessed.
Lackmal, I think, will go foot outside off stump and say, right, if you want to get after me, you'll have to try and get through that offside cord, and you might nick it. Here he is then, from that city end, coming in now, and bowls to North East. The North East gets the ball back of a length, which proves me wrong. And there is no run. He'll bring all his experience here of not only Test cricket and 4-day cricket, but it's obviously one-day cricket where he must have played a number of games for his country.
Indeed, welcome to listeners to 5 Sports Extra for this
Yes, indeed.
potentially dramatic conclusion to the game.
Lakmal from that city end comes in, bowls northeast. Northeast goes back and cuts down towards third man. That's running away for 4. Pitched too far outside the off stump. Well controlled shot there from northeast, and that's the boundary that Glamorgan needed off that over. The score moves on to 216.
And for our new listeners, this an unlikely sparking of life into this game that looked for all intents and purposes to be heading for a draw, but now there is the outside possibility of a Glamorgan win, and if they go for it, then the slightly increased chance of a Derbyshire win.
Here is Lakmal. Comes in again to the right-handed northeast. Gets a short ball. Is it going to get 4 runs again? And he got a top edge over the keeper's head, so this is another bonus. Glamorgan have got 8 runs in this over, and the score is 216 for 3. Northeast, who made 49 in his first innings, is not out 48. Glamorgan now a 2-2-2 for the loss of 3 and need 109, and there are 14 overs and 2 balls. Now, nothing rushed from Northeast here because he's had the 2 boundaries. Lakmal in again and bowls to him, and Northeast pulls down towards fine leg, and he's getting another boundary, and that's his 50. 3 fours in the over, and that's a huge bonus for Glamorgan, and Northeast raises his bat. 226, and he perhaps would have been better advised to have kept the off-spinner Thompson on, because he was not going for many runs. But Lakmal trying everything now, and it's been about 3 poor balls which have been struck for 4.
8 boundaries in the Northeast 50, 69 deliveries.
Of 3 balls, these 2 boundaries. In he comes, bowls again. Northeast chops this down, but it's fielded by Dahl, just moving away to his left at backward point. I'll finish this over, and then we'll have Dave Fletcher for Derbyshire, my colleague Nick Webb for BBC Wales. Fight it out between you. 2-6 for 3. 2 balls left of this over. Lakmal 1 for 40. Got a wicket in the first over. But a bit of pressure on now on the bowlers. And he comes from that city end and bowls to Northeast. Northeast is hit on the pad. Looks to be going down the leg side. Not out, says umpire. Pratt. Not a fielder in sight in the close slip gully short leg cordon. Good control innings this from Northeast. 52 of 71 balls. Carlson 31 of 30. Partnership 66. It goes a little bit gloomy here. Lakmal then to finish this over, if there's no ball or a wide. And he's reached the crease now and bowls to Northeast. Northeast tabs it in front of him. Doesn't get a run. Glamorgan will be pleased with that over. 12 runs coming off it. And here's Nick coming in to join Dave.
Thank you, Edward. This is getting quite alarming for Derbyshire now. They're in severe danger of losing this game. They need to get a bit of a grip here to the Derbyshire bowlers and fielders.
It's been interesting, hasn't it? Because Derbyshire are obviously on the attack for large parts of the early stages of the innings. That allowed David Lloyd and Marnus Labuschagne to score quickly. And it's Anuj Dal to start a new over, bowling to Kieran Carlson, who swings wildly and gets no run because he's just toe-ended the ball to mid-wicket. So Carlson is looking to be the man who goes for everything at the moment. He's going at a run a ball. Glamorgan still with a demanding run rate, 105 needed
14 including this one, as Carlson hits this one over long off and will get 2 bounces into the ropes for 4 runs. So Glamorgan have got the bit between their teeth, and in particular Kieran Carlson, and if he stays, will be in with a chance of steering Glamorgan to a most improbable win. This championship match that's looked moribund for large stretches, as his next delivery from Dahl is cracked through the offside, single taken out to Connors on the cover boundary in front of the pavilion away to our left. We had rain forecast today. We haven't seen a drop, thankfully. It looked as though it could be a really dull affair underneath leaden skies to deaden the heart, but all of a sudden, game on.
Yeah, how exciting.
Dahl is in to bowl northeast, hits it hard to point, and it's well stopped, and there's no run. 231 for 3. If Glamorgan do go for it for another couple of wickets, that could open the door to Derbyshire to knock over the tail if they get that far.
I would say hats off to Derbyshire for declaring. I would say that my correspondent has been proved hopelessly wrong.
As that's cut by northeast, down to third man, single taken. He moves to 53, 232 for 3. As Derbyshire, who were on the offensive for several hours, are now largely on the defensive. 3 only saving the single. Field spread far and wide as Dahl bowls, and Carlson runs it down to third man for another single. 233 for 3. 331 is the target in 55 overs. We have 13 remaining, and Glamorgan need 98.
7.5 and over. It remains the required rate, doesn't it, for Glamorgan? And Saranga Lackwell is going to bowl another over. He conceded 14 runs off his previous over. 3 sets of 4 byes and a couple of boundaries, plus a no ball. Not exactly what was required from a Derbyshire perspective. And not for the first time this season, Derbyshire batting well into the final hour on the final day of a game. Not batting, but playing. It is going to be Saranga Lackwell. Brooke Guest, a fairly lonely figure at wicket-keeper. There's nobody near him. And it is a very defensive field with men out. 1, 2, 3, 4 men out on the boundary as Saranga Lackwell bowls, and there's an edge through to the keeper, and he's gone. Carlson has gone. That will gladden the Derbyshire hearts a bit. Carlson, 37 from 35 deliveries, tried 1 flashing shot too many, and a fairly straightforward catch for Brooke Guest behind the stumps. And Glamorgan are now 233 for 4, requiring a further 98 to win.
Yes, you'd have thought they'd go for it for maybe another couple of wickets. Maybe even a change in the batting order. Cook will presumably come in next. Chris Cook, who's capable of playing in all sorts of gears, though usually it takes a little time to get going. He'll have to switch to his white ball mode. Whether they'll promote one of the tail enders to swing the willow after that. But that was a wicket that Derbyshire really needed, wasn't it, to stop Glamorgan's,
Certainly was.
Just at least slow Glamorgan's charge.
Just slow the run rate, absolutely, absolutely. And there's me saying, oh, Saranga Lackwell's coming back for another over, having conceded 14. I've got no idea what's going on. Having conceded those 14 runs of his previous over. Well, that's a good comeback by Saranga Lackwell, who picked up his first 5 for Derbyshire in the first innings. He's now got 2 for 40 from 11 overs and 1 ball. 4 fours and a 6 in Kieran Carlson's innings of 37 off 35 balls. The partnership worth 73 with Sam Northeast, who's on 53. Now that is clearly providing the anchor for the batsman at the other end to have a proper go at the bowling, the Derbyshire bowling. And it is Chris Cook who's come out. Cook who
might be not the most ridiculous idea to have Michael Hogan, the number 11, padded up on the
He
grounds that he
hit
can
a couple
swing.
last night, didn't he?
He can
Was
swing
it last night,
wildly.
yesterday, whenever it was, blimey. We've been here for 5 years watching this game. 2:33 for 4 then. That was the first ball of the Saranga Lackmal over from the city end here at the Incora County Ground, and that first delivery to Cook is guided down to third man, where Alex Thompson will do the fielding down below us.
The other match in this division saw Durham bat through for a draw against Sussex, 364 for 3 declared, with Lee's 105, Sean Dixon 186. So that was a good operation by Durham to save the game on the south coast. Division 1, Essex against Northants, drawn. Gloucestershire against Surrey, drawn, no play today. Hampshire against Lancashire, similarly affected by the weather, match drawn. And Yorkshire being held up by bad light at Headingley, needing 114 to win, but they're off the field at the moment.
So often dark up there. Here is Langmal in the bowl to North East, who just guides this out into the offside. Matty McKinnon is the man fielding in the covers, and there is no run. Just the one run from the first 3 deliveries and a wicket of this Saranga Lackmal over. His 12th. He's not going to get to his regular 20 overs. I don't know, he might do, I suppose, if he keeps taking wickets. He's a willing bowler.
The over rate has now miraculously become level, so Derbyshire don't have that to worry about, despite not bowling that much spin.
Nonsensical. Here is Lackmal again, bowls. That one is pulled around the corner. It might go all the way for, well, it has gone all the way for 4. He's hit that very hard indeed, Sam Northeast. And poor old Sam Connors, who's out sweeping on the mid-wicket boundary, stood absolutely no chance of getting there. And a boundary takes Glamorgan to 238 for 4. Northeast up to 57. And they now need 93 to win from 12 overs and 2 balls.
6 wickets for Derbyshire to win.
I don't really.
Should that door open? It's ajar, Dave. It's ajar.
Yes. I had the same faith that you have. I'm still struggling with this newfound optimism at Derbyshire. In goes Lackmal and balls. That's guided out into the offside by North East. In off the boundary comes Nick Potts, who's on for Shan Masood at the moment, fielding out there in the deep. And they go through for a single. North East moves to 58, 239 for 4 with 1 ball of the over left. 92 runs to win. 6 wickets for Derbyshire. They haven't taken them regularly enough. That was the problem. Putting Marnus Labuschagne down twice didn't help. Clearly, you're not going to win many games of cricket if you can't catch Marnus Labuschagne. There's Cook, who's on 1 weight, and Lackmal bowls to him, and he guides it out into the offside. No is the cries. Anuj Dal comes in to do the fielding. So 6 runs off the over and a wicket in that set from Saranga Lackmal. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 46 now. 12 overs remaining. I was going to say a minimum of, but I'd be absolutely staggered if Derbyshire bowled any more than the 12 overs that are required in the final hour. And Glamorgan need 92. Derbyshire need 6 wickets.
So the match situation when Derbyshire declared, they batted serenely through the morning session, had a hoik after lunch. Guest doubled up in the match, 2 centuries for the young wicketkeeper. He made 138. Wayne Madsen was 135 not out. The equation then was 331 off 55 overs. Looked odds-on handshakes at 5, but what do we know? Sam Connors, who
Brave, isn't it?
has been expensive, 8 overs, 0 for 65, to try and blast Sam Northeast out. Northeast defends his first ball back to the bowler, and there's no run. Glamorgan lost Andrew Salter, caught it slip in the first over delivered by Lackmal. He was well caught by Duploy at slip. David Lloyd, leg before, just before tea, to Ryan Sidebottom for 49. The Glamorgan captain extremely disappointed with
Very
the decision,
disappointed, yeah.
and may face a little
Hugely
rap on the
disappointed, I
wrist.
would suggest.
As Connors is in, bowls, and Northeast cuts hard down towards cover point, but they'll just take a single. 240 for 4. Then Marnus Labuschagne, he was going at a run of ball, 85 off 87. Having been spilled twice, Ryan Sidebottom eventually got him caught at cover by Shan Masood.
And then Kieran Carlson kept up the momentum with 37 off 35 deliveries. The batting to come, not necessarily in this order: Tom Cullen, Michael Neeser, James Harris and Tim van der Hoogten, who has a hamstring injury, and Michael Hogan. Connors bowls and Cook is forward defending, and there's no run. 240 for 4. The final day played in cool temperatures, not quite as cold as day one, but it was enough to put off the majority of the potential audience. I think we've been in front of a very sparse crowd today, but all of a sudden they're getting value for money in the last hour. Connors bowls, Cook drives, but that's straight to cover and there's no run.
Good comeback this by Sam Connors, who has been hammered all over the ground each time he's come on to bowl. He was a little unfortunate in his first over. There were 3 edges. One flew over the slips, one flew wide of the slips, another one along the ground. But since then, he's never really settled. Derbyshire's leading wicket taker this season.
240 for 4. 91 to win still, as that's a short ball, and that might have been gloved away by Cook. It's gone over the keeper anyway. There was contact of some sort because it's signalled as runs. It's run away to the fine leg ropes, and Cook has 5. Glamorgan 244 for 4.
Sort of sums up Sam Connors' day, doesn't it, really, that? Hasn't been his finest couple of sessions this season. He's got 16 wickets at 35 now. It's really hammered his average as this spell of 8 overs and 5 balls for 70. He's made a mess of him.
Plugging away from this racecourse end, running away from us and bowling to Cook, who drives into the covers, will take a single to end the over. So despite the boundary, it was okay for Derbyshire. It's increased the necessary run rate. 86 to win, 11 overs remain. A nudge under 8 runs and over.
Well, I've done that. I've got my calculator.
Oh, you've got the calculator.
7.9090991.
Recurring, in other words.
Yes.
Rounded up to the nearest millionth of a run.
So to get it up to the nearest run would be handy, wouldn't it? Because they're unlikely to get the 0.9. So I go back about. He's going to bowl the next over from, it's only the 45th over of the innings, and Glamorgan are on 245 for 4. Bowling from the city end to Cook, who turns it into the leg side, but straight to the man. Fielding close in. There is Nick Potts. He's in there now. Oh, there are 2 Nick Pottses out there. What's going on? No, it's a 76. It's Liz Deploy. There's only 1 Nick Potts. That's the crowd.
Is that a chant?
That's the crowd have yet to chant, but I'm sure one day Potts remains out on the cover boundary in front of the old scoreboard, which is still on. The numbers shining brightly, which tells you how dark it is. The lights on here at the county ground as Blackmell is in, and Cook tries to guide this away, and he's caught behind. No, he isn't.
There are a few arms going up, but mainly from mid-on and mid-off,
Yes,
I think,
yeah,
which is not necessarily...
and the commentary box.
And the commentary
I do
box, which is not
apologise.
necessarily a reliable guide to proceedings.
No, there have been more reliable. 245 for 4 it remains.
Been playing under floodlights since about lunchtime, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's been very dark, but...
It sort of got bright, didn't it, for a short while?
Yeah.
We saw some sun, but
didn't last.
didn't last. But we were supposed to have rain all day, according to the forecast yesterday. Haven't had a drop. Blackmell is in, and that one is edged down to fine third man. That'll be 4 runs. Bang into the advertising boards below us. Not having a slip means that that is a shot that is perfectly safe to play. Chris Cook, who moves on to 10. Does he move on to 14? He moves on to 10. 249 for 4. 82 to win.
I think Cook might claim he was running that one down to third
Yeah.
man. Probably
Yeah,
a little
probably.
finer than
Yeah,
he
probably.
intended, but it worked in his favour as it was fine of Thompson.
No slip. He can play that shot with a certain degree of certainty, can't he, that he's not going to be certainly not going to be caught, and it's not going to be cut off either. Here's Blackmell again, midway through this over. He's in and balls. That one is driven up to Billy Godalman at mid-off. They go through for a single, which brings Sam Northeast back onto strike. 59 from 79. Cook has 11 from 10, so he's maintained the runner ball at the opposite end to Sam Northeast that Manus Labuschagne and Kieran Carlson were both going at. And David Lloyd wasn't far behind with 49 or 55. He's definitely the man around whom this innings, this run chase is being built. 2 balls of the Lackmal over to go. He's in and bowls to Northeast, who guides this down to third man, picks up the single. Thompson does the fielding.
The thing is, until the last 20 overs or so, it didn't particularly have the air of a run chase, did it?
No, it didn't.
And all of a sudden, it dawned upon us, with particularly with Carlson getting going, that, hey, they're actually interested in this.
Labuschagne started, didn't he? He cracked a couple of boundaries
He
and
always
then
plays
got
that
out.
way, doesn't
Well,
he?
yes, indeed. But he just seemed to up the ante. There was a message brought on, and all of a sudden it changed. And Lackmal is in and balls to Cook. Oh, he almost chops on. How has he not chopped on? It's well stopped, in fairness, by Brooke Guest, diving away to his left-hand side. And it's the end of the over. And the equation is very simple now. They need 80, Glamorgan, from 10 overs. 251 for 4. Derbyshire needs 6 wickets. And this one is going late to Sunday night.
Yeah, the only match currently in operation, with Sussex having drawn with Durham, or Durham forced to draw with Sussex in the only other match in Division 2. Essex batted out time to save the draw against Northants at Chelmsford, 328 for 9 in their second innings. They didn't play at Bristol, where lots of runs were scored, over 1,000 runs for just 12 wickets. And at Southampton, should have been a good finish, but the weather had other ideas there, where Hampshire were favourites against Lancashire, having set them 350, but the rain set in there. Connors then running away from us and bowling, and that's hit straight to point by Northeast. He's on 60. Highest score for Glamorgan so far is 85 in the first innings at Trent Bridge. We haven't seen Northeast deployed so far for Glamorgan in the aggressive run chase capacity that he's needed to perform here. As that's pulled away through mid-wicket by Northeast. He's split the fielders, but hasn't quite found the boundary. And they'll come back for 2 runs. Yorkshire against Kent has now been called a draw because bad light prevented Yorkshire chasing 114 to win at Headingley, which will be of extreme frustration. 2 more to Northeast.
It's getting dark here.
He's on 62, not out. We did lose a few overs at the end of day 1, but day 1 was wintry. Connors bowls, and that's played gently up to long on by Northeast. Single taken, 63 to him, 254 for 4.
I can barely see out there now, Nick.
77 needed by Glamorgan in 9.5 overs. They need a boundary in each over. Stop trying to talk the light levels down, Dave.
Very dark.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't. You're right.
Don't believe him, dear listener.
It isn't. It isn't. It's still perfectly playable.
5 saving the single, as that one is smashed through the offside by Chris Cook. There's a dive from the man at short extra cover, but he might have had a hole cut in his hands if he'd made contact there, because Cook hit that one tremendously hard for a 4. 15 to him, 258 for 4.
Gave it a whack, didn't he? It's Wayne Matson in there at extra cover. I think he's probably fortunate that he didn't get a hand to it.
So they've got the 8 for this over, as Connors is in to bowl, and Cook plays it off the back foot to the cover sweeper. That'll be just a single. 9 off the over. 72 needed. 8 off the over, I do apologise. 72 needed, and 1 ball plus 9 overs to go. 6 wickets for Derbyshire, of course, should Glamorgan keep going for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's Connor's bowls, and that's mistimed by North East. It's bobbled back to the bowler. It is much needed dot ball for Sam Connors. 259 for 4. Glamorgan need 72 off 9, which remains at 8 runs per over.
But Goldman now in conversation with Brooke Guest. It's interesting that, isn't it? Brooke Guest, the wicket-keeper, will clearly have a very keen eye on what's happening with the ball, whether anything is happening with the ball. Not much has happened with the ball for 4 days, in truth. It's been a very good batting track, as indeed it was a fortnight ago when Sussex were here, and we saw 3 double centuries scored by the 2 sides, Shan Masood, Jiteshwar Pujara and Tom Haines, all reaching 200. Here is Suranga Lakmal bowling from the city end, running towards us. Oh, and Cook's not happy with something. I think the man at mid-wicket was just moving in slightly, so he decided he didn't want to continue. Here comes Lakmal again. He's just going back to the top of his mark. He was slightly, sort of halfway in by the time Cook pulled out, as he's perfectly entitled to do, of course. Bevan back alongside Suranga Lakmal bowls, and that's guided down towards third man by Cook. They've run 1. They're not going to come back for the second as Thompson gets there and overshoots Brooke Guest by about 15 yards. It's backed up by Leas Deploy, who polishes the ball furiously before returning it to Suranga Lakmal via Wayne Madsen, who finds himself, rather unusually for Wayne Madsen, at a deepish mid-on. Quite often in white ball games he'll find himself at long on or long off, where often you have your best fielders. This is a red ball game that feels a bit like a white ball game, but with more men outside the circle. Here comes Lakmal again, in and bowls, and that one's pushed up towards Wayne Madsen. He's going to pick up and shy at the stumps and misses, and Cook, North East rather, gets in, picks up another single. 260.
It's an odd position,
2
Dave,
for 4.
because you're allowing them a single, but if it passes you, it's 4.
It is strange. Both he and Billy Godalman, who's at mid-off, are in very similar positions. They're basically waiting for a miss-hit. We haven't seen too many of those on this pitch. 2 runs off the first 2 balls of the Suranga Lakmal over. 261 for 4. Lakmal is in again, and that one is pulled violently out towards the boundary and all the way for 6. Just for a moment, Sam Connors was interested. And then he realised it was going to sail over his head up towards the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side. And Cook, well, that's a mighty, mighty blow. He moves up to 23 off 15 balls. And Glamorgan needs 64 runs now. Still around that 8, 7.5, 7 3/4, 8 runs and over, but that will help enormously.
And as long as they're not losing wickets, they can really, go for it in even the last 3. It's going to be a good finish, I think.
Cook waits, Lakmal on his way in now, bowls, and that was a full-length delivery right up in the block hole. Cook tried to hammer it into the leg side and barely got any bat on it at all. It dribbles out towards Leas Deploy, who's fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, Cook is probably the hardest hitter in the side. Enormous strength. As you say, it's probably the biggest boundary in the country these
It's
days.
huge out there. That was a mighty blow by Chris Cook. 23 from 16 deliveries. The partnership 34 from 27. 2 balls left of the Lakmal over. 8 runs off it already. And the Sri Lankan is on his way in and bowls. That one is thrashed out to the offside. I think that's going to be too hard for Potts out there on the boundary. It is. It's another boundary.
It's 10 off.
Cook moves to 27. 271 for 4. 60 to win. Off 8 overs and 1 ball.
27 of 17, Cook. And they had a discussion about 2 overs ago, and I suspect it was, well, look, we've only lost 4 wickets. Cook will tell North East, you anchor it as you've done, and I'll try and go for it. And that's exactly what he's doing.
27 off 17. He waits now. As Lakmal to complete the over is in, and Cook gets a full toss and beats it away, this time backward of square, and it's picked up by Potts on the boundary. It keeps them down to a single. but the damage had already been done. 13 runs off the Saranga Lackmal over, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 65. 8 overs left. Glamorgan need 59 runs. Derbyshire, well, they need a bit of a miracle here.
Just over 7 now, and that was a very good over. There's a committee meeting of 3 Derbyshire players, and I must say this is a great effort from Glamorgan, because it was a stiff target. It was 331 from 55 overs.
I told you they shouldn't have declared. Did I not mention that earlier on? I think you'll find I said, do not declare.
You did, yeah.
I suppose you've got to speculate to accumulate, but it's very early in the season, and it will be disappointing for Derbyshire to lose their first game under Mickey Arthur.
It's a long way away, though, Dave, as we wait for Connors, who's been really harshly dealt with 10 overs for 79. But here he is, comes up and bows to Chris Cook, who were very wide outside the off stump, and he doesn't offer a shot. Cook thinking, oh, this is a one-day game, I'll leave it go, and it'll be called a wide, which it wasn't, of course.
I think it was a back of the hand slower ball as well, because it barely dribbled through to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, did it?
You see, Glamorgan are surely not going to lose it from here.
Well, you wouldn't have thought so. You wouldn't have thought so.
6 wickets. Here is Connors from this end, comes in and bowls, and that's, where's it gone? It's gone to the keeper. Slower ball, well disguised, because it was wide of the off stump, and Cook was trying to hammer that through the offside. 2 dot balls, which Billy Godderman, the captain, will be eternally grateful for.
There've only been 3 in the previous 2 overs.
Sam Connors turns from this racecourse end in past the umpire now and bowls, and that is a no ball called, so an extra ball and 2 runs. He's trying his best. I think it's 23 is Sam Connors.
Yeah.
Does he play one-day cricket?
No. No, hasn't played a lot. He certainly hasn't. I'm not sure if he's played any T20 cricket from memory. Might not have played too much 50 over either, but I think he certainly wants to.
This is he's trying his best to vary different balls, and he's in again. Balls to Cook, and Cook has hit that where he's gone out a deep extra, and they take a single. And as well as North East has played 64 off 85. I think he's quite happy to leave it to Cook, as we've seen as a really ferocious hitter of the ball. But this is not about over 3 off.
He was disappointed there, Cook. He threw his head back there. He
Did he?
thought he should have hit that one somewhere to a boundary instead of to Anuj Dal out in the deep.
And we're looking for the ball here because it's gone a little bit dark.
Well, I've been told I'm not allowed to say how dark it is, but it's quite dark.
It has lights full on here.
Get him off, umps.
The county ground here in Derby. And then this is going to be Connors, comes in, extra ball, of course, in this over. This is played down to a long on for a single. There's a 3rd man on the boundary, extra cover on the boundary, and a deep extra cover just wide of mid-off and a long off. So there are 2 runs on the offside if you just tap it. And Cook is having a look now. Where can I hit this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 men on the boundary, which is so different, of course, to one-day cricket. Connors in, bowls to Cook. Oh, that's a wide, surely. Yeah.
First one of the match.
Another ball, which is, I know you got to run for a wide, but another ball is far more important. And this is going to be, at the moment, an 8 ball over, the 2 balls left. Connors then waits now. Cook on 29. And he bowls, and Cook has driven this down towards long on and gets a single. It's a better delivery from Connors. But his figures at the moment, 1 ball to go. It'll be 11 overs, 0 for 85.
The Glamorgan batsman, especially Cook, you're right, he's a big hitter, but he doesn't need to hit every ball to the boundary. If he works it, there are huge spaces
tools,
around.
aren't they? Look at
Massive spaces around this ground. There's nobody in the leg side within 100 yards.
There's the next ball, and that's hit by North East out toward deep extra. There's a single off the last ball, and that takes the score to 279 for 4. In fairness to Connors, he tried his best there, although he bowled 2 extra balls. How many balls did that over? About 6, wasn't it? How many runs, rather?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, they got there 7 off that over. The umpires are having a word.
Too dark. Far too dark.
Now then, can you imagine if they brought them off now? They would be.
They won't. They won't.
We've had one incident today. We had an incident yesterday, all against Glamorgan. And Anish Dal is going to replace Lakmal at the far end to bowl his, I say little seamers, but he's a bit more quick than that.
Yeah, he's deceptively sharp.
Bowls it in the block hole. So, do Glamorgan blow caution into the wind now with 7 overs left? Surely they're not left.
Darker and darker. It'll be pitch black by the time we finish tonight.
The optimistic or the pessimistic Dave Fletcher. I don't think it is going to be.
I was always very keen to be here throughout the course of the day, but I imagined that I'd be here for the course of the day watching Derbyshire bat and bat and bat. I was very surprised when they declared, because it hasn't been the Derbyshire way in recent years. They have been very, very fragile. They've been frankly quite hopeless in the last couple of seasons. Much better this season under Mickey Arthur. Here's Anish Dal then from the City End bowls, and a swipe by Sam North. He sends the ball down towards the long-on boundary where Wayne Madsen is in the far distance.
The closest man to the pitch now, one is at extra cover, one is at backward point. Now, all the other fielders are on the boundary.
Remarkable. It suddenly switched from, Derbyshire could win this to, they just don't want to lose it. Can they save the game? 51 required. Cook, plays and misses at that one. He tried a swipe, yep. Dahl is a canny operator. Yeah. I know he's gone for 38 runs from 6 overs and 2 balls, but he's better than that. And that was well taken by Brooke Guest, who is standing up to the stumps. I wouldn't want to be the next man in. No. There's an awful lot of pressure on the next man in. That one is hoiked into the leg side. Who's going to get that one? The 2 fielders converging on it. It's picked up out in the deep by Leas Deploy. The batsman come back for 2 out on the mid-wicket boundary. Being covered as well by Sam Connors, who's out there as well.
I think Cook fancied that. He might pull it for 6.
He looked at, I thought for a minute he was going to get that one directly between the 2 fielders out there on the boundary, but he didn't quite manage to do it. He's back on strike now, 32 from 25, and he pulls this out into the deep. Now, is this a catch or is it going to be 6? Yeah. It's going to be a catch for Wayne Madsen. Madsen takes it comfortably enough out in the deep. Anish Dal has his first wicket of the innings, and Cook, well, he's gone, but it's been a terrific effort from him. 32 from 26 deliveries. He's hit 4 fours and a 6. He's got Glamorgan close. They still need 49 runs from 6 overs and 3 balls. They're 282 for 5 now.
Yes, that'll be a big loss, losing Cook, because he really is, as you say, a very, very ferocious hitter of the ball. He didn't quite get that. He was trying to clear long on, but well-judged catch. And the question is now, with the batting left, there's plenty of batting left. Do you bring Tom Cullen, who picks off the ball for 4, and he's a good runner, little dabs here and there, or do you promote Michael Nisa, who is another big hitter, for him to come in? I think they might just get Nisa to come in and then keep Tom Cullen back, just in case a wicket or 2 goes.
Yeah, no, I have no idea who's coming. It looks like Nisa. It's a big man.
I think it is Nisa.
Yeah, it's a big man who's coming out.
So Glamorgan attacking till the end.
Fair play. Fair play.
Yeah, I thought it might be.
Derbyshire, what are they going to do now? They're going to go bang bang, I believe, is the...
That's the thing.
Is the common phrase these days.
Now then.
Anish Dal said exactly that to us at the end of day 2. He's got the ball in his hand.
He goes bang bang now.
He goes bang bang now. It is going to be very interesting because he's got 2 deliveries of his 7th over left. He's got 1 for 40. Glamorgan need 49 off 38 balls.
No, it's the same.
Rudimentary maths.
It's the same field here for Nisa. He will probably want to give the bowling to North East, so he could have quite easily get off the mark as Dahl comes in, bowls and to him, and he says, hit that out towards long on, and we'll get a single. I don't think he's going to block many, Nisa.
No, I imagine he won't. There hasn't been much blocking for about 3/4 of an hour now.
283 for 5. Great effort this by the Glamorgan, and a good game of cricket set up by Derbyshire. Lal has driven that, bowled that and driven to mid-on. Got over that.
Very good
Fletch.
over. Very good over indeed. What did he concede? 4 runs, picked up a wicket as well. They now need 47 from 36. It's a fairly straightforward equation, isn't it, really?
So that's 7 and a bit.
47 from 36. This is Sam Connors is going to continue.
To bowl his licorice all sorts.
He's a better bowler than an all-sorts bowler. He's an opening bowler.
No, well, he's trying to, as he showed in the last show, what I mean is he's trying to bowl into the block or slower balls, and I think this could be an important over because you're not going to get many off Dahl. And the field now is exactly the same. And Godwin will have a word with his young bowler.
Connors, yeah. Presumably saying, don't concede many runs here, Sam.
Please.
There could be anything more dynamic than that. 5 runs off the previous over, bowled by Anuj Dahl.
And this is more difficult. If you see, it's not so many fielders out. It's got 8 or 9 on the boundary.
They conceded 12 off the last 2 overs, Derbyshire.
In comes Connors and bowls, and that's a square drive from Nisa, which gets a single. And brings Northeast up to the receiving end. He is on 69 rather, and he's played a very good innings. He's been very selective with his stroke making. But you just get the thought that a bridge too far, as they say. Just a little bit for Glamorgan, but a cracking game. Here's Connors in both. Northeast has pulled that out towards midwick and is going to get 4. 6. Now, why has he brought he brought his man from more or less cow corner up, and he's got 2 on the ring. God, don't understand that, Fletch.
Well, he didn't change anything.
He's the man out there.
A message is coming on here. I've just seen Ajmal Shazad talk to Matty McKinnon down on the boundary below us, and McKinnon's come on to deliver a message to Sam Connors. Billy Godleman's moving out towards.
You see,
so
he was there.
There were singles everywhere, but they only need 40 from 34 now.
Here is Connors again to Northeast bowls to him. Northeast square drives are out for a single as Dahl comes racing in from the boundary. So Glamorgan have had their 7, 8 now off the first 3. And the equation is 39 now from 28 balls. If they get a couple of good overs, as you say, they'll just nudge it around.
Yeah, well, that's it.
292 for 5.
They can do that.
Connors is over the wicket and bowls. This is driven.
Hit Wayne Madsen, who's filling an extra cover. He just put his body on the line there because he really,
very brave of him.
Well, he couldn't see it because it's so dark. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, we're all looking. Where did that go? And it hasn't. So that's the 8th run of the over, and it's 2 balls to go.
9 runs.
9, is it? Connors in Moles. He said. Chops that away, backward of square on the offside for a single, and in comes the ball. 1 ball to go, and Nisa. Connors has gone for 96 off 11.5.
Extraordinary.
If anybody's going to win, I think now it will be Glamorgan.
Stop.
And I'm not being.
Stop sticking your neck out.
I'm not sticking my neck. But it's the way I look at it, and not going for one side or the other here.
No, I know you're not.
The game's long enough.
They need 37 from 33. Of course they're going to win.
Comes the next ball, and that's driven out to deep extra for a single. The single's at will here. And Glamorgan, now, at the end of that over, we have got 36 runs by the Welsh county. We have got 5 overs left. And to apply the, what's that wonderful thing? Something de gras?
Coup de grace.
Coup de gras
Yeah.
will be Nick Webb and Dave Fletcher to fight it out together.
There'll be no fighting in here. Don't worry about that. We're more lovers than fighters. If you know what I mean. 295 for 5. Glamorgan, my scoring's gone to pot here. They need 36 from 30. That's what they need. Not 36 from 32. That was absolute nonsense. So it's 36 with 5 overs remaining. And it's going to be Anuj Dal by the look of it too. Continue from the city end. He's on his way in now. Bowls, and that is northeast. Trying to pull it round the corner. They've run one. That's all they'll get. It's a leg by as well. 35 required now from 29. Very firmly in the box seat. Glamorgan, as you may have heard, Edward Bevan sticking his neck out and suggesting just a couple of moments ago.
Edward has been covering Glamorgan cricket for 40 years. Optimism is not always a natural state of mind.
After 6 years, it's the same as me in Derbyshire, as that one is hoiked by Nisa up towards long on. Another single taken. Single's okay for Glamorgan at this stage, 34 from 28. Derbyshire needs a couple of wickets here. And then who knows, they might win the game. But I doubt it. They need 5 wickets. Glamorgan need 34 runs. Dahl is in again, and that one is cracked away out towards the cover boundary. It's Potts who does the fielding, and he does it well and securely. 27 deliveries left, 33 runs required. That's 6 in the previous over. Bowled by Sam Connors was a big blow in so many ways. Not only did it clear the boundary, but it was a huge dent to Derbyshire's hopes of saving this game. Dahl in and balls. This one's up in the air now then. Who's underneath this one? It's Matty McKinnon who takes the catch. And Nisa goes now. Surely there isn't a twist in the tail of this one. 10 from 6 deliveries, Michael Nisa. And all of a sudden Glamorgan are 298 for 6 now.
Well, the closer Glamorgan get and the harder they have to go at it, the more likely it is that they just give a fraction of hope to Derbyshire. Because you get the feeling that no one wants to pull out of this particular contest at the moment. Nisa walks back disappointed, swinging his bat angrily. 298 for 6. And Sam Northeast, you feel, is going to have to do the bulk of the work. Glamorgan probably needs still a boundary each over.
Well, 33 from 26 now. Yeah, you'd say so, wouldn't you? You'd say so. And if they keep playing shots like that, there are enough overs left for Derbyshire to take the final 4 wickets. That would be remarkable, wouldn't it? That would be ridiculous.
It would be ridiculous.
It's not going to happen, everybody. But don't switch off if you're from a Derbyshire persuasion, because you never know. You just never know. Tom Cullen, the new batsman.
Yeah, I thought James Harris might be promoted ahead of him, but, well, will Tom Cullen repeat his actions of
will we see another backstop?
3 years ago when Tom Cullen hit the winning runs in a 2-wicket win for Glamorgan? So,
well, it's possible.
Fascinating stuff here in the gloom. I think we'll give Dave the gloom.
Thank you.
Not quite the darkness yet.
No. I'd be disappointed if they went off. For everybody. Because we're the only cricket going on in the country at the moment, professionally. There's Anuj Dahl in from the city and bowling to the new batsman who's what's happened there? How did the ball end? It's come out of Brooke Guest's hands, but how did it get into them in the first place?
Well, Cullen was trying to turn it down the leg side, and I think missed completely.
Did he miss
or
completely?
Might have flicked off the pad. There's a flurry of bodies anyway.
Backs to us. Forgive me. Very dark out there. Here's Dahl. In again and balls to Cullen, who bunts it up towards long on. That's the end of the over. 32 runs required from 4 overs. You can do the maths. 8 and over. And well, this is going down to the wire. From a Glamorgan perspective, from a draw perspective, can Derbyshire get a couple more wickets to turn up the pressure and possibly even have thoughts of a victory of their own? 299 for 6. North East 72 from 94. Cullen has got the 1 run from the 2 deliveries he's faced. I'm going to need a very long lie down after this, Nick.
Yeah, all of Glamorgan's batters keeping the momentum going. Lloyd 49 off 55, Labuschagne 85 off 87. North East playing a slight anchor role, but he'll need to step up his run rate now. 72 unbeaten off 94. Carlson, Cook and Nisa all going at better than a run a ball. So it's been a good team effort by Glamorgan, and Ryan Sidebottom is going to be the latest Derbyshire man to play his part. 2 wickets he's got for 48 in 12 overs. Had Labuschagne drop twice. Sidebottom bowls and Cullen chops it down to point. Dot ball. Precious commodity for the home side.
Yeah, there's only been 1 in the last couple of overs, plus a wicket, which I suppose counts.
We've seen a couple of 6s struck by Labuschagne. 1 apiece from Carlson, Cook and Nisa. Can North East step up his rate? Cullen faces up to Sidebottom and dabs it down to point. They thought they might risk a single there, but there wasn't one there. Good stop. Throw comes in, misses the wickets. It's backed up. It's Duploy fielding in that shortish point position.
Yes, I think he realised very quickly that the only left-handed thrower in the Derbyshire side was fielding there, because otherwise that could have been a bit nip and tuck the way he got rid of the ball.
299 for 6, 32 needed by Glamorgan. As Sidebottom balls and Cullen is bowled, having a wild swing. He's gone for 1, 299 for 7. As James Harris will come in next. Tim van der Hoogten may have to bat with a runner because of a hamstring injury. And all of a sudden a Derbyshire victory is not entirely off the cards. 7 down at Glamorgan. 32 needed to win. 3.3 overs remaining. Will they now shut up shop, or will they give it 1 more wicket?
Can I bring the tie into play here?
The tie? Yeah.
I've never seen a tie in a first-class match. I think Derbyshire have had 1 before my time. I like to mention the tie every now and then. I'd be quite happy with the tie, actually. I had one on Thursday night, of course. Here, rather unpleasantly, the new batsman will be James Harris, number 9 on his back. He's being met by Sam North East, and well, that's a 3rd wicket for Sidebottom. 3 for 48 from 12 overs and 3 balls on his comeback match. He only bowled 7 deliveries on his debut for Derbyshire after arriving on loan from Warwickshire when he pulled up with a slight hamstring strain down at Lord's. But he's played a full part in this game, and certainly a full part in this innings. 21 deliveries left, still 32 runs required, and Derbyshire, well, they've got 21 deliveries to pick up 3 wickets and claim what would be an astonishing victory. You rather hope that one or other of the sides now does win the game, don't you, really? But you'd say that a draw would be probably fair for both sides. It's been a great game of cricket.
Draw with the scores level, of course. The side batting gets an extra 8 points, I believe.
Extra 8?
Or an extra few points, anyway.
Blimey.
No, it can't be 8 anymore. Sidebottom is into bowl to Harris, who works on the leg side, straight to short mid-wicket. This is an excellent over by Sidebottom. It wouldn't be an extra 8.
That would seem a little excessive.
It would, since that would be the same as a victory.
Yeah.
It used to be an extra 8.
You'll probably find they take points off you now. They change things that much. Somebody will let us know, I'm sure. Kevin Howells might be listening. He knows all the rules and regulations.
Radio 5 Live's Kevin Howells. Drop us a text. As in comes Sidebottom again, and bowls, and Harris chops that one down in front of him. I thought for a moment, from the reaction from Sidebottom, that he'd got another one through. But this is a crucial over from side bottom. It'd be a remarkable time to deliver a wicket maiden.
Wouldn't it?
With 32 needed off 4 and 32 off 3. Might be asking too much of Glamorgan. Side bottom is into bowl. Harris steps back and cracks it down to long off. Now that's interesting because there was a very long single available there, but they decided against it to get Sam Northeast onto strike. Ryan Sidebottom has now bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 48. The other wicket takers, Suranga Lakmal, 2 for 65, and Anuj Dal, 2 for 45. Wow.
That was some over from Ryan Sidebottom. Hats off to him. All the pressure in the world on him. Picks up a wicket, doesn't concede a run, and all of a sudden it's 32 from 3, which is the actual required rate is as high for the final 3 overs as it's been for the entire chase. Such is the way of cricket. So it's going to be Anuj Dal bowling to Sam Northeast. He's got 72 from 94. Dal is on his way in from the city end and bowls into the block hole, and it's driven out into the offside, and they don't take the run as Billy Gottleman comes round to do the fielding. There was a single there.
Yes.
32 from 17. I'm not sure that's entirely the way forward.
They're clearly...
Or they've decided they're going for the draw, and the man who can keep the ball out best is Northeast, who waits now, and Dal bowls wide of the off stump, and he misses it, Northeast, and there's 16 deliveries left. It's now gone to 2 a ball. I think they've not given up, that's the wrong word. I think they've decided that the draw is probably the best idea. Don't you?
Well, there's absolutely no one
There are
saving the single.
Singles everywhere. Dal is in, and this one's launched out towards the boundary. Well, he hasn't given up here because that's 6. That's a huge blow by Sam Northeast. We have to say that the square boundaries are right out on the fence here at the county ground in Derby, and that one cleared not only the rope but the covers and the advertising boards, and that was huge. 26 required off 15. Wow.
Well, there we are. That's your answers.
Yes.
How Glamorgan are playing it. Northeast hitting 6s.
What a load of nonsense I'm talking. Sorry about that. Here's Dal then. 4th ball of his over bowls, and that one is carved out into the offside. They've got to stop this, and they do. Potts does really well, but they do come back for a sec, and it's thrown in by Matty McKiernan, who went round to help him. And it's 24 off 14, I think.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. I'm writing this down, but in a couple of overs ago I started going up again rather than going down, which was clearly a mistake. 24 runs required for victory. 3 wickets for Derbyshire, remember. Dal is in again, bowls to Northeast, who hammers this out into the far distance, and one bounce, it reaches Leas de Ploy out there, and they go through for a single. 23 required, 13 deliveries. James Harris, who is no mug with the bat, I think it's fair to say.
He's batted in the middle order for Middlesex.
He's got 4,000 first-class runs, a high score of 87, and a batting average of 23. So it's not as though the number 9 batsman is going to do anything silly here, surely. 23 runs from 13 deliveries. Anuj Dal is on his way in from the city end and bowls. That one is driven out into the offside, and again they turn down the run. 23 off 12. And that is the end of Dal. 9 overs, 2 for 54. Anuj Dal, who gets the congratulatory tap on the arm from Wayne Madsen, and it's going to be Ryan Sidebottom to bowl the penultimate over of the match. Good luck.
It's a thriller. County Championship cricket at 6:25 on a Sunday night. At the end of 4 days, we've only lost less than a handful of overs during the course of this game to the weather.
Sports Extra are going to the Birmingham City Chelsea WSL game at 6:30. We are online if it goes beyond that. Don't forget, if you are gripped, as I'm sure you are.
Side bottom is in to bowl to Northeast. Bowls a short delivery, and Northeast cannot make contact. So not quite a bouncer, but it was chest height, and Northeast didn't make contact with the shot.
This is a little bit lower than the one that Sam Connors bowled a few overs ago that was given as a no ball.
23 off 11 deliveries now here on BBC Sport Online. As side bottom races away, bowls to Northeast. Another short delivery that Northeast has uppercut and is caught on the third man boundary. Swishes the ground in frustration. 308 for 8. Derbyshire need 2 wickets to win.
Oh my word, I think that was Lear's deploy out there. I wouldn't swear to it though, he's a long way away, and I don't know if I've mentioned it. It's pretty dark out there. That was some catch out in the deep though. How it had the legs to get all the way out there, I'm not entirely sure. But Sam Northeast goes. It's another wicket for Ryan Sidebottom. 4 for 48 now are his figures. Remarkable. It was Lear's deploy out there in the far distance. I thought it was deploy, but I didn't have the courage of my convictions, clearly. 308 for 8. This is going to be, well, I was going to say, go down to the last wicket, possibly. Who knows?
Well,
Who knows?
we've now got an injured number 10 and a number 11 who likes to swing wildly. And it is Tim van der Hoogten batting with Kieran Carlson as his runner.
Oh, no. Well, I'm glad it's your over, this one. Even the runner gets a mention. That's nice. 81 off 101 balls at 9 fours and 1 6 from Sam Northeast, who will be upset, I'm sure, at the fact that he couldn't see Glamorgan over the line. They still need 23 to win at 6:27 on a Sunday evening, the final day, the last game going in the county championship, and it's an absolute beauty.
It's the sort of pearl that turns up in the most unlikely of places.
Well, but various points today, various points of most days, we've been saying, well, this game's going absolutely nowhere. This pitch is flat. There's nothing in it. The declaration didn't seem massively generous, but then again, I never expected it to be because Derbyshire haven't won many games historically, certainly in the last 2 or 3 years, in the championship especially. And now all of a sudden, we've got, well, it's just perfect. This is what red ball cricket should be like.
Still just one saving the single as Van der Hoogten is on strike. Is he going for it? He'll play that one gently up to long on for a single.
I got fooled by the runner.
Van der Hoogten did not set off. He feinted to do so.
Oh, I got completely fooled by it. I'm pointing. Throw the ball in. Oh, no. Don't need to.
But Van der Hoogten now limps off to square leg with his hamstring injury. James Harris is on strike. It's 309 for 8. Glamorgan need 22 off now 9 balls. Will Harris go for it? No, he's defended that one onto the offside. So I think we can safely say that Glamorgan have settled for a draw. And with that knowledge, Billy Godleman brings in his field.
Hello, everybody. All of a sudden, the batsman's surrounded by... I didn't realise anybody was there. He's not bringing too many in, to be fair. He's going to have a word with Ryan Sidebottom. This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant entertainment.
22 needed off 8 balls, but 2 wickets needed by Derbyshire in those 8 balls. An injured number 10 and a number 11 who likes a wallop. James Harris facing up to side bottom. 3 saving the single now. Harris turns it away down towards fine leg, but they just amble through for a single. 1 left in the over. 21 to win. 7 balls left of the match. 2 wickets for Derbyshire to win.
Remarkable.
Van der Hoogten won, Harris won. The main protagonists with the bat, Labuschagne 85, North East 81, lots of other contributors as well. Side bottom, despite having 2 catches dropped, has 4 for 50. And he comes balls to Van der Hoogten, who defends back down the wicket. And that is the end of the penultimate over of this game. Glamorgan have given up their victory chase. Derbyshire will not do so for at least another 5 balls.
I'm not sure have they entirely given it up. Who's going to be bowling? That's the question now. Suranga Lakmal has taken off his cap and he is walking very stiffly, I would suggest, because he's bowled 14 overs in various spells. He's taken 2 for 65 and he will bowl the final over of this match, with Derbyshire requiring 2 wickets for victory. Glamorgan still in with a chance, although they do need to hit a boundary off pretty much every ball between now and the end.
Thank you to everyone who's tuned in during the course of the game and everyone who's messaged us. Eddie Payton says, I'm behind the settee and supper is burning. Mark Flatter, excellent match, excellent finish. And thank you for your kind words. Pete Fox, remarkable, wasn't expecting this finish. Glammy podcast boys, just block please. So thank you to everyone who's messaged us as we concentrate on the last 6 balls, maybe 5 balls, but 6 available to these 2 sides.
And it will be Suranga Lakmal. Thank you to Tim Singleton, who's listening in, and Colin Knifeton over on the Isle of Man. It's such a clever idea to make further cuts to the county championship. It's really boring, says Colin. Here is Suranga Lakmal in to bowl to Harris, who just defends this one out into the offside. Wayne Madsen, as ever, very excited as it's fielded there by Potts. The field is in, there's a slip, there's 2 men catching on the offside, there's another man catching Lewis Deploy on the leg side, there's a mid-on and a mid-off who are waiting. They now need 21 from 5, which means one of the balls has got to go over the rope on the full, so they can bring further fielders in now, and that is exactly what they're doing, Derbyshire. They've brought Alex Thompson into first slip, they've brought Sam Connors in to square leg. They're starting to surround the batsman in the way that we haven't seen for some considerable time. Lakmal turns at the top of his mark, 5 balls to go, 310 for 8 Glamorgan, and Lakmal is in and bowls to Harris, who leaves alone outside the Yellowstone. What a horrible anticlimax. 21 off 4 makes it impossible. Well, not quite, obviously, but you know what I mean. And as a result, well, Derbyshire are going to bring more fielders even closer. We're going to see Lewis Deploy come into 3rd slip. Doesn't matter. The fine leg is being called up by Brooke Guest, but Billy Godleman has decided not to bring him up. There's another fielder going into the slip cordon. I think it's going to be Sam Connors, who isn't normally seen in the slips. Ryan Sidebottom's come up from fine leg to mid-wicket. The man who was fielding at mid-on is now fielding close in on the drive on the onside. Matty McKiernan is on the drive on the offside. In fact, he hasn't gone to mid-wicket at all. He's gone to a deepish mid-on as Ryan Sidebottom. And Lakmal is on his way in. 4 deliveries of the match remain. He's in and bowls, and that's turned into the leg side, and he decides there will be no run. So Brooke Guest can go and jog very gently out towards the boundary to fetch the ball. He throws it back to Sam Connors, who's taken over as a surrogate wicket-keeper. 3 deliveries to go then. Derbyshire need to strike with one of the next 2. Otherwise it's handshakes at 6:35. There's now a leg slip, Sam Connors, with Anuj Dal going in as a 4th slip. So 4 slips and a leg slip. Men everywhere, all around the bat, as Lakmal is in and bowls, and that's defended out into the onside. The inside half of the bat by James Harris. And we now have just 2 deliveries remain. Derbyshire would have to take a wicket with each to win this game. It is going to end in a draw. I'm delighted to say that the Derbyshire over 8 remains level. For no apparent reason. Glamorgan, having made a really good fist of the chase, sort of started to unravel around about an hour ago. And here is Lackmell, needs to take a wicket with this delivery. He's in and bowls to Harris, wide of the off stump. Harris lets it go, tucks his bat under his arm, and everybody says that that'll do. Surely to goodness we can shake hands now. Yep, indeed, that is it. And Glamorgan will close on 310 for 8. They are 21 runs short of their target. The game ends in a draw. 4 wickets for Ryan Sidebottom, 2 for Suranga Lackmell. Half centuries for Marnus Labuschagne and Sam Northeaster. 49, a very brisk 49 as well from David Lloyd after Derbyshire had declared their second innings on 349 for 3 after centuries from Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest, who's got centuries in each innings of this game here at the County Ground. It's been a terrific contest, Nick Webb, and one that will live long in the memory, I think.
Yes, it's been nip and tuck all the way through. We thought that Derbyshire's second innings and the declaration with 55 overs left on good batting surface would allow Glamorgan just to play out time for a draw, but suddenly within the last 90 minutes or so, it's dawned upon us that they had a realistic chance of victory. There was good batting down the order. The main protagonists, Marnus Labuschagne 85, Sam Northeast 81. In the end, it was just beyond them with a couple of catches in the deep, and it was up to Glamorgan then to hold out for the draw. But it has swung back and forth in the most thrilling of fashions in the last 90 minutes. And this, Dave Fletcher, is why we do this particular job.
Yeah, well, that and the money. But, you know, you're absolutely right, Nick. This has been absolutely terrific entertainment from pretty much from start to finish, it has to be said, I think, because these two sides are very, very evenly matched. I'm just waiting for the table to update. It hasn't updated yet. Nearly did then. So Derbyshire will pick up 14 points, as will Glamorgan. So Derbyshire will move on to 65 points in second place behind Nottinghamshire, who are on 73. Glamorgan have 51 points from their 4 games in between Derbyshire and Glamorgan and Middlesex, who are on 59. And then come Durham on 42, Worcestershire on 40, Sussex on 31, and Leicestershire, who will be at Sophia Gardens next Thursday on 29 points. It's a week off for Derbyshire before they're back here at the County Ground to face Worcestershire. A week on Thursday. Nick Webb, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks to Edward Bevan as well, who's coughing in the background. We will see you, well, relatively soon. You sooner than most.
Diolch yn fawr, no star. Thank you very much indeed to everyone for listening.